Going live.
Hello.
You're 4:45 today, Bill. You're gonna have to hustle.
How's this your night? All right. Good. Good. Just kind of hung out over there by the bar a little bit longer than we sleep. I think I am. Still asleep.
So I got a coffee.
Okay, we are live.
Thank you, Robert.
Where's that the Monday portion of the meeting?
So who's watching this morning? Chuck Moulton?
Good morning, Chuck.
All of my state chairs have been encouraged.
Paulie said that he had something else to do, so he wouldn't be watching.
Good morning, Polly, when you watch it later on the
Oh yeah.
recording.
Hey, Paulie.
Watch the archive.
They have a convention or something?
Pardon?
Would Paulie have a convention or something?
I don't know.
Yeah, something. Or maybe
I haven't seen my tweeting this time. So.
I hope he's at the beach or something. It's a nice day in West
I can't see Paulie at the beach unless his petitioning to be done.
Yeah.
Whose resolution is this?
This is a joint resolution.
Good luck doing that. She has $650.
I don't. Purposefully.
Hmm?
Purposefully, by design. We'll talk about it during that time.
Well, I'm sure you will.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know what people are doing for lunch, but if you want to kind of look at our space, I am available to kind of look at it around.
Thank you.
I walked some there last night.
I'm guessing we're not
Hotel.
I wouldn't
Like,
mind seeing
really,
doing
this is
it
a really nice hotel.
That first day you
Guessing
had
we're not
to,
having
I was
lunch today.
taking a nap, so I didn't go.
We usually work through it.
Yeah.
Cemetery lost my name tag at some point.
Morning.
Really? I remember that one, but my other one seems to have gone missing. Oh well. We're going to get someone in here.
Just got my Pretty good on the side.
Between the two, I'm sure I can be.
No, you can't. Let me know.
Yeah, I'm good, let me too.
Yeah, I'm in the back right in the beginning.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of the fantastic time in Austin. As is normally our custom, we will start with opportunity for public comment in the morning. Is there? Yes, Mr. Bowen.
Yeah, I just wanted to let everybody know, I spoke with Murray Sabrin yesterday. He sent his regards, and I promised him that I would let you know of his latest venture. He has written a book. It is available on Amazon as of the 23rd of July, I believe. And the name of the book is Why the Federal Reserve Sucks. If you want more information on the book, you can go to murraysabrin.com or on Facebook, Murray Sabrin's Road to Liberty page. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Mr. Goldstein.
So my wife was left the reception yesterday, was coming back to the hotel with her name badge on, and she got in the elevator, and here's what she heard. So I was in the elevator, and a man asked, what is a libertarian? His wife said it was somewhere in the middle of liberal and conservative. Then their 11-year-old daughter said, oh, I thought it was a liberal and a vegetarian. We have a perception problem, people. Step up your work.
But we did eat at the
Actually,
I was going to say, that was a lot of meat.
Yep.
She didn't walk into a bar. No.
In her retirement, she also wants to become a stand-up comedian, so I thought that was part of her routine. She was practicing.
Dr. Lurk.
Mr. Chairman, I think the LNC should express its appreciation for those who organized the very nice event last night.
Mr. Merced.
I just want to take a moment. I just found out that a member of the New York Libertarian Party, specifically the Erie Libertarian Party, Nick Bell, passed away last night. And I want to express condolences to him, his family, also his brother, Eric Bell, who's also a member of the LP. And I knew them both. I know them both. And yeah, just want to express condolences.
Other public comment? Hearing none, we will continue with the agenda. As I recall, we've done the debate media on the LP website, Longstreth, and the resolution on standing committees and oversight. Mr. Bishop Henchman was the next thing on the agenda. Does that match everyone else's recollection?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. So, Mr. Bishop Henchman, 10 minutes.
Richard, do you want to change the order?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have a motion to suspend the rules to amend the agenda to include a resolution that I have passed out.
There's a motion to suspend the rules to consider a resolution for how long?
10 minutes.
I will second that motion.
There's a second to move to suspend the rules for 10 minutes to consider the resolution that people should have printed and handed out to them. Is there objection to that suspension of the rules? Hearing no objection, we will be suspended for that matter for 10 minutes. Ms. Billy, was that an objection?
No.
Okay. Then,
Point of information, inquiry?
yes.
Is this technically a resolution or a motion?
It starts with the word resolved, but it is a motion to direct the executive director to do things. So,
Resolutions are just
so
particular
here's
styles
so
of
here's
motions.
here's the real difference. The real difference is in the form like as this, you're saying this is what the LNC wants, but it is not an explicit direction. It is basically the LNC saying the executive director should do these things by the next meeting, and then we're all going to be real mad if he doesn't. Whereas if you write it as a motion, it is a you have to do this thing. It's a very subtle point. Parliamentary law. I mean, it's different. I think. That's
Not in its effect, it's just a style thing. Yeah.
right. So maybe the subtle point is too subtle for me. Is that a point of information or privilege?
I'd like to suspend the rules to add 10 minutes or something.
It's not in order to suspend the rules to add something else to the agenda when we just suspended the. I think we're supposed to be in consideration of the thing we just suspended to consider. But after we're done considering that, I'll come back to you. Okay. Mr. Longstreth, would you like to speak to your resolution or motion?
I would.
Whatever we'd like to call it.
So, folks, based off several discussions yesterday, there are several conflicts going on right now about the future direction of our party. What this resolution aims to do is to try to give the executive director some very clear direction that I feel as a body should be promoting. The text is in front of you, and I'll just go ahead and read that for everybody to hear. It says, resolved that the executive director shall, by November 15, 2019, hire 1 development director and 2 development staffers or contractors, such that the team as a whole is capable of targeting and soliciting email donations, sending and processing direct mail, operating the LP store, identifying, qualifying, and securing meetings with high-dollar prospects, closing or securing donations from high-dollar prospects through in-person meetings and calls, cultivating and stewarding our donors to encourage renewals and increases in support, and conducting fundraising events. This resolution was jointly written by myself and Mr. Bishop Henchman, and we believe that it will at least give the staff a clear direction as to where we want them to go. The November 15th deadline comes in because our meeting is November 16th. That gives us an opportunity to review that performance at that time and make adjustments if necessary, with the intent and hope that these are accomplished far before November 15th, but no later than November 15th.
Mr. Goldstein.
Just to avoid any confusion, I move to amend the motion to remove the words resolve that.
Second.
So motion and second to remove resolved that from the front of
And
the.
capitalize the T.
Yeah. Understood. Is there objection to that amendment? Hearing no objection to the amendment, it will be amended that way, and we'll consider it without those first two words and the capital T on the. Other people wishing to speak on the motion? Mr. Goldstein?
I just had a question of the makers of the motion. Considering our budgetary constraints now, is there a dollar amount you would put on the hiring of these 3 people?
There
to
is
give
not.
the executive some guidance?
You may.
So there is not, and that is by design. The reason is because I want to see what the executive director can do. He knows where his budget is. If he feels that there is not enough budget or not enough resources, then I want him to come back to this body and let us know, and we can resolve that at that time. But at this point, he's the executive director. It is not appropriate for us to micromanage at that level, I believe.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Hearing none, if the body will indulge me. I would urge that the makers of the motion consider what Ms. Doherty said yesterday. She's right about the fact that we should be looking for talent at all levels. We should not have the search narrowed down to it's going to be this position and these other positions. That is the micromanaging that you say you want to avoid. We don't know where the talent's going to be and at what level in the organization it's going to fit. So I would suggest that if you want to take that good advice, you eliminate the specifics of who gets hired and you make it a number of people who are retained without specifying what their titles are. Ms. Doherty.
My recommendation would be that instead of specifying titles, that the motion specify numbers, so 2 to 3 staffers. So what happens if you come up with really great staffers, but then you can't find that third one that's any good? Would this require him to hire a third person just for the sake of hiring a third person? So I think having a range could be wise. I would love to see 3 really qualified, fabulous people in these roles in November. Don't get me wrong. But I also don't want the ED to be boxed into a situation where he has to hire a third person that's crummy just because he has to have the third person. So my advice would be to say hire 2 to 3 development staffers or contractors such that the team as a whole is capable of such and such. And also I don't see anything on here about online fundraising, ads and the like. That may or may not be like that.
It also doesn't talk about low dollar, which is something we talked about. I mean, it's not
all encompassing.
Let me be very clear about what I'm talking about here. The fundraising, the development department is going to do all the things that Lauren says we should do, whether or not you have a motion that lists all the things. So don't worry about the fact that there's not some specific thing you didn't put in this motion. But my concern is the one that she just expressed about. You want to make sure you don't say you're avoiding micromanaging by micromanaging. I had Ms. Billieu, I believe, and Ms. Hogarth, and Ms. Adams without objection, and Mr. Nikkela. So Ms. Billieu first.
I just wanted to ask if we go the route of removing the titles. To me, the vacancy right now is the development director position. That's the actual vacancy. So, I mean, are we not obligated to fill that, at least have that one for the designated title? Or if we go the other way and just make it loose 2 to 3 people, are we still in danger of not having a development director?
Are you asking me or are you asking the body?
I'm asking, I'm just putting it out to the body as consideration on this particular thing. Because I don't know the answer.
Is that a specific answer to that question? Because I'm going to come, if not, I'm going to come around in the order that I was coming around.
Well,
So I'll add you to the contact. So I had, it was then Ms. Hogarth, Ms. Adams, and Mr. Nikkela. Is that the order I said it in? I say Ms. Adams first. Ms. Hogarth.
I don't understand why a motion, maybe it's because I came in.
A little louder.
I'm not sure I understand why a motion is necessary, and I don't need you to speak to job, why, I don't understand why the motion is necessary.
Ms. Adams.
Yeah, so, well, I fully understand, Mr. Chair, what you're saying about maybe not narrowing the scope of this so much. I don't think that there's anything in this that precludes our executive director from coming back to this body and saying to us, I was able to acquire talent in one of these areas, but not all of these areas, even if we leave it written the way that it is. I see more value in leaving it written the way that it is and hoping that we can fill those specific spots and being willing to roll with maybe a change if our executive director can't. That's just me.
Mr. Nikhil.
I'd like to offer an amendment to change development director and 2 development staffers to 1 to 2 development staffers or contractors. And I'd like to add at the very end of the paragraph, such as whole is capable of at least the following.
So the amendment Mr. Nikhil is offering is instead of having the specific development director, 1 development director and 2 development staffers, that it would say 1 to 2 development staffers or contractors, such as the team as a whole is capable of what?
Of at least the following.
Of at least. So that it's 2 points of amendment. It's the changing of the thing from specific roles to 1 to 2 staffers and putting at least right before the colon. Is that right?
Second.
Is there a second to that motion? There's a second from Mr.
divide.
Phillips. Huh?
Move to divide.
Um,
I like the second one. The first
right.
one I think
So
is more controversial.
just trying to think of how to do it efficiently. I'm going to ask informally, is there a sense of the body, does anyone object to at least before the colon? Does anyone object to that second amendment?
I think
To
we-
at least?
Mhm.
You object to that? Okay, so then don't know if it's proper to recognize you to move to divide until he at least gets to speak to his amendment. But I will come back to you to move to divide because it does sound like it's a different debate. Mr. Nikhil, you get to speak to your amendment.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, you know, basically with the 2 development staffers or contractors, I think to Lauren's point, if we do find either A, that we're running out of money and we find it more financially feasible to hire 1 fundraising director and 1 support staff until we can make some headway, or we find, you know, 1 person that's really great that maybe takes up that role, I think the flexibility is important to build into the motion. And then as for the at least, I think obviously we want our team to be capable of a lot of different things, but I think this is just the bare bones qualifications that the body is seeking for that team, and then I'm sure other people will fill into the role. I would like to see what Ms. Daughtry has to say.
We'll get to her in order.
Move to divide.
Mr. Bishop Pension moves
Time, Mr. Chairman.
Couldn't have seen that coming.
Move to extend by 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Objection.
There's an objection to moving to extend by 10 minutes. All in favor of extending by 10 minutes, raise your hand. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Opposed? To 1. We will be extended for 10 minutes. There's a motion to divide from Mr. Bishop Henchman. Is there objection to dividing the amendment? Hearing no objection to dividing the amendment. Dr. Lark?
Mr. Chairman, I think the chair does have the latitude to select which item to look at.
I was just thinking that in my head. Thank you, Dr. Lark. I would suggest, if the body's amenable, that we take up a vote at this time on the at least, because it will go quicker. Is there objection to that procedure? So, Mr. Longstreth?
Yes, I'd like to hear Ms. Bilyeu's reasons for not wanting to necessarily add that at least prior to a vote.
So we will not, okay, so then we'll confine discussion at this time to the at least. Would anyone like to speak to that amendment? Ms. Bilyeu?
My objection really was just so that I could hear an argument for it, not only for my sake, but for everyone else. I'm not technically opposed to it, I don't think.
Okay. Mr. Hagan?
I would say I don't think it's necessary, and it makes it more vaguer that we don't know what, doesn't say what additional we may want.
Okay. Any other discussion on that, Ms. Harlos?
I'm totally in favor with it. That's like typical lawyer stuff.
Oh.
To include but not limited to.
See, I think I'd rather have that.
It's the same.
It
It's
means
really,
the same.
it's really just because it's at least the following.
It's actually better legal drafting to use the shorter words.
And I don't think it makes it vague because there are specific things. It's making it broader in that if something else comes up, it's still covered by this. I think actually is loosening micromanagement to just say at least. We want generally these things, but there might be others.
Dr.
Actually, since Ms. Doherty has a comment, I will defer to her.
Ms. Doherty, on the at least.
Yes, I am in favor of it because fundraising is this covers a lot of it, but there is more that is not covered here.
Okay.
So I'm in favor of that.
Dr. Lark?
I call the question on this issue.
Is there objection to ending debate? Hearing no objection to ending debate, we'll move to a vote. Is there any need for a roll call? Hearing no one asking for that. All in favor of the amendment to add at least, please raise your hand. And opposed? And it's unanimous. So that's added. We'll now move to discussion on Mr. Nikkela's other half of the amendment, the 1 to 2 development staffers or contractors. Straight. 1 to 2 development staffers or contractors. So, I'm gonna go, let me, just keep your hands up because I all right. I have on deck Ms. Doherty, Mr. Bishop-Benjamin, Ms. Harlos, Mr. Hewitt, and Mr. Merced. Is there anyone else that's seeking to, and Mr. Olson without objection? All right, so Ms. Doherty first.
So in response to Ms. Hogarth's question earlier, why is this motion necessary? I think this motion is very necessary because we went 5.5 weeks with a major vacancy coming and the executive director did not post the job. Had I been executive director, I would have posted that within 24 hours because this is a major, major role and it's a really severe problem having that vacancy for very long. So I think it is necessary to pass this motion to direct him to do it because otherwise I fear things will just get put off and put off and put off and put off, which is what happened over the last 5.5 weeks. I am somewhat concerned about removing the line development director for the same reason because I worry about that getting put off and put off and put off. And so while I think the ED should have some flexibility, we do not need to sit here and be development director less 6 months from now, 4 months from now, etc. I worry about that falling by the sidelines and not being a real priority. If you hire these other 2 staffers, who's going to direct them on how to do stuff? The ED is not an expert on fundraising. He does not know how to direct them effectively on fundraising. So if they come in and maybe they're great at specific skill sets, but they don't have somebody qualified to manage them and help direct them on fundraising, they're going to be floundering and we're going to be wasting our money and losing opportunities.
Mr. Bishop-Benjamin.
So this amendment would strike development director and development staffers or contractors and replace it with 1 to 2
development staffers or contractors.
Yeah. I'm opposed to this and I want to tell you why.
Wait a minute, you gotta let him have the, sorry, I'll add you.
I'm opposed to this and I want to tell you why. Ms. Hogarth did ask a very good question of why is this necessary. Ms. Doherty just gave an explanation. Mine's actually somewhat different. It's clear to me, and I hope it is clear to you or becoming clear to you that fundraising has not been an organizational priority. I don't even think we've understood it to be in our top 5 priorities. And I think it should be our number 1 priority. And we are in the situation we are in because we have not made it a priority and we have not set a goal for where we want to build our fundraising program. And yesterday there were numbers thrown out, it should be 1/3 of our staff, it should be 30%, it should be 35%. Right now it's 1 and Monday it'll be 0. I think we need to change that direction and I think at minimum it should be 3 staff positions or contractors we laid out. I couldn't really get more vague than development staffers or contractors. there's an incredible amount of flexibility there. But I think at minimum, we need somebody who knows what they're doing on development to lead the team, and then such support staff that are necessary. And the executive director wants to come back to us and amend it because he finds 3 great junior staffers or whatever, good, then we can do that. And of course, this does not resolve the issue of whether it's going to be Nick, or it's going to be Nick and Whitney, or Whitney and Josh, or whatever, and we can do that next, once we set the long-term vision for where we want to go with the program. But the cry that I've been hearing is we, the LNC, need to make fundraising a priority. And that's what this resolution sets out to accomplish. So I hope you will vote against the amendment, because I think we need to actually do this, not just say, well, we're going to add 1 person, or we're going to add 2 people, but actually set out our goals to build a team capable of doing each of these things, plus others, not listed. And then we can sort out what we do between now and November.
Mr. Phillips had a question. So
Just because the way Joe started, I thought the amendment we were looking at was only changing the number 2 to 1 to 2.
That was my intention.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, we're not striking the
you
development
kept
director.
director in there?
Yeah.
Well, then
Never
that-
mind.
then
That isn't what you
then
said.
That's not what you said,
That's
and
not
also
what I
those
wrote
words
down.
don't
That's what I
make
wrote
sense.
down.
That's exactly what I wrote
That's what I
down.
wrote down.
I'm not gonna lie.
What did you write down?
1 to 2. In my notes, I wrote next to the 2.
Yeah.
2.
That's what I heard.
That's
I
all
wrote what
got.
you heard. That isn't what you
Yeah,
heard.
yeah, I.
Okay.
And I apologize.
Point of order, Mr.
Regardless, your
Chairman.
intention is,
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
May we have a reading of the language that in Mr. Nikhala's amendment, the part that pertains to this issue?
In his words or what I have?
His words, since
His
he's
words.
Well,
What's going in the minutes?
well, this is
Yes.
the issue, is what, let's
Let
start with
us
what
hear
does the
from Mr.
secretary
Nikhila.
have?
I have to strike out 1 development director and 2 development staffers or contractors and replace it with 1 to 2 development staffers or contractors.
Mr. Nikhila, what was,
My intention was, I apologize, I misspoke, was basically to slash the 2 and make it 1 to 2 development staffers, contractors. That way there's,
Okay.
that way there's
that is a different, okay.
that's a different motion.
Mr.
perhaps.
Chairman, may we have a reading of the motion that gives us the language that would appear?
I will read it.
Thank you, sir.
It would say the executive director shall, by November 15th, 2019, hire 1 development director and 1 to 2 development staffers or contractors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
Does the secretary have?
Does the secretary have that?
I do now.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we're going back to my list, and I have Ms. Harlos, Mr. Hewitt, Mr. Merced, Dr. Olson, Mr. Nikhila, and Ms. Billiou. Is there anyone else on deck?
You can take me off. He covered
I'll
me.
take you off deck, okay.
Well, see, we're
Ms.
having a
Harlos.
tradition now with Mr. Phillips and Mr. Bishop Benjamin of standing up, so getting all formal.
I rise.
I rise to address the body. I agree with a lot of what has been said. I'm in favor of it, first of all. But if the executive director needs more flexibility, he'll just come and ask us. We act like today like we're writing the 10 Commandments in stone and Moses is going to come, deliver them. That's not going to happen. And just to ride another pet hobby horse, maybe we'll have a couple electronic meetings like we should be doing more regularly. We need to refine things.
Mr. Hewitt?
I was going to echo a lot of what Ms. Harlow and first Ms. Adams said. This is, if he comes back and he only has 2 in November and they're really doing the job great at that time and they're highly paid, they're very experienced, whatever else, I don't think we're going to let him go because he can get that 3rd one at that time. However, I think the key thing is here that it's more than 1. And I mean, when I've got to be 5 different places in my job, I have staff members that can fill in. A Boomer or Paul or somebody else. It's very important, and I think one of the biggest concerns she had was she had to be maybe 2 many places at once. So this is the key issue in here, is that we certainly have more than 1, and we're always bringing people up and making them better and going on bigger things. 'Cause I hope we'll have 10 to 15 within a couple years.
Time,
Pardon
Mr. Chairman.
Time has expired. I have Merced, Olson, Nikhila, Lark, and Hagan on deck. Is there a motion to extend for 10?
Call question.
Well, we don't have to do that. It's motion of the day.
For 5.
There's a motion to extend for
Oh,
5.
God,
Is
no.
there objection to extending for 5?
object.
Is there
Yes.
objection? All in favor of extending for 5, please raise your hand.
I just made the motion.
Wow.
Just in case. Just in case.
Opposed? We will not be extended. We'll move to a vote. We have 2 votes on deck. The first is to strike the 2 in parentheses and replace it with 122. All, however the secretary wrote it down. We'll proceed to a vote on that amendment. I am not going to take roll call unless somebody asks for that amendment. All in favor of that amendment, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 10 to 5, the amendment passes. Now we'll proceed to a vote on the underlying motion, which is basically what's written with the addition of at least and the strike through of 2 to replace it with 1 to 2.
It's more than at least, it's at least the following. Just want to make sure you kept it.
Sure, at
abbreviated.
least the following.
Okay.
Although, really, the following is not necessary if you put at least before colon, but again, not to nitpick the drafting. When you're ready for a roll call.
Is there no objection?
Do people want to have a vote on it, or do you want me to ask? I'll ask. Is there any objection to the motion as currently written and amended? Hearing no objection, it passes without objection. Dr. Lucky.
Chairman, I think the point is actually, first of all, thanks to Mr. Longstreth and Mr. Bishop.
Absolutely.
During the previous discussion, I think the point has been raised, given the fact that the executive director, for whatever reason, did not post the issue of the job after Ms. Doherty had submitted her resignation. I think that there is some concern on the part of the LNC that perhaps the executive director might not be communicating as well with the LNC, and given the nature of this issue, perhaps we might want to express, or perhaps you might want to express to the ED on our behalf that in a situation like this, he should feel comfortable coming to us with comments about what he's doing.
So, if you will indulge me to speak frankly, because the executive director isn't present, and I want to make sure that I would like to communicate what I think was going on, so that you know, and where I think we ought to go moving forward, so that you know, please, and so the body knows. Not going to ask to do an executive session, because don't try to say things that I wouldn't say in public. When we received Ms. Doherty's resignation, we did not immediately post the job offer, or the job description, because, at least for that first part, we were trying to make her not make that choice. I asked, Dan asked, we didn't want to lose her. And Ms. Doherty's shaking her head, and she disagrees on that. Dan's instincts are not attuned to the internal culture of the National Committee. The fact that we've had open processes and big calls for positions, his instincts are people you know through business, people you know through relationships. Go with people that you know because they're trusted quantity. Play things closer to the vest. Do things in the way that you think is right without considering the politics of the thing. I will talk to him and have talked to him over how this whole thing has gone, and it's been very uncomfortable and unpleasant at times, about what the culture is here and try and help him along to be more attuned to where we are at. And I will let him know that he can always go to the LNC and ask if he's not sure if it's the right thing. So I hear loud and clear.
Mr. Chairman, just so that we're clear, this was an observation, not necessarily a criticism.
Okay.
I appreciate that Mr. Fishman was moving into a situation where he had to get comfortable with it, that he may not have appreciated certain aspects of this matter. So again, I understand that. Thank you for your explanation.
I just want to add that some of that might just be that he expected to be asked rather than having volunteered, because I approached him directly and he was very communicative with me.
Ms. Harlows,
Well, Ms. Doherty had her hand first, and I yield to her. And she
Ms. Doherty.
Dan accepted my resignation within about 2 hours. He never asked me to stay. Nick never asked me to stay. Nick and I didn't talk for about a week until after my resignation. I was not asked to stay. And at that point, that was a moot point that I'd already signed a contract.
Ms. Harlows.
Is there anyone else who wants to walk this far?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Bishop Henchman.
If I was desirous of as our next item, resolving the interim issue, whether that be the proposal by Mr. Fishman and yourself or any other ones, what would be the proper steps to begin that debate and resolve it?
It would be to move to suspend the rules to add to the agenda a discussion of how to fill the gap over the time between this meeting and the next meeting. Similar basically to Mr. Lyon's agenda item from yesterday, because it's kind of the same thing, just round 2. So you move to suspend the rules to consider a motion to direct executive director to fill the gap in some way, and then it probably would result in an executive session, I think, but because you'd be talking about the specifics.
Yeah. I so move.
For how long?
I was.
Sorry, Ms. Harlows was swallowing a twister.
Yeah. I expressed this a bit yesterday, but I am really angry that we lost Lauren. And I think we lost her completely unnecessarily. I don't know why, I'm not going to get into conspiracy theories or motives or whatever, but we effed up badly in not keeping Lauren. And I'm going to offer a resolution that I'm not sure has support, but I support it and it's worth it to me, is that I resolve that this body, the LNC, formally apologizes to Ms. Doherty for not doing enough to try to keep her in this position. I've been so that's the end of the resolution, and I want to speak to it. Thank you.
Wait. Because of where we are in the agenda, you are moving to suspend the rules to consider your resolution for 10 minutes.
5
minutes, requires 2/3. Mr. Lyons has seconded it. So now we have to vote on whether to suspend the rules to consider that for 5 minutes. All in favor of suspending the rules to consider that resolution for 5 minutes, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4.
2/3.
That's not 2/3.
No, it isn't. That's
Okay.
the point.
I was just, it's early and math is not my strong suit. So we will not consider that at this time.
Can I conclude my statement?
You can't because you don't have agenda time to conclude your statement.
Oh, it's just, okay.
I mean,
I'm asking the indulgence of the body for 2 seconds.
sure.
I apologize to you, Ms. Doherty.
Say. All right. Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Didn't
sorry.
Ms. Billiou going to be recognized next after the previous agenda item?
Thank you for reminding me, Ms. Billiou, you were actually on deck to be recognized next. All right, Mr. Bishop Henchman.
Move to suspend the rules, to amend the agenda, to add what you said.
Second. Right, 30 minutes to discuss how to fill the gap in fundraising between now and the next meeting.
Yeah.
Is there a second?
Yes, second.
There's a second. Is there objection?
Yes, there's an objection.
No. Okay. Dr. Lark, do you have a question?
Well, given the weightiness of this, I think we need to proceed to this, but my gut feeling is there's some material that we might be able to dispose of, get it out of the way, and then come back to this. And that would be my preference. We still have some things to get on the agenda. I actually would prefer that we have more time to deal with this rather than less time.
Point
So-
of information, when do we lose quorum?
About 2. Or no, it's actually a little after that.
Yeah, let's go to this list here, so whoever hasn't
Plus,
told
we
me.
have to consider the checkout time.
Yep.
Well, what's our minimum quorum again, please? 9.
9.
Well, a lot of people did not give me. So we're losing Mr. Goldstein at 1:15. We're losing myself around 3, only because I got to package up stuff. We're losing Mr. Redpath around 2 and Mr. Smith around 1:30.
2:30.
All right. Ms. Billy, is this a question?
Yes, it's related to, some people, I know you mentioned that some people did not send you theirs. I was one of those people up until last night because I don't have a lead time.
Right.
So that may be
And I
fixed
added
for
it.
others. Okay.
The motion is to suspend for 30 minutes to consider Mr. Bishop Henchman's item. It's been seconded. We're going to vote on whether or not to suspend the rules in that matter. Is it proper to debate it? It's not, right? No, it's not for the suspension. That's fine. Let's get that. So, all in favor of suspending the rules for that purpose, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Opposed? 1, 2, 3. We will be suspended, but we will add that to the agenda at this time to consider that matter. Mr. Bishop Henchman, you
I don't know what to do, but I think other people have opinions, so.
Are you literally sipping tea while you say that?
It's like a bond. So I think obviously Mr. Fishman and Mr. Sarwark have an idea. I think there are other ones. Maybe this needs to be an executive session, I don't know. That's, I yield.
Will yield to who? I mean, there's, every hand has just gone up around the table. Dr. Lark, is this a point of order?
I think
it's point of order from Dr. Lark.
I anticipate that you will do this, but is it appropriate for the chair, given that some of the discussion will involve the possibility of his actually being hired, is it appropriate for the chair to chair this part of the discussion?
No. Since I will be speaking on behalf of myself at some point, I am sure it is not. It would be Mr. Merced.
Thank you.
Huh? Oh, sorry. So, Mr. Merced, enjoy the gap.
Here we go. Okay, so let's see here. Who had their hand up first? Okay, so we'll go Sam. Oh, no, okay, we'll go with Lauren, Sam, Steve, Karen, Karen Ann. Okay, Lauren, begin.
I really think this needs to be an executive session because we're talking about staff.
Okay. Does anyone, Sam?
I move that we move into executive session for the purpose of discussing personnel matters.
Second.
With or without staff?
With staff.
Any
At
objection?
least, excuse me, with Ms. Doherty.
Any objection?
Yes.
Object.
Okay. And then, do I go, we move to the debate for this one?
I
think this
Yeah.
can be
It's,
Motion.
it's debatable to go in.
Okay, do you want to speak to your objection?
What's my objection?
I speak to, I'll speak to mine.
I'll yield to Karen.
I'm not gonna do the standing thing. Normally I would agree, but since the staff, what we're discussing right now is actually another LNC person, I don't think this should be in private. I think it looks bad if it's in private. If we were discussing firing Lauren, for instance, that would be private. But when it's an elected person that's the main subject, I do not think that should be in private. I think the members have full right to hear this discussion.
Any other, yep.
So my objection was not the same objection. My objection is to bringing Ms. Doherty in. And the reason why is Ms. Doherty is exiting the position. This is a discussion about the future and how we fill a stopgap. If anything, I would, when we go into executive session, we can hammer out details of a potential contract. And at that point, we can come out of executive session to make motions so that it is public, which would address the transparency concern, at least in part. And so my objection is specifically to Ms. Doherty
Are you going to amend the motion?
No, I am voicing my objection to including staff.
And Mr. Phillips and Mrs. Story.
I was actually originally in favor of going into executive session, but Karen Ann's argument persuaded me. And also thinking on it, most of this discussion will not involve details that are not accessible to the public. We're not going to be discussing too much in the way of compensation details and things like that, and we are discussing activities of a LNC member. So,
Laura?
I'm the person in this room who knows our fundraising. Yes, we're looking at what's going to happen moving forward, but no one in here knows what I know. So I think I very much need to be in any conversation when we're talking about fundraising staff today.
Karen Ann, and then Maxon.
Hold on, I just had a brain burp.
you and Gary.
Oh, just to speak to Richard's objection, yeah, I was going to say, where's Aleppo? To speak to Richard's objection, again, I'm going to be frank, I'm getting the exit interview that I wanted now in the various comments. I want Lauren here because she's saying things that are different from what other people said. Now, I'm not calling anyone a liar or anything, but there's different remembrances, and I want to hear all of the remembrances. So I would absolutely object to not having her present. As far as not discussing salary ranges, blah, blah, if we're dealing with an LNC member, hiring an LNC member, are we suggesting that that compensation is going to be private? I sure hope not. So I'm getting really confused as to what is even potentially confidential here.
Alicia, and then Matt Horn.
I'm not asking for details, but is there a specific proposal that is intended to be discussed, or are we just, is the plan to just wing it?
I'd like to speak to that. I know Mr. Michaela and I have a proposal that we would like to discuss, and it's my belief that there will be at least one other proposal
Okay,
being
so
discussed
there is
at the same
something
time.
specific drafted?
Yes.
Matt Horn.
Yes, I think it should be an executive session, and I do want Lauren present.
Okay.
Do I have to say why?
Did you want to amend the motion to include Lauren?
I would like to have Lauren included.
Oh, Lauren's on there.
She's already in it. Okay.
I'm saying,
Got it.
I'm arguing in
Oh, okay.
favor.
Got
She
it.
has information that we don't have, and I think it's valuable for us to hear it.
Got it.
So, Mr. Chair, at point of order, I just want to clarify, are we discussing going into executive session? Or are we discussing going into executive session with staff? Or what are we determining
So
right
Sam,
now?
can you repeat your original motion?
We're discussing going into executive session with Ms. Doherty
With Ms. Doherty.
included, no other staff.
Tracking. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Any further comments? Okay. So should we do any requests for roll call, or is everyone
Oh,
good with it?
yeah, there's a roll call.
Okay, roll call.
One second, let me get there.
Forward or reverse?
We're starting forward.
Read it so they'll all know what they're voting on.
So the motion is to rise into executive session with Ms. Doherty present.
You have a alternate sitting at the table, Ms. Harlow.
You have a representative sitting at the table.
Oh, I thought you meant me. I'm like, I have an alternate? That's a new
Anytime
one.
I have to excuse yourself for the
Okay.
Ms. Harlow's comma, you have an alternate sitting.
Yes. But she would
But not an
still,
Oxford comma.
but she would
Just
still
so
be
your roll call
first.
name.
Yeah, but she's Adams, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Adams,
Nay.
Mr. Bishop Henchman,
Nay.
Mr. Goldstein,
Yes.
Mr. Hagan.
Yes.
I am going to vote no. Mr. Hewitt,
Yes.
Dr. Lark,
Aye.
Mr. Longstrap,
Nay.
Mr. Lyons,
Pass.
Ms. Mattson,
Vote no.
Mr. Merced.
Abstain.
Oh, I'm sorry, I should have, never mind. Pardon me, I'm gonna ask you again at the end, that was my mistake. Mr. Nicola,
I vote nay.
Mr. Phillips,
Nay.
Mr. Redpath,
Yes.
Mr. Starwork,
No.
Mr. Smith,
No.
Ms. Van Horn.
Can you read what we're voting on again? Is it the amendment or the original
The original, there was no amendment offered, so it's,
with Dorn? I'll vote
Yes.
yes.
okay. And now to Mr. Merced, we have 6
Lions.
yeses.
Somebody passed.
Lions passed.
Oh, excuse me, God, you guys have to hit me upside the head. I give you permission, we can violate the map. Mr. Lyons.
What's the score?
6 yes, 9 no.
So it's not him. Doesn't matter.
Yes.
Give 1 sec. All right, so Mr. Merced, we have 7 yeses and 9 noes. Would you care to vote?
Abstain.
Thank you.
Did you ask Nick to vote?
I
Yes.
voted no.
He voted.
Okay, so that does not pass. Lauren, you're next.
When I was considering offering my resignation, it gave me great heartache knowing how hard it would be to fill this role with somebody who can do a job comparable to what I've done or even better. Because my desire is that we find somebody even better. And I racked my brain, and I came up with one name. And I shared this with Nick and Dan in my resignation letter. And I recommended Whitney Billion because I have known her in context over the years. And she is the person I have the most confidence in who could come and step into this role and make a successful venture out of it. She doesn't have tons of fundraising experience exactly, but she has lots and lots of experience in related areas. So for example, last night at the dinner, I said, hey Whitney, can you and Paul help out at the door? They flew into action. They knew exactly what to do. They have great instincts on it. Whitney was doing stuff elsewhere during the event. I didn't have to ask. She just did it because she just knows. She's got the instincts and the ability to do a whole lot of this stuff. And the stuff she doesn't know are things that are very, very teachable. How to write a direct mail letter, for example. She's an excellent writer. So I can show her, hey, look, here's the prescription for success, and she can make that happen. So to date, my understanding is that the ED and chair have not approached her about this position, but this was my recommendation when I resigned, and it is still my recommendation to the body.
Mr. Kett?
So I have spoken to Whitney and some of the other LNC members, and we have decided to come together to create the possibility to create an ad hoc committee led by Ms. Billion as an interim fundraising director, and we would be essentially delegating the tasks of that fundraising director to take over the role until we have somebody paid to do the job. I think Whitney would be fantastic. I think, given her professionalism and everything else, she would make a great candidate to move forward on this. And thus, I would like to make a motion.
You can't do executive sessions. We're not in
Is the gentleman suggesting that we come out? No, actually,
We're not in
Well,
executive session.
Turn around.
No
Jim.
secrets today.
More coffee, Jim.
Okay, Mr. DeKelly,
Yes.
continue your motion.
Yes, so I would like to create a motion to, I suppose we would want to go into a contractual topic. I want to go over this, but I think the best way forward is to, I'd like to make a motion to have Ms. Billiou as our interim executive director.
No.
Sorry, development director. It's still early. If I had an extra 30 minutes of sleep.
We hardly knew you.
Zoom helps you.
Yeah, do it. You want to go further?
Okay, so the motion would be for Whitney to accept on an ad hoc basis as an interim DAB.
You can tell her to accept it in the motion.
If you would indulge me, that would be fabulous. Thank you. Not necessarily the development director's position, but roles and responsibilities of helping to continue the fundraising process so that we don't stop fundraising altogether in the interim, taking on some of those responsibilities with the help of other LNC volunteers to help do things like research, cold calls, grunt work, solely for travel and expenses, no salary. This is literally a volunteer position as a stopgap measure to give our executive director time to fill these spots. that is what we're suggesting today.
Got it. Is that the exact wording, or do you guys have wording? Wording?
Nope.
Got it. Let me first go to, so I had lines next, then I'll go to Ms. Doherty. But
Point
would
of
you guys be
order.
able to put?
Point of order.
Yep.
I'd like,
Go ahead. You know
I'd like
it's
to
the
know
same
what the
point.
language that we're
Yeah.
debating is. There's
Exactly.
no
Yeah,
point in
I-
continuing this
there's
conversation.
There's no
until-
debate at the table yet. I was about to ask them if they could come up with the wording while we continue discussion so that we can actually have a debate on an
Thank
actual
you.
motion.
Yeah, Mr. Akela is finishing that now.
Yeah, so raise your hand again once you have the wording, then we'll go back, make the motion so that we can, everyone can know what they're debating on. Is it a point for?
Yes.
Okay, go for it.
It's management. Please email me when you have wording, and don't email it through the LP email address, because I'll get it tomorrow. Yeah.
Did you get it?
No.
Okay.
KarenAnnHarlos@gmail.com.
With that, I have Mr. Lyons next, and then Ms. Doherty, and then Mr. Lark. Dr. Lark, sorry. Okay.
Was this part of Ms. Doherty's resignation letter, this information about Ms. Bilyeu, at any point given to the LNC over the last 6 weeks where we haven't looked for a fundraising director while we've been considering a proposal to hire the chair instead?
It's the first I heard it. Yesterday's the first I heard it.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Is it a question for me?
Yes.
You want me to answer? Yes, it was not given to the LNC. Do you have more questions?
No.
Ms. Doherty?
For Whitney to be successful in a role such as this, she would need the full support of this body, and she would also need the full capability of that role. So for example, she would need to be co-equal with our executive director on fundraising, and our chair. She needs to be able to talk with him and direct the fundraising. So anybody who is wanting to work on fundraising as part of that committee or as part of that team would need to respect her authority to make the decisions about who to call, when to call, what project to pursue related to fundraising, etc. So if she is to succeed in this, and obviously if the LNC tasks her with this, we want her to succeed. She needs the full authority that I had as development director to do that role.
Okay. Dr. Lark?
A comment because of previous discussion and comment. I can understand Mr. Lyons raised a question to the chair. I can understand why the chair might not have brought the point to the LNC. I think that actually he's being properly discreet in that he can discuss that with the executive director, and actually it would have been the executive director's point to bring this to us. So I can understand why he was properly discreet in that manner. I was going to ask Ms. Doherty, and I think I know the answer. I will ask Ms. Wilson. Will you have time to help Ms. Bilyeu in terms of her efforts to be able to perform this task?
I will, and I think she is in a very unique position to pick this up very, very quickly. And that is part of the beauty of this. She can take it on, make it successful quickly. And yes, I'm very willing to help it in that.
I apologize. One thing that might be helpful, given that Bilyeu has the position of an LNC member, I would trust that she would be willing to, because she's going through this, to prepare information for LNC members as to what's involved with fundraising in terms of her position. I think this would be very helpful to us as we go forward. I think you might be in a particularly good position to provide that information.
Oh my God. I'll just cover my mouth. I'm not sure if we have the authority to even ask this, but my concern would be Ms. Bilyeu still serving as regional, even though this isn't a paid position. Would she be able to agree to defer to Ms. Adams during this interim period of time? Since there is an alternate ready, I would be uncomfortable in it otherwise.
I would say for certain, anytime there's a vote coming up related to the role that I'm fulfilling, absolutely, just as we're doing now, as soon as I heard my name was involved with this, I sit back here. So I don't see why
clearly, I just meant in business.
I would like to speak to that also. This is our second term operating as a team, and that's what we do. We're a team, always. Absolutely. I will always step up if Whitney can't. She always has my back. We work together.
Is there any further comment or proposals? While we wait for Mr. Taylor to finish wording for that motion. Yes, Mr.
I said it yesterday, I'll say it again. Regardless of where we're at, this is something we need to fill this position today. This is a compromise that I was involved discussing with people last night. And all of the options that were on the table have their pluses and minuses. And what we all need to realize here is at the end of this, that we are still friends. You guys are all still family. We're all here in this together. So, do people make mistakes? Yes. Some were made here at different levels. But I don't think they were intended. I don't think anybody was trying to be below board. So let's not treat anybody like that.
Here, here.
Okay? And, we've still got a very good chair. So, let's keep all that in mind, please.
Mr. Redpath?
I would just say I don't think this has to be resolved today. I mean, it's not, it's in a few seconds, it's going to be 14 and a half hours until Monday, at least in the Central Time Zone. And but it does need to be resolved very soon, with the capital being capital S. I would think that would mean within the next week or two at the absolute most.
Any other comment? Mr. Kelly?
I have language.
Okay, did you submit the email language to Ms. Ellis?
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Give it to me. I got it. If you could read it, and then I'll
Yes.
email it.
To read the motion?
Okay, so I went ahead and read it. The motion is motion to create an ad hoc committee to be chaired and populated by Whitney Billiou. Ms. Billiou shall act as interim fundraising director up to the next in-person LNC meeting. Ms. Billiou shall have full authority of the fundraising director. If a new director is selected during this time, she shall have equal authority as a co-director. The LNC shall cover travel-related expenses pertaining to the role of interim fundraising director.
If I can have that, I'm good.
Very good. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thanks. Okay. Any objection to the motion?
Yes.
With the objection? Well, first I guess speak to the motion, then we'll speak to the objection?
Yes, so
Well,
We've spoken.
Normally when we have a motion, we have debate.
Debate, yeah.
That's kind of,
So I'm going to speak to my motion. So basically this motion would task Ms. Billiou as our interim fundraising director. It would also create an ad hoc committee, a fundraising committee, to be populated by Ms. Billiou, which would include several members of the LNC and whoever else that she would be able to task jobs with to assist her in her role. Basically, it would sunset at the next LNC meeting, the next in-person LNC meeting in Miami. During this time, we already have a motion that by that time, we should have a new fundraising director. So it'll work out in that way. And if there is somebody selected, it would probably be in our best interest for her to be a co-director during that time. That way, the new fundraising director has time to be shoehorned into their role, and we can also cover more ground.
Question.
So that's the motion.
So point of inquiry, compensation, is this going to be discussed
Travel
by?
and expenses.
Travel. Just travel expenses.
Travel expenses.
Right, related to the role. So it'd be there'd be no salary, there'd be just travel related expenses.
With that, I have Nick, Mr. Lyons, Ms. Doherty. Nick, do you want to speak?
I do. I want to speak against the motion. One of the things that I said yesterday is there's a vision I have for where this party can go. And it doesn't involve us having a $1.5 million budget. It doesn't involve us making people do things as volunteers because of some sense that people ought not be paid. It doesn't involve, the amount of pushback that was received for even the sense that the executive director had picked somebody and wasn't doing an open process was extreme. So the idea that you would just say you put somebody in the role without doing a search is the same thing in a different way, and it's an issue. I have a vision for where this party can go that requires us to have a lot more money, and we are not going to have a lot more money if we stick with this small ball, everybody's a volunteer, we're trying to do things on the cheap. We need more money in this party, and we don't get that by not putting all of our efforts into it, and that means that the people who are doing it full time need to be compensated for their time. If you do this, it will not be good. It doesn't fill the role. It doesn't solve the problem. The problem is this. From now until November, there's roughly, based on, our baseline is we need 109 grand, right, with where we're at right now. What comes in just kind of naturally is about half of that. So we need 150 grand at least between now and November to come in the door. The reason that I don't want Dan to fail, and this is setting Dan up to fail, and I feel responsible for that. And so I am telling you, I have commitments to pay, to fundraise, to have the money come in to cover 3 months of full-time work by me, and if I can't bring in over $200,000 by the November meeting, I will terminate that contract. That's what I want to do for this party, because I don't want us to go into this hole. I understand that it's politically unpopular. I understand that it's not the right thing for me to do if I want to keep my job. But I care about the party more than I care about sitting in this chair. And so this is not... I have the utmost respect for Whitney. I've seen what she's done. She's done fundraising events in Houston. She's put things together. She's executed well. And she should be a candidate for any job. If she wants the job, not the volunteer thing. You don't make her be a volunteer. If you want to give her the job, give her the job. But that should be part of an open process. That's the culture that we built here. That's the thing Dan did that was wrong, is not make it open. It should be an open process. I just want to fill the gap from now until November so that the party doesn't fall into a hole and lose an election cycle. That's what I want. This is not the right way to do it, and that's why I'm speaking against the motion.
I got Lyons, Doherty, Adams, Carlos, and Matt.
Completely agree with everything that Jared just said. I think if we're going to create an ad hoc committee or do anything where we're going to have some LNC members do some things, it should be all of us. We should all already be doing these things. I think that, the point that made the chair should already be doing this fundraising stuff. He does a portion of it, for sure. If we want him to do 40 to 60 hours a week, then, his time is worth something we should compensate for. If anybody else on the LNC wants to be a part of a finance committee and to do this, their time is worth money too. They should be compensated for it. I think that we spend, like he said, we focus too much on playing the small ball. We don't want to be like the old parties. So what they do is how they bring the money in. And people want to talk to the person in charge when they're going to make a substantial investment. Everybody on this national committee has a little bit of that value where in their own local areas, I think we can assist and we can do stuff like that. We should be making first touches or cultivations or meeting with people before they have to go and meet with somebody higher up and kind of pass the torch up and make a bigger ask. I think there's a way that we can all get involved and have something to do with this fundraising mission. And I think it's our responsibility as a committee to do that. But as we've seen in the past, volunteers, they do as much as they feel comfortable doing it, then they stop. When you compensate somebody, they have to keep going, or you can take that away from them. There's no way to keep somebody accountable if you don't pay them.
One reasons I recommend Whitney is because she is, without fail, one of the most reliable people I've ever known. If she says she's going to do something, she does it. And she doesn't just do it. She does it plus a lot. And I have seen this over and over and over and over and over again. She's exceptionally reliable. She has exceptionally good judgment. She is exceptionally fair. She is exceptionally thoughtful in how she does everything she does. My recommendation of her is based on many, many things. This role is a leadership role. Other people can still be involved in fundraising. Other people need to be involved in fundraising. The executive director should be spending at least 50% of his time on fundraising. The chair should be spending a ton of his time, of the hours he's able to give to the party every week, on fundraising. That is the nature of these roles. But we need somebody in the director level position, regardless of what you call it, who's orchestrating all of this fundraising. You need the orchestrator, okay? When you've got a symphony, what happens? You gotta have the guy out front helping lead. Okay, violins now, brass now. That is required to have a robust fundraising department. If we do not have that, the fundraising will fail and will turn into a miserable mess. Whitney is very qualified to lead that kind of thing. She would set Dan up to succeed. We all want Dan to succeed. We are all on that same page. She would help him succeed. This is not an either-or thing. Obviously, the job search would continue, and it should continue at haste, but not at haste at the expense of finding the right person, right? But it should be treated like a priority. I do not think it has been treated like a priority over the last 6 weeks. This disturbs me greatly. We need somebody who will step in there and take leadership. In the meantime, while that process happens, I strongly, strongly support Mr. McKayla's motion.
30 minutes is up.
Do I hear a motion to extend time?
Move to extend for 10 minutes.
Second. Okay. Any objections? Okay, so moved. I got Adams, then Carlos, Smith, Matson, and McEwen.
Yeah, with all due respect to our chair, this statement that we're looking to fill the role without a search is an absolute falsehood. No one is suggesting that we don't do the search. No one is suggesting that this is a permanent bill. That's just blatantly untrue. And I think it's awesome if we have an opportunity to raise 3 months of money. That's fantastic. Can we not do that regardless? Do you not still have those contacts regardless? Can we not all try and raise 3 months of money? Let's try and step up. This is a stopgap measure to allow our executive director time to fill this role with someone who our executive director believes is going to be solid and going to lead us to huge, great successes. And in the meantime, Whitney's fantastic. She would be really good here. She has the support of over half of this LNC. 6, 7 people last night stood up and committed to call us. You need us to do research. You need us to prospect. Whatever you need us to do to support you, we are willing to do. And I'm sorry, I believe that what we commit to do as a group, we will see success. And look at this group. These are some of the hardest working activists in our party sitting at this table. If we can't support her, none of us should be here.
Point of order. Madam Secretary, could you email out the text of the resolution to the body?
Can I do it after I talk?
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted, before I vote or anything.
Yeah, no, I'll certainly do that. But remember, it's on the OneNote under Secretary's
It is
notes.
on the OneNote, thank you.
Because if I send it to the email list, it will be there tomorrow.
Thank you. I was unaware that it had been out.
Yeah, I do live notes. All right, I want to preface this with saying, even there's a lot of emotion here, and I agree. I believe it. I don't remember if it's Mr. Lyons or Mr. Phillips had said, nobody's looking to play a blame game. There are things that went wrong. We can say they went wrong without demonizing people, and we got to keep that in mind. But that gets difficult, and it's very uncomfortable. I'm sure a lot of these discussions. But this is an emergency of our own making. And let me step out as an outsider. I'm not saying I believe this, but I know our members. It's an emergency of our own making that the people who are involved in making this emergency are the people who are potentially going to benefit from making this emergency. It stinks. I'm not saying it happened on purpose. I'm saying what it looks like. And it looks like a pile. That's unacceptable. And I have to tell you, I'm just really disappointed that, you know, we're having this kind of argument, we need to have the guts to apologize to Lauren. Now, the issue with Ms. Bilyeu, no, this isn't doing something without a search because she's not getting paid. I don't think we have a problem as much with emergency committee that's unpaid than it would do is not searching for something that's paid. These are apples and oranges. It's not at all the same thing. The whole thing about a vision, why weren't we doing this already? I know at the goals meeting, I said we needed to come up with 2 or 3 issues and make that our vision. And that was just not, I don't even think I was able to get votes to extend time or whatever it was. But now all of a sudden we have this grand vision. We should have had that at our goals meeting. Mr. Sarwark had said that the issue, I believe that he loves the part, he's OG, you know, he's never been anything else. And there's no disrespect here, but he had said it means more to him than keeping the chair position, then he can resign from the chair position and take this as a paid role. I've always had that position that no one on the LNC should be getting paid for something they're supposed to be doing already. I'm not saying I want him to do that, but I'm saying he said that it matters more, so that's always a possibility. I volunteer 40 hours a week. I heard about how, you know, our volunteer time is worth money. Okay. I volunteer. You know the archival work I do, you guys could never afford to pay for what I do with the historical committee. I'm not saying that I want to be. Mr. Molman, oh my goodness, we couldn't afford to pay him.
No way.
You know, so yeah, people, so we volunteered for this. My other issue is Nick rerunning? I think this would give him a terrible advantage if he's rerunning.
Either way.
No, I don't think it would be a disadvantage, but my concern is that it would be an advantage. Lauren, we've already done dirty. I don't care if no one agrees with me. Lauren, we've done dirty. The least we could do is follow her recommendation. It's the least amount of respect that we can show her. And the job search will be ongoing. The perfect, you know, knight in shining armor could show up tomorrow, and then Whitney would say, great, now I don't have anything else to do. I'm sure she's not looking at
I promise
She would
has
say
other
great.
stuff to do.
So, you know, I want to make sure that Mr. Sarwark knows none of this was disrespect. I don't think there was anything malicious going on. But if I were an outsider, I could just know the way it could be painted, and I don't like it.
Smith? Okay, good. Okay, Matt?
Okay, so I think I would like to offer a substitute to kind of clean up some of the language. I am not sure about the ad hoc committee aspect and the co-director in the interim. I think I want to just make it cleaner. So I'm going to move a substitute motion to appoint Whitney Bilyeu to take on the authority and responsibilities of development director on a volunteer basis until the next quarterly LNC meeting. Being eligible to receive reasonable reimbursements for travel and expenses related to the role, subject to existing LNC policies, and I will email that to the secretary.
Second.
Second. Okay.
To my Gmail.
To your
Thank you.
Gmail.
Any objections to the substitute?
Oh, let me get it, please,
Okay.
and it's been seconded, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe while I'm waiting for Ms. Mattson wants to speak
You want
to
to speak
it.
to the?
I think it's just cleaner wording. It eliminates the co-director thing, which I think could be really awkward when somebody new is hired, and how exactly does that work. And I don't necessarily need it to be an ad hoc committee. I'm not sure what the implications of that are. Let's just put her in the spot if that's the intention.
Okay, Mr. Lyons and Mr. Kelly?
Okay, it's on.
I'd like to offer to amend the motion to have the exact same language, but replace development director with development staffer and replace Whitney Bilyeu with Nick Sarwark. After copy paste double both sentences.
That's a separate.
Point of
that's
order,
not a
yeah.
roll.
I don't know what that is.
So you want to amend the substitute motion?
Yeah.
Do we need to accept the substitute motion before you can amend it?
So,
What I'm suggesting is that if we make
Wait,
Whitney,
one moment.
Stop.
Let me just want to make sure we're just in order.
Alright, so when you have substitute motions, the way it works is you can actually amend either one before you have to choose between the two. So it is in order to amend either mine or the original.
Got it. Okay, so then your motion's on the table. Does anyone second his motion?
I don't understand.
I thought I
Because you just want to basically replace.
What I'm suggesting is that if we just created 3 positions for 3 staffers and we're filling one of them, why not fill the next one?
Point of.
And if we're concerned about Mr. Sarwark being in charge of, in this, between him and Dan, who's in charge, who's boss, why not just make it clear, we're gonna make Whitney in charge of fundraising director.
Point of order.
Point of, I had it, no, I was calling first.
Okay.
Also on the
and then
team.
Point of information, Mr. Sarwark had already made it clear that he's only interested in a paid position. This motion is only having to do with a volunteer position. So your motion, your amendment, I don't think I don't think he would accept that.
Withdrawn.
Okay, you still wanted to speak to your point of parliamentary privilege? Okay. Lauren?
The chair is inherently part of any fundraising team, as is the executive director.
Okay, so then I guess we're back to the substitute motion. I had Mr. Nikilia on next.
I support Ms. Matson's substitute motion, and as such, I'm willing to withdraw.
Just support it.
Just say
You can ask.
I'll vote for Ms. Matson.
Okay. Mr. Bishop?
Call the question on the substitute.
Okay, the question is called.
Could we read,
And-
let's hear the text on the substitute, please.
Okay, what, can you be clear, so we're voting between now,
No.
whether what's going to be the primary motion, whether it'll
Yes.
be the substitute motion or the first one?
Motion.
Okay, so I have to read them both. The first motion was, motion to create an ad hoc committee to be chaired and populated by Whitney Bilyeu. Ms. Bilyeu shall act as interim fundraising director up to the next in-person LNC meeting. Ms. Bilyeu shall have full authority of the fundraising director. If a new director is selected during this time, she shall have equal authority as a co-director. The LNC shall cover travel-related expenses pertaining to the role of interim fundraising director. Ms. Matson's substitute motion is appoint Whitney Bilyeu to take on the authority and responsibilities of development director on a volunteer basis until the next quarterly LNC meeting, being eligible to receive reasonable reimbursements for travel and expenses related to the role, subject to existing LNC policies.
Point of inquiry.
Yep.
You mean the Miami meeting coming up? I mean, we don't meet quarterly, but we're talking Miami.
Correct,
meeting.
Miami
Thank you.
meeting.
Okay, thank you. And time is up.
Time is up. Is there a
Move
motion
to extend for
time?
20 minutes.
Okay. Any objection to extending for 20 minutes?
Objection, the question's been called.
Negative.
Well,
On the substitute, not on the main.
That wasn't all previous.
So sure.
I objected.
Objected. Okay, so, okay.
So someone is hired.
Who votes for extending time for 20 minutes? Raise your hand.
I don't think it was seconded, actually.
No, you can't extend,
Huh?
yeah, can you?
We need to
There
vote.
was, it was already called the question, we were already up to a vote.
No,
So-
vote.
Okay.
Someone said it, but we didn't vote on that, right?
Okay.
Was there an objection to calling the question?
No.
Then we're gonna call the question.
Okay.
We're at,
Point of information.
Mr. Clark?
Objection calling the question?
I think Mr. Phillips actually can move for an extension in this matter, can he not? Because there was
I will second your motion to extend.
I'm good.
have to entertain the.
Okay, so raise your hand if you want to extend time.
To extend time.
For 20 minutes?
For 20 minutes.
I'm in favor of extending time.
Okay.
We can always cut it short if we don't need the whole 20.
Okay, raise your hand if you're against objection.
Against?
No? The ayes have it. Okay, time is extended 20 minutes. Now back to voting on the substitute motions. Okay, now if you vote for, is that would be for the substitute or the original motion?
Okay, what you're doing is voting between the two. So if you,
Yes is for the substitute.
Yes, it's for
no
the
for
substitute.
regular.
it's
Okay,
like
perfect.
amending the whole
Oh, no,
thing.
yeah, whichever one wins is the,
Is
on
the
table.
main motion.
Mr. Merced, I'd like to move for a brief recess of 5 minutes.
We're in the middle of.
No.
Yeah.
We haven't started to vote.
Well, the question's
People
been
will
called,
forget
so
what we're
I
talking about.
think
Let's
I'm
go.
gonna rule that out of order.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do a roll call vote for this. So,
Mr. Reset, for clarification, a yes vote
yes, but will be
on this accepts Ms. Matson's amendment,
and a no vote
and
would
a
be for
no
the original.
reverts us back to the original motion.
Point
As
of information.
it doesn't adopt it, it makes it the main motion.
Motion. on the
Point of
table.
information, is there objection to the Matson substitute?
Is there any objection to Mattson substitute?
Objection.
All right, thank you.
So, set up for a roll call?
Oh, it's set up, are we ready?
Yep, go for it.
Can it be read?
We just read it.
Just read it.
Okay.
I'm waiting
Go
for
for it.
direction as chair, well, we had a request from a member, so.
Okay.
No, it's good.
So, Ms. Van Horn, do you still want us to reread the motion? Of both-
I would.
Okay, then, let's-
It should always be read before
okay,
you vote.
so let's just reread the motion.
Okay, we're voting between the original motion or the substitute motion, which will be the main motion. The original is motion to create an ad hoc committee to be chaired and populated by Whitney Bellew. Ms. Bellew shall act as interim fundraising director up to the next in-person LNC meeting. Ms. Bellew shall have full authority of the fundraising director. If a new director is selected during this time, she shall have equal authority as co-director, a co-director. The LNC shall cover travel-related expenses pertaining to the role of interim fundraising director. Ms. Mattson substitute. Appoint Whitney Bellew to take on the authority and responsibilities of development director on a volunteer basis until the next quarterly LNC meeting, being eligible to receive reasonable reimbursements for travel and expenses related to the role subject to existing LNC policies.
Okay. Now, again, a yes vote would be for the substitute, a no vote would be for the original Steve McKellar language, and let's begin the vote.
Mr. Chair, and also make sure they know that that's not to adopt.
It is not to adopt. The winner will be the motion on the table.
Ms. Van Horn.
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Whoops, 1 second. This backwards thing always gets me. Mr. Sarwark.
Yes.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Mr. Phillips.
Yes.
Mr. Nikela.
Aye.
Ms. Mattson.
Yes.
Mr. Lyons.
Yes.
Mr. Longstreth.
Aye.
Dr. Lark.
Aye.
Mr. Hewitt.
Yes.
I will vote yes. Mr. Hagan.
Yes?
Mr. Goldstein.
Yes.
Mr. Bishop Henchman.
Aye.
Ms. Adams.
Aye.
Jeff Lyons.
So,
Does
Oh,
the chair,
Merced.
does the chair
would the
want to
chair
vote?
like to vote?
Oh, I'm going to abstain, but did you pass?
No, I voted.
Okay.
I'd just like to be recognized next.
Okay. Well, I have a couple people who were left over when we were back in the main motion, then I'll add you to the end of that list, and then Ms. Thompson. Okay, and Secretary, is the result of the vote?
It is 16 yes, 0 no's, 1 abstention.
Okay, so the substitute passes, so the substitute language is what we're now debating. Last we were on the main motion, I still had Hewitt and Phillips left over to speak. So I'm going to go to Hewitt, then Phillips, and then I will go to Lyons and then Mattson. So, Mr. Hewitt?
Okay, yeah, so here's the deal. We do, in big fundraising, you know, when you deal with large donors, et cetera, like Roofer and others, it's very important that somebody cultivates that relationship. And then when you do the, you know, when you come in for the not the kill, but you know, to really get the big donation, you bring in the big dog. And Nick is the big dog. You know, whenever I'm going to deal with something in my office, I have staff members get hold of their staff members, it's all set up, and that actually adds to something. If Nick is coming in first, that's not, or if we've got just some staff member that runs over there, and so we had that with Lauren. We will try to carry that on with Whitney. We will have that when we have a full-time professional, and maybe Whitney will end up being that person. Obviously, she'll have a chance to do that. But here's one issue I'm going to say also, that this is very, very controversial, but I'm going to tell you this. Today, we're talking about things that most parties don't. And actually, Chris Ruford has been pushing that we don't have very many women in this party. If today didn't show that our women are strong in this party and that we'll be bringing in other women, I'm proud that my daughters and my wife and everybody else, for 3,000 years, gay people had no rights. For hundreds of thousands of years, women have not had equal rights with men. Today, if that doesn't show in this room that we are the party for not only people seeking liberty, but also women wanting to be involved in bringing that forward, it makes me really proud to be a part of this party. And that's what I'm seeing us start becoming a big party and taking on, and we're going to show that we're not only the 50% plus one, but we're the 80% plus one. And I'm proud of that. Whichever way this comes out, we're talking about issues that nobody else does. So that's my point.
Okay, Mr. Phillips.
I don't even know what I'll just clap for you.
You and I both understand.
Good job, I'm waiting for that.
Thank you.
Mr.
I think that I was fairly clear from the get-go that I actually supported Nick doing this job. I thought that he could do it. I thought he could do it well. However, discussions among everybody led me to believe that that might be a difficult thing to accomplish. Right, wrong, or indifferent, that's just the way it is. I still support Nick. I still think he would do a great job at it. But I also understand everybody's objections and understand that it's not going to happen. That is why I worked so hard last night to try, with the help of others, to try and put this package together. And I think he's a great man. I think he would do a great job. But I understand that the support for that is not happening. So can we just quit arguing about it and I call the question?
Okay, question's been closed. Is there a second? Second. Okay. Any objection to calling the question?
Yes, I had an amendment I wanted.
Objection.
Objection? Okay. Raise your hand if you want to end debate.
If she has an amendment, I withdraw the call.
Oh, you withdraw the call question? Okay. So then I have Mattson on there. Next would be Lyons and then Mattson.
I move to recess for 10 minutes.
2 seconds?
Second.
Second. Okay. Any objections to recessing for 10 minutes? Okay. So then we will recess for 10
We have
minutes.
12 minutes left on this
If you
item.
want to see my proposed
When we come back.
tiny amendment, it's on my
So we'll
slide.
back up at 10:10.
I think it's a good recess. It's a good thing.
Yeah, I would like to see it.
You should look at what's on the screen.
I just want to add an alternate ending clause or until further replacements higher.
Bring it over your shoulder.
That's
Oh, I like that, Lisa. Yep.
My intent.
Okay, from now on, just be ready at meetings for us, like, DMing, going, Alicia, we need your help. Are you willing to go through Thursday?
Yes, I'm pretty good.
You're really good. One of the things I love about is that this is all of us coming together, we're talking and sharing concerns. Okay, so what would be acceptable to all of us that would
Doesn't
still
look like a
benefit
dirty deal
the
with
party?
one side.
Right, how do we work together to achieve the best outcome for our members and for our party? And it also means that Paisley is going to step up and make calls and do prospecting and do research. Stephen is agreeing to, I agree to this, Diana is agreeing to, whatever. We all should be doing this, right?
Is that your amendment or to the replacement side? Yeah, okay, that's absolutely good, clear language. Thank you for, thank you for all, the original cleanup and that cleanup. Good job, thank
Question. Any cleanup advice as far as we should do a little bit more tighter to this next section?
Let's see. Yeah, I already have a substitute.
Probably not the right way to say it.
Did I have those like these texts?
I know, it's like traffic jam or something.
That's not the basis we have to make.
Oh, the one that's being handed. No, this one's can you afford to do?
We're like, oh, you won't, because you won't. Look, it matters, it really matters. I know that's not what you were
but it sounded like that.
So the easiest way,
Being careful is not part of our or until a replacement is hired. Yeah. Yeah, Richard Longstreth noticed it and I was like, oh yeah, you're right, so.
yeah, we could give them the affiliate discount. But that's easy. So there are no. A harder way I can talk about being here. But.
You get here at 8:30? I got here at 9. I was actually on, I got here at 8:30. And then I decided to eat breakfast and take a shower.
Now I'm being
I woke up like
15,000 registered
I'm just hanging out.
members in the Libertarian Party.
So I get done with the shower. I woke up at 7 o'clock and I was like, no. I woke up at 7:30 and I'm like, I wake up at 7:30. I was like, no.
all that.
Because you know, we put Mark room at what, 4? 3:45, 4. I went down pretty fast. Like
I coffee things and then you can come back because, yeah, we'll be ready to, you're gonna wanna be here to hear all the.
No, I do. I want to start.
Yeah, so go down and get our drinks real quick
How much
here.
time do we have left on recess?
Let me give you,
We have 5 minutes. I believe it was 10 minutes, 10 to 10.
Go get a slice of coffee. Remember those tall cappuccino things? Yeah.
I'll be back.
You're doing the harder parts.
Yeah.
Well, there's not a lot. Yeah.
So, it's
How many hours per week?
140.
It could be anything. Yeah, that's just a little, frankly, I mean, it's a full scalable thing. I mean, the thing is, we gotta have emails go out, we gotta have email letters go out, we gotta have all these things that happen. Part of it too is like, she gets to help her and she
Yeah, and my term is gainful. One to another, the amount of time I can.
They send a couple of these, I keep hearing about. It would be for financial reasons. He has to tell us how you would have the position. Because everybody exclusively has to pay that lease.
I think that makes you fail.
You have language.
I'll take two.
No, you failed. You get two trainers that already failed.
I know where he sits.
Uh-oh, you're in the big man spot.
I'm getting bombs again. All right.
That's all right.
If you're gonna sit there, you have to ask me to speak up.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's just what happens.
You know, you could always have a seat at the table again come May.
Thank you.
I also have affiliates. Previous life. Really, economics classes. They're economic classes. So, yeah,
We're just getting started.
Huh?
We're just getting started, Alex.
Say it again?
We're just getting started.
I know.
push can really fix stuff, so yes, it makes sense.
Yeah, the amendment I was going to offer is pretty small, it just clarifies the end date of the position. Right now, I have it until the next quarterly LNC meeting, if you want to add, or until the permanent replacement.
Okay.
What it's going to be. And it's probably going to come based on everybody who can vote.
That's why I was like, if she's got an amendment that's substantive, and I knew she did.
The substitute motion is good.
Yeah.
That's why I was very clear.
I like cleaner language.
Because I mean, yeah, like, one person really is like,
Right. Does that work? Is there going to be more? Or?
yeah. You're either going to have a committee or you're appointing someone.
Very well done.
So what's your read on all this? I don't know whose pen this is, but it's been here all weekend, and
Now it's yours.
perhaps
So what's your substitute motion?
I just want to insert or until one is hired.
Oh.
If we find somebody fabulous in a month, then let's do it, Let's her get back to her normal life, and the convention committee where she does a lot of work.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, she's on that too.
Yeah, she's very active.
Heads up, I'm going to start in like 30 seconds. So, I will start. Yeah, well,
He's gonna start in 30 seconds. Everybody get ready.
there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the things. Don't know exactly what would be in the proposal.
Welcome back, everybody. Just to kind of reacquaint everyone with where we're at, Mr. Redpath, how much time do we have left?
12 minutes left.
So we have 12 minutes left. Right now, the table on the motion is a substitute motion by Alicia Mattson, and Lyons already spoke with the recess, so Mattson, you're up next.
All right, so I want to offer a small amendment to clarify the termination of the situation. So my current wording says she would serve on a volunteer basis until the next quarterly LNC meeting. I want to insert after that, or until a permanent replacement is hired.
Second.
Okay, is there any objection to replacing the language till the next quarterly meeting with the...
It would just add, or until a permanent replacement is hired after that phrase.
Is there any objection to that amendment? So moved. Okay, and then, so basically now the amendment is passed. Next I had Ken Moman on deck.
Is it my turn to speak up? Okay, sorry. I just wanted to briefly talk about volunteers versus staff. And I was going to stay completely away from this, but I was mentioned, and I thought, hey, I have a little bit of input that's actually valuable for you to consider. As the uncompensated staffer who works the crazy hours, the issue is that as a volunteer, I have a job, I have a family, and when my job demands my time, I cannot do LP stuff. I have left Andy Burns in the lurch multiple times, and that is a real concern with a volunteer position. And I want to make sure that you all understand that sane people will not commit economic suicide for themselves or their families for a volunteer position. I just want to make sure you are thinking about that, because that's a reality. If my job, even if I've made a commitment, I've missed meetings with Andy Burns multiple times, when my job says, we need you over here, it's like, sorry, dude, I got to get food on the table, and that's just the way it is. So I want to make sure that you understand the differences between volunteers and staff, that I have failed multiple times with the staffers because I have a real job that I have to get paid to do. So just to understand that that's the only thing I wanted to.
Okay, Lauren, then now.
wanted to say too, as a paid staffer, often being a paid staffer in the LP is economic suicide too. So when we start thinking about who might be a good LP staffer, we need to consider we are in a culture of LP staffers who are taking substantially below the market rate on what we do, many of us for years at a time. This means we can't buy homes when we would like to buy homes. This means we can't buy cars when we'd like to buy cars. My car is 20 years old. That would not be the case if I had taken more lucrative employment ages ago. Instead, I have chosen to serve this party, and every single person on our staff has that same situation. Maybe not exactly the same about the car or whatever, but the same sort of story. So if we decide to go pay somebody, you need to keep this in mind when you decide who it is and how much they're going to charge. If it's between paid staff and volunteer, well then we should talk about paying Whitney. I would be fully supportive of that, and I think she would be well worth the money, and I think she would be very cost effective at a similar pay rate to mine.
Okay, Adams.
I would like to, since we're talking about that, I think Kenelman brings up a very good point. Real life and LP life sometimes conflicts, so I would like to hear from Ms. Bilyeu about the flexibility of her work environment, and if she thinks that will be a regular conflict.
Ms. Bilyeu, would you want to respond?
My employment is very flexible, yes, at times more demanding than others.
All right, but what is your employment, if I may ask?
I'm a realtor.
Okay, thank you.
So that's certainly not an issue. However, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm going to do this job for free for 40 hours a week. Ken is right. There will be times, days, maybe a week, where the other demand takes precedence. That's a given. Wouldn't expect anything different from anybody else. However, it is very flexible, and I don't see why, especially knowing now what the next 3 months are going to look like, I can tailor my employment condition with that in mind.
Thank you, Whitney.
That was what I was going to say. I wanted to just ask Whitney if she was up for this, what was going on with her professionally, and I think that move on.
Mr. Hicks?
So I just noticed a shift in something here, and by the way, if Whitney's tasked to do with this, I am certainly more than willing to assist her in whatever capacity I can to help raise money for this party. But something that Lauren just said, talking about compensating Whitney, if we're going to compensate a board member, then at that point, why would we not compensate the person that the donors most expect to hear? That didn't make sense. I realized the whole thing about volunteers because I volunteer about 60 hours of my time a week, voluntarily. But if we're going to pay a board member, I think at that point it makes sense to pay the chair.
We're not paying.
We're not
Okay.
paying.
We're not paying.
Is there any further comment on the question before we vote? In that case, Secretary, can you read the motion before we vote on it, so everyone knows what we're voting on?
The amendment was adopted, correct?
Correct, the amendment was
Correct.
adopted.
Appoint Whitney Bilyeu to take on the authority and responsibilities of Development Director on a volunteer basis until the next quarterly LNC meeting or until a permanent replacement is hired, being eligible to receive reasonable reimbursements for travel and expenses related to the role subject to existing LNC policies.
Okay. With that, I think we'll probably, does everyone do a hand vote or a roll call?
Roll call.
Okay. Yes, just thought I'd ask. Okay.
Your optimism is.
I try.
Sweet person.
Oh, shucks. Gee willikers.
Did you say gee willikers? I haven't seen that outside of the Looney Tunes cartoon.
Okay. Let's roll call.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Nay.
Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
I would vote yes. Mr. Hewitt?
Yes.
Dr. Lark?
Aye.
Mr. Longstreth?
Pass.
Mr. Lyons?
Yes.
Ms. Matson?
Yes.
Mr. Nikela?
I vote aye.
Mr. Phillips?
Pass.
1 sec, let me mark that pass, because you know how I am about that.
You got two passes.
Uh-huh. Mr. Redpound?
Yes.
Mr. Sarwark?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Van Horn?
Yes.
Mr. Longstreth?
Yes.
And Phillips.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
1 second, and we have 15 yeses, 1 no. Would the pro temp
Abstain.
chair?
And motion passes.
I'd like to move a new
Oh,
motion.
actually, before you do that, I did actually have Nick on deck for after that, so then we'll go to your motion. So
I will defer to Mr. Bishop Henchman. Would you like to do the motion, or you want me to do the motion?
I mean, you should do.
Well, then I'll do the motion. That's probably the easiest thing. It's so weird to sit in this spot and say this stuff. I move that the LNC enter into a contract with me for professional services from now until the next LNC meeting, when it would be reviewed, with a goal of raising over $200,000 for the party during that time at a rate of $75 an hour as an independent contractor with no benefits and no guarantee of continuation past the November meeting.
Will you say it for me?
I will say it again.
is there a second to the motion?
Well, I needed the language before.
Yep.
Just wrote it. I move that the LNC enter into a contract with me for professional services from now at a rate of $75 an hour with a review at the next LNC meeting with a goal of raising over $200,000 for the party between now and then.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second. Give a moment for us to get the wording on the note. Okay. Okay, with that, is there any objection to the motion?
Yes.
So optimistic.
Okay, with that, I have Doherty, then I have Corgar. Huh?
I get to speak to it.
Oh yeah, speak to your motion, sorry.
So, I am in between gigs right now. I have time in my life to do a job. I have offers of new jobs. Not all of them are working for the LNC, and not all of them are compatible with me continuing to serve in this role. There are a lot of options. I've held off on those options because I felt that it was the right thing to give the opportunity to this body to have me spend all of my time building up this party. My professional rate as an attorney is $350 an hour. The number that I put out there, and it's public, so it's transparent, so nobody thinks that there's anything happening in executive session that shouldn't be, is as far a discount as I can take with the fact that it's a short-term contract that may not last. It may make it so I can't purchase a home, and self-employment tax, 1099, benefits not there, all of that stuff. I have to do what's right for my family first, above anything else. I want to do what's right for this party second. If those things can line up, I think that we can close that gap between now and November and put us on a path for success. Fill out the development department, work with Whitney, get this done between now and then. If it doesn't work, if I'm not good at this job, if I can't perform, if I don't know what I'm doing, if I'm just being stupid to even try, in 3 months we'll find out that it didn't work. I will admit failure, everything gets canceled, and then we go a different direction. I wanted to give that offer to this body so that I would answer to this body for what I do. instead of answering to some, you know, it's been suggested, well, why don't you just get donors to fund you as some sort of like Patreon or something? Ethically, going back to my time as an attorney, the conflicts come up when you don't know who your client is. I want this to be my only client. And I've tried to make it so that it can work because I care about this party. And I don't like talking, I don't like speaking for myself. It's not my thing. But I can do this. We can go that direction. We can get it done if everybody is willing to take that leap of faith. And if they're not, then we'll have a roll call vote on it and we'll know where everybody's at. And that's all I have to say.
Time is up.
Move to extend for 10 minutes. Do I hear a motion to extend time?
Move to extend
How
for
much?
10 minutes.
10
Second.
minutes. Second. Is there any objection to extending for 10 minutes? With that, we extend for 10 minutes. Next I had Lauren, then I had Susan, Karen Ann, Steve, John, and then Paige, and then Adams.
So remember what I said a few minutes ago about staff and the mighty sacrifices we make. We work for far below market rate. I could go out and get paid twice what I get paid now. And I've been happy to do that. That is not at all why I quit. It was never about the money. The thing is, and I'm disclosing to some degree my market rate because I think it's relevant in this conversation, but of course I'm not going to disclose any other staffers, but I get paid half of what Nick is asking for. After 4 years of service to this party with record-breaking after record-breaking after record-breaking results. Half. So when you go and you have a staff that's making these mighty sacrifices all the time, wondering if they can afford to fly home to Christmas to see their dad because they don't make enough to live in D.C. while working for the Libertarian Party, those are the kind of sacrifices our staff is making with our pay. And so I don't object to us paying Nick. I have been an advocate of that for a long time in the capacity as a paid chair. I think he brings a lot of value. Does he bring twice the value that I do? I do not think so. And that is what this turns into. It turns into dollars. It turns into real dollars. And right now we have basically my salary left in the budget when I leave in 3 days. So we get him for 20 hours a week with that budget line item. That's what that turns into. I do not think that that pay rate fits with the organizational culture of the party at this time. I have no doubt that he would provide a great deal of value, but I think that is a major error in this.
Susan?
Yeah, this is just a question. Like, is there a cap on billable hours?
I mean, there's I wasn't gonna cap it. I penciled it out at 40 times 12, which is roughly 40K, and I have commitments for people who will fund the full amount.
But you can't
Like,
see
that baseline is funded for this project.
You can't see yourself, so I don't want to dialogue to the answer to the question.
Okay, next I have Karen Ann.
Okay, this is, again, this is difficult because I consider Nick a good friend. He might not consider me a good friend right now, but I consider him a good friend. I think he's the best chair we've ever had. I've said that multiple times. Yeah. Just as a comment on the $350 an hour billable thing, I work in the legal field too, and I bill out at $75 an hour, and I tell you, I don't get $75 an hour in my paycheck. There's a lot that goes into those high rates with attorneys. I think Nick would do a fantastic job. My objection, well, I have many objections, but the primary insurmountable one, the other ones would still make me uncomfortable, but you cannot be a chair and a contractor. We've done that in the past. I would have other objections if Nick resigned from chair, but they would not be insurmountable. That one is insurmountable to me, and I don't want him to resign from chair. As I said, he's the best chair we've ever had. But that's non-negotiable to me. That will always inform a no vote from me. Again, I bring up the issue of, is he, for other people who that might not be such a deal breaker, is he rerunning? Lauren's points are, again, I mean, I just think we are adding so much insult to injury to Lauren here. You know, with all the difficulties, I know people say we do it for the love or whatever. I bet you if she was making $75 an hour, we wouldn't have been losing. You could say yes or no, but come on, that's just my thing. And I understand that Nick's worth more than the job, but what do we? We don't believe in the labor theory of value here. The job is worth something, regardless of who fills it. And that's just life. And Mr. Merced will have to let me know whether it's appropriate or not. I kind of had a question to Lauren, where we've been in this fundraising crunch for a certain amount of time. How much has the current chair raised during that time of emergency, where we all needed to do stuff? I don't know if that's appropriate or not. I leave that up to Mr. Merced. And a point of parliamentary thing to Mr. Merced. Could you please use the formalities, because I find using the first names personalizes things when this needs to be depersonalized.
Okay, no problem. Okay, Dorothy, do you prefer to respond to that
Sure.
now, or
You put me on.
huh? Oh, okay.
On the list.
Yep. Okay.
So from November to sometime in March, I would consider us to have been in severe financial distress. We were $150,000 behind on our bills. This is what was handed to me when I became interim executive director. And during those months, we were late paying our team, about half of our team, and at times we were multiple months late paying them. Now these are people who are not making much to begin with. And when we are late paying them, that is very bad news. And I, as interim ED, took that very, very seriously, and I worked my tail off. I was working till 10:30, 11 at night every single day during that time, 7 days a week, because I was doing what it took to raise the money to get us out of debt. And I did it. And some of you in this room pitched in. During that time, the chair was not very actively involved in fundraising. He does a little bit of fundraising from time to time, but he did not increase his fundraising activity during that time. And my question as a follow-up would be, if these donors are so keen on paying Nick, why wasn't he soliciting them back when we were months behind paying our own staff? I see that as a real moral issue. If we're months behind paying our own staff, that is the time when we pull out those connections.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is, Nick, would you rather answer that when you come up on in the order, or do you feel like you want to answer that now? And then we'll go back to the order, which I have Steve on deck next.
I have done, in my time as chair, everything that Lauren has asked me to do. She's shaking her head. Then tell me what I have not done. If this is how this is going to go, I'm not sure it's quite in order, but let's do this. Tell me.
There have been times when I've asked you to make phone calls. You haven't made phone calls. You've told me I need
Point
to
of
do
order,
less.
Mr. Point of order. I would like to ask if the body would support going down the speakers list rather than this devolving and a back and forth.
I think I agree with that.
Yeah.
So we're going to go back to Steve.
I don't think
Oh, okay. There was someone else here who had their hand up earlier? Okay. Then we'll move on to Mr. Phillips.
I supported Nick for the original position. I support Nick's vision for the party. I think he's got a lot of great plans to really bring us around and build our party. He already has this job funded, so it costs us nothing. Are the optics bad? Yeah, I'll give that. That's why we were in this from the get-go. So honestly, I want to say that I really support his vision and that I really support him doing this. I'm concerned about the other issues, but I like where he wants to go, and I think he's honestly, I believe that knowing Nick and having worked with him on other projects, that what will happen is he will bill us for 40 and he will work 50 or 60. So I'm going to support this.
Okay, with that, I have Adams, Mattson, Sarwart, Doherty, Van Horn, Lyons, Lark. So next is Adams.
Yeah, I think for a lot of us on this, it's not that, for me anyway, and for my chairs, who I'm looking at a chat with, it's not that they don't think Nick is capable of this, of bringing in this, at least the 40,000 to pay his own salary. But 40,000 to pay his own salary doesn't guarantee us any increase in fundraising. I would like to see that 40,000 in fundraising. That's what's important to our region and to our region chairs. And the optics on this are not good. I don't like the precedent it sets. I think there is no way that this reads well. I'm going to vote no. I support the Bill U motion.
Now, I accidentally skipped Ms. Lee earlier, so Ms. Lee?
I don't know if anyone else did the calculations on this, but I did. We have 17 weeks starting this week until the next LNC meeting. At his rate per hour, that would be $51,000 that we'd be paying Nick. That is the grand total. Nick, can you guarantee that not only are you going to be able to make that $51,000 up, but you're going to be able to exceed that between now and 17 weeks from now?
Yes.
Then that pays for itself.
Time is up. If we extended for 10 minutes, I think it was 10 minutes?
Yep.
And we're out of time.
Is there a motion to extend?
I'll make a motion to extend.
How long?
10 minutes.
10 minutes? Any objection to extending? Okay, so moved. Next we have Ms. Benson.
So in addition to numerous other concerns that have been voiced about the circular organizational structure, the bad optics, this motion lacks a whole lot of detail. Is the 200,000 gross or net of his pay? There's no specification on a limit on the number of hours. There's no distinguishing between what hours would be put in as the elected chair versus hours as a fundraiser. There's no specification of what things qualify as new fundraising that is done as a result of this position, as opposed to just looking at cash flows that were already going to happen anyway and saying that's my fundraising. And that's one of the big problems that we had with a previous situation. If the work is, I'm going to write an email blast and send it to our existing donor base on our list, and well, that would have happened anyway. Is that new fundraising under this, or would that have happened anyway? Those are the kinds of problems that we have with these sorts of arrangements. And just because someone says, I guarantee a certain amount will be raised, well, that's not actually a guarantee. You know, last year the LNC was talked into adopting a deficit budget under the trust that the fundraising will happen. And yes, Lauren raised record levels of fundraising, but it wasn't enough to cover the deficit in the budget that was adopted. So, that didn't play out so well for us and put us in a financial hole. So I'm not willing to go there with this.
Okay. Next I have Soward, then Doherty, then Van Horn. I'll pass. Pass? Okay. Doherty?
Mr.
Huh? No, I have you after.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
A year ago, the chair told me at Freedom Fest that we needed to be less dependent on him for fundraising. And I was speechless because I couldn't possibly be less dependent on him for fundraising. My DC friends who work in this field all have somebody that is available the vast majority of the time to help with fundraising in a big way. We keep bringing up Yao, great example. Cliff spends a ton of his time with donors. Yes, this has great value. That is why I have advocated repeatedly that having a paid chair makes sense. But being told that we need to be less dependent on the current chair for fundraising, it is bizarre to me because I have been so independent with that. That no fundraiser worth their salt will guarantee you any dollar amount, because nothing is guaranteed until you have that check in your hands. And I have seen good donors with very honest, faithful intentions make pledges that fall through. So, for me, I will say things like, I have pledges of X amount, but I will never, ever say, I guarantee you, I will raise X amount. I can tell you that we will roughly have a bare minimum of, say, 30K come in next month, because I know what our pledges are. We have 30K in pledges. And then we have other money that comes in on its own. But that is not the same thing as guarantees. So I get very leery whenever I hear fundraisers talk about guaranteeing dollars in the door.
Okay, I have Van Horn, Lyons, Lark, Carlos, Nicolia, Hagan.
Point of information.
Point of information.
Does HQ have a default sort of contract for fundraising? And either of you could answer this. It's a simple yes or no for this type of contract or fundraising. No. Okay, thank you.
So Van Horn. Anyone have this?
Yes, like,
Yep.
like Paige mentioned, I did do the numbers. And if you're gonna, I had come to 156,000 because I did it like twice weekly and then take that times 26. If that's the pay scale, but I don't know how pay would be handled.
That's per year.
But high. And knowing what Lauren said she was paid and what Nick is wishing for a contractor, I have problems with this, aside from the differential between the two. But so eventually we're going to hire a professional developer. Are they going to say, wow, this guy was getting this $75 an hour, and you know, I'm going to use that as my benchmark for what I'm going to negotiate? That creates a problem. But that would be not our problem, because that's something the executive director, but it ultimately is our problem. So I see that as a potential problem. I also have problems with, and Nick, I see, unfortunately, that a lot of the past things I think were somehow related to maybe things you did or didn't do, and I have a problem with then turning around and entrusting you with maybe a situation that you helped create, and trusting you to be the resolution for that. So it is what it is. That's how I feel. You've said a lot of things to the contrary. I'm not convinced, and those are my issues. So.
Next, Lyons.
You know, the LNC has done some things in the past. We haven't been doing our job properly. The chair has not been doing some of his responsibilities. Our staff and our organization has not been run properly. And that starts with the LNC. Just like Congress is supposed to hold the president accountable, the president's supposed to run an executive branch, it starts with us policing this. And over the past term that we've been here, I've visited the HQ, I've talked to the employees, I've talked to Lauren, I've talked to everybody I can to get all this kind of information. And what I see is that we're just not running our organization the way that it's supposed to be. We've heard plenty of that today. I'm done with the exit interview. I want to talk about the future and how we get where we're supposed to have been in the first place. I want to talk about the solutions. I want to talk about how this organization is supposed to be run. And I want to start doing that today.
Okay. Lark, then Carlos.
A couple of points. One is both Ms. Carlos and Ms. Masson have articulated some important points. I'd like to add a fairly simple point regarding Ms. Masson's list, and that is when you say the LNC will negotiate a contract, who actually is negotiating this contract? Is it the EPCC? Do we all get in a room and negotiate? That may seem like a simple point, but it's actually not. Also, when we negotiate the contract, I presume that would come back up for approval by the LNC. I actually have something a suggestion that might help us in this matter. The chair has mentioned the point, a perfectly appropriate point, about who the client is. I would feel considerably more comfortable in pursuing something like this if those people who have made pledges would actually go ahead, donate the money, we put it in a segregated account, that is the package, this is the amount of money for which you would work. The money is there. We're not going to take on any additional responsibility, and then you go off and produce the results that we all hope that you will produce. If the money were actually in hand in a segregated account, where this is your compensation for this, I would feel much more comfortable saying, because now we have the money in hand, we're not going to be on the hook for any additional amount. In that case, we know what our situation is. So I don't know if that's something that people would want to consider, but it strikes me that would be I would find that a much more palatable situation if indeed these pledges that the chair has suggested would actually come through, we get the money, and then we use it for the purpose of this special project.
Would the body object to Mr. Sarwark responding to Mr. Lark, Dr. Lark?
Well, we're running out of time.
Yes,
and,
fine,
So then we'll continue
move on
with,
that.
we'll continue with the order.
As it's moved.
So Carlos?
Here's there's a short story called The Cold Equations. And here's the cold equation of the situation. We don't pay $75 an hour for fundraising. If we were going to be hiring anyone else, we would not pay that. That's just not the going rate. You know, it's just like, you know, they say McDonald's, they can't afford to pay the 15 because that's just not the going rate for that. This is not the going rate for this job. Nick's overqualified. I mean, that's just basically what it is. I'm trying to find a new job myself, and they are offering me what I can't. You know, what I want isn't what that job they have is worth. With all due respect to Mr. Lyons, I'm not done with the exit interview. I'm actually not done until we apologize to Lauren, and I will be saying that to the cows come home. My question, though, now with this fundraising thing, the solution here is, again, Nick obviously knows who are these potential donors. I still don't see why it can't be in a public GoFundMe account where their names are revealed, everyone would know who it is, and then he can volunteer and do all of that himself, because he's the chair, he already has the authority to talk to our donors. And we could still continue on with the motion that's already been passed with Ms. Bilyeu. So if those donors are really that eager, then I'd have no place to object if they did it privately, because then he'd just be doing what he's supposed to be, you know, doing anyway. You know, people pay some of our expenses sometimes when we're broke down in these meetings. I don't see that as any different.
Time is up if it was a 10-minute extension.
Just a 10-minute extension.
Time is up.
Is there a motion to extend time?
Move to extend time 10
Move to
minutes.
extend time?
Yeah.
Second.
Second.
Second. Is there any objection to extend?
Yes.
Yes.
Objection?
I have no.
Okay. Raise your hands if you want to extend time 10 minutes.
I have an amendment that might.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, raise your hand if you object. 3. The ayes have it.
Point of information, can you read the speakers list, the on deck?
Speakers, yes, I have Nicalia, Hagan, Bishop Henchman, Sarwark, Horvath. Okay, with that, Stephen, go.
I'd like to offer the body an amendment that may be amendable. I would like to amend $75 an hour to $25 an hour, and I'd also like to include the following text. The executive director shall present the LNC with a weekly schedule review for the previous week for Mr. Sarwark's activity. If $200,000 or more of funds are earmarked to the development director by donors as being directly related to the fundraising efforts of Mr. Sarwark, by the next quarterly business meeting, the LNC shall grant Mr. Sarwark a bonus of $25,000. The contract shall be written by legal counsel and presented to the LNC for approval via electronic vote or teleconference.
A question, if these are terms that Nick wouldn't accept, would that make it out of order?
No.
It would not make it out of order, but
Okay.
I would definitely.
Yeah, so Nick, are these terms
No.
that you would accept?
Then,
You withdraw the motion, or do you want them to continue?
no, it's fine.
Okay, in that case, I have Hagan next.
I have a motion to amend, which he may find acceptable. After $75 per hour, insert with the cap of 40 hours per week.
Would that be acceptable?
I'm amenable to that.
Okay, and is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Are you moving, is your amendment to Mr. Michaela's?
No, his amendment to the motion, he withdrew the motion.
He never got a
So-
second.
Thank you.
So he's amending the original motion, I have a second, is there any objection?
Wait, hold on.
Yep.
Can
You kind of jumped the gun with the
you
order.
go fast here?
So apparently Nicaila withdrew his
His
motion.
motion.
Right.
And
Hagan,
Hagan's
And there was a second.
Yep.
And now would Mr. Hagan like to speak
speak to
to
the
it?
motion.
amending the Sarwark motion.
That's why I make sure there is a cap on the maximum that the LNC would be liable to spend on this project.
Well, I'll assume we get the debate. Okay, first, is there objection to a motion? From any of the members of the body?
We need debate on
I
it.
need to hear the motion, I guess.
Oh, got it, okay.
Just put it
So-
in for 40 hours a week.
It's a cap of 40 hours per week.
Okay.
And that goes after the phrase at a rate of $75 an hour, then insert
Yeah.
with a cap of 40
Yes.
hours a week.
So with that, we'll enter debate, and then I'll go from
Was
majority
there,
to
was there
Adams.
objection?
Was there any objection from members of the body?
Yeah,
Yes,
I,
okay. Good.
yes.
Okay, yep, okay, Lauren, go for it.
I object.
So which budget
I
line item?
object.
You're good.
Object
It's
to
already
what?
been
I
objected.
object to allowing Ms. Doherty to speak.
Oh, you object to Ms. Williams starting to speak, okay. Is it, should we have to vote on that? Yes.
You actually have to, well,
Takes
yes, you do have to request.
2/3 to allow a
the-
non-voting member to
Yes,
vote.
you have to
Okay.
request.
Objection.
Okay. So wait, do we vote on whether she's?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, raise your hand if you would like to allow Ms. Doherty to speak. Okay, and object, raise your hand if you object. Okay, start. Sorry.
Which budget line item would this come out of? So the budget line item that my salary came out of is half that money. So this would be twice what my salary was. So where does that come out of the budget if we're capping it at 40 hours a week? It seems to me we can only afford that at 20 hours a week if we proceed with this. So 40 hours a week would be suicidal for us. We're already $85,000 behind on our bills.
Yeah.
$85,000 behind on the convention, paying the convention. That is the equivalent
that's a
of
bill.
being
Sorry.
85,000 behind on our bills. It's not as urgent and dire, but it is the equivalent.
Okay, next I got Adams, Mr. Cross, and Ms. Billy.
I'm just looking for clarification. We're speaking about doing this for a term of 3 months specifically? Or are we speaking about, does this motion speak to an indefinite time period?
Mr. Circle, did you
Next
clarify that?
LNC.
What's the motion say?
It has with the review at the next.
Eleven.
So, can I just raise the point of order that, are we talking about the amendment or not?
We're-
Because that's a question that's unrelated to the amendment.
No, to this, the amendment is a very small change to the original.
Right.
Okay, then
We're-
we're-
that's
currently we're
just
debating the
part of
amendment.
Point
motion,
of
not
order.
question.
Yeah,
That is out of order.
got it, so, yes. Okay, so then next I have Mr. Cross.
Yeah, just to answer Lauren's question, the obvious, when Lauren was a contractor and she was paid more per hour than she is as an employee, as most of our contractors are, the line item was 32 fundraising. We're currently 25,000 behind on that in terms of we're below budget on that, so there is money available in the current budget for the 3 months to pay Mr. Sarwar if this motion passes.
Okay. Ms. Billy?
Debate the amendment.
I actually was gonna ask the same question about if this is for 3 months.
Got it, but, okay, we'll return to that once we get back to the main motion. Okay, is there anyone else who has any comments on the amendment that's not currently up for vote?
The cap of 40
So,
hours.
Dr. Lark?
A question about the nature of the fundraising process. I actually am very sympathetic to Mr. Hagan's proposal because I think that it does limit of course, the exposure of the LNC. But is 40 hours a week, is that an appropriate limit in terms of what one needs to do to accomplish the job? Because I mean, I can see a situation where someone who's involved in this is going for certain weeks they're going to have to put much more time in on it. Certain weeks they're going to put far fewer simply because of the nature of the process. So I don't know if someone who has been involved with these fundraising issues might want to comment, but it strikes me that, again, I appreciate the desire to limit the exposure. I'm so inclined, but again, there will be situations where the chair might have to do a lot more. There may be weeks where you have to do a lot less.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna have Longsmith next, then Nick, then Doherty, and then Bishop Benjamin.
And then Hagan.
I got you. Carlos?
And this is the amendment.
Yes, and this is all discussion of the amendment. So
Cap of
again,
40 hours, that's
so
the subject.
Longsmith, go for it.
So this is related to the cap question because I want to try to define what 40 hours is. So this is a question for Nick if the chair will allow him to answer. Yesterday it was mentioned that if such a role were to come about for Nick, that he would not bill the party the 10 to 20 hours he typically puts in for a chair. Is it my understanding then that if this amendment were to pass, Nick would submit a 60-hour, up to a 60-hour timesheet and only be paid for 40, or how exactly would this play out? And Nick, how do you envision this in your mind?
Well, you're next, so go for it.
Okay. So, you know, if I serve at the pleasure of the body. So, the way that this is done in law is the rate never changes. You either write off your your invoice says these are how many hours I've worked and this is what I did, and then you say I'm billing for only X, right? To make to create a clear picture of what other work you're doing that you're not billing for. I can do it that way. I can do it the flip side and cap the billing at 40 and do the extra work and just not ever put it on an invoice. I mean, everybody who's a contractor for this party, I think it's pretty much universal, at least as far as all the ones I know. Everybody does more work than they bill for. Everybody does more work than they bill for. When I consulted, I did more work than I billed for. When I do legal work for people, I do more work than I bill for. That's just the nature of that kind of thing. You do more work than you bill for. So I can do a more detailed invoice where I cover all the hours that I'm working and what I did, and then just don't bill them out, you know, cap it out. It's really, it's up to the body what they would like to see. I don't care.
Okay, now just to clarify where we are in the speaking order, for the amendment, I currently have Lauren next, Harlows, Bishop Henchman, Adams, Molman, and then when we get back to the main motion, then I have Bishop Henchman, Sauer, Hogarth, Adams. So Lauren?
I have a question for Robert. Robert, that 25K of leeway in the fundraising budget line item, what else comes out of that line item that we would not be able to if we spent it in this way? Travel, other things. Travel's a different line item.
That's not out of order.
It is.
Go.
It's the cost where the money comes from to allow for
It's
this.
not on the cap.
This,
It's not on the cap. The cap, so
Yeah,
you-
I think it is. Yeah, because
Okay.
either we got the
Objection.
money or we don't.
Point of order. It's not germane, Stephen.
Well, you
You
asked the
get to
question.
decide
Yeah.
whether or not that's in order or not.
I'm going to add you to the list for when we get back to the main motion, so that way you can ask the question. So that way we will have that question answered. And then next I have Carlos.
Building on what Mr. Longstress said, so there's a certain amount of hours per week that the chair would do as the chair. I mean, now we're gonna have to quantify what that would be so that we can make sure we're not getting billed for things that this is so messy. This cap doesn't solve the problem because it's like we said, money, it's not fungible like that. I don't think we can parse this out this way. I would vote for the cap just to at least have some kind of limitation of liability in there. I'm not gonna vote for the main motion. But I don't think this solves anything. I think this act can complicate it because we have to figure out how much did we expect the chair to do on fundraising normally. And I'm just curious about what time was spent fundraising for this position. Though we found out we have donors for this. What? I'm just, no, I'm not. It looks so bad.
10 minutes is up.
Do I hear a motion to extend?
Extend 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Is there an objection?
Objection.
Yes.
There's an objection. Okay. All those in favor of extending time for 10 minutes, raise your hand. Okay. If you're an objection, raise your hand just to do it. Okay. So in that case, time is up. Okay. So in that case, we will vote
That's
on
on the amendment.
Yes,
That's on the amendment.
So we will do a vote on the amendment.
What?
Is it? It's on the amendment.
We're still on the.
It's just on the, right.
We can move to extend again after the amendment's resolved.
Got it.
Okay. So in that case, let's have a vote and let's do.
Could we hear the amendment, please?
Yes.
The amendment, okay, here's the original motion, move that the LNC enter into a contract with Nicholas Sarwood for professional services at a rate of $75 an hour. Here's where the amendment starts, with a cap of 40 hours per week, and then it continues with a review at the next LNC meeting with a goal of raising $200,000 between now and then. The amendment is adding the phrase, with a cap of 40 hours per week after $75 an hour.
Okay. Everyone satisfied with hearing the amendment? Okay, then let's do roll call.
Do you want roll call on the amendment?
Show of hands is fine, I think.
Is there objection?
Is there objection to roll call? Was there anyone,
To the cap, I mean.
or is there any objection to the motion?
The amendment.
Amendment.
The amendment.
Okay, so then it passes without objection.
Now we're still at it.
Yep, now we're out of time, but we're on the main motion. Does anyone want to extend time on the main motion?
I'd like to extend,
Extend time? Is there a second to
10
that?
minutes.
Object.
Second.
Well, was there a second to the
Yes,
motion?
Richard.
Okay, Richard, and there's an objection.
My motion was going to be an extension.
So everyone, raise your hand if you support extending time 10 minutes to discuss the main motion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, raise your hand if you are in objection. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 9's 2/3, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this passes.
No,
No,
nine,
we have to say
That's fine.
It just have to be double the
No,
numbers,
it's
it's
not.
not 2/3, so
Got it.
9 to 5.
So, okay. The time is not extended. Okay.
Unless you want, Chair.
I will abstain.
I move to extend time for the chair to recognize the people who are on deck who have been waiting while we were in the amendment.
So people are
I
aware.
object.
How many were there?
How many times have these people spoken already?
So we have, on deck, we would have Bishop Hedgeman, Sarwark, Hogarth, Adams, and
Well,
Doherty.
you take
I
me
withdraw.
out.
Take
I'm
you
not,
out.
I don't need to be
Remove
out.
me.
I don't need to be in.
Take it, okay. So then it would just be Bishop Hedgeman, Hogarth, Doherty.
I would only support this if it was people who have not spoken
I
prior
don't
on this
believe
issue.
Mr. Bishop Henchman has spoken. That's the reason I moved to extend time for that purpose.
Okay, so it would just be for Bishop Hedgeman and Doherty.
I still object.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so did anyone second the motion?
I'll second.
Seconded? Okay, so once again, raise your hand if you support extending the time to let those people who have not speak. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wait a minute. Point of information. Is it to let those two speak?
Just those two.
Because Ms. Doherty has spoken.
Yeah, but no, but
the
he
motion
moved
is
just to
let
let the
them
people.
both speak.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, but that's, you don't
yeah.
rephrase
There was no
it.
amendment
Yeah.
to the motion, yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. An objection? 1, 2. Okay, 3. That passes. Okay, so we'll have Mr. Bishop Henchman speak, and then Ms. Doherty speak, and then we'll vote.
I'm voting yes. This is me telling you why. I have talked with both Ms. Doherty and Mr. Sarwark extensively over the last month on this. I have gotten lots and lots of messages and emails about this proposal. I think I understand, or at least I have heard every argument on every side on this. I hope it's okay if she ran out. I asked Ms. Bilyeu, the 7 things we talked about on the long term, what this job needs to do. What are you great at? What are you weak at? And I have her answers here. I fully trust that she, was honest on them. And the areas she is weakest are the areas where Mr. Sarwark is strongest. I have gone with him 2 meetings with high dollar donors that Ms. Doherty set up, and he has excelled at it. And I have no doubt that he can close and secure donations with high dollar donors and assist in identifying, qualifying, and securing meetings with them, which are the areas Ms. Bilyeu self-identified as her weakest. He ran for mayor of Phoenix and raised a lot. I forget how much.
130 in hard money, and then another 75 came into a PAC that was aligned.
So he certainly has experience in that regard, and we are talking about what is temporary, what we do until November. I fully get the, we really should have it more spelled out in the contract at this point. I get the who is this reporting to and who's governing it and all of those issues. And I fully get that this is a calculated risk. I think we are too risk averse as a committee, and we don't want to step a little bit out of our lane for a potential large upside. And I don't hold anybody's votes on this against anybody. I hope you don't hold my vote on this against me. But it just, in my observation of all of the pros and cons on this, that's where I come out. Thank you.
Okay, start.
I object.
Okay.
The motion passed.
No, does the body, yes, does the body, but raise your hand if you would like to allow Ms. Doherty to speak. Okay, and anyone in objection? Okay. It passes. Mr. Ritz?
If this motion was priced at, say, $40 an hour, I would say it was a good idea. At $75 an hour, I do not. We have some staff that are barely making minimum wage. I'm here to represent staff. That is my role at this meeting. I know that this will be perceived badly. I mean, the number is public. This number will be perceived badly by people on staff, and rightly so. It is perceived badly by me, and I am one of the higher paid employees on the team. We have very skilled people who are getting paid peanuts, and them hearing about this is going to cause bad morale internally that is very hard to then fix. Now, most of our staff will not speak up and speak their minds the way I am. And frankly, if I wasn't leaving in 4 days, it would be much harder for me to speak my mind, because there would definitely be issues afterwards. But I do speak my mind, and I'm telling you the truth based on my 4 years on the team and my profound respect for the many staffers we have that are working far below market rates. The $75 an hour is where I object to this.
With that, without any further, we'll move on to a vote. Roll call vote.
I'd like to hear it one more time.
Sure.
Yep, we'll read the motion one more time.
Move that the LNC enter into a contract with Nicholas Sarwark for professional services at a rate of $75 an hour with a cap of 40 hours per week, with a review at the next LNC meeting, with a goal of raising $200,000 between now and then. Did I go backwards last time?
Yes, I think.
Are you ready for me to take the?
Is it a privilege motion? Whitney? No? Okay.
Okay. You ready for
Yep.
me? Okay. Ms. Adams?
No.
Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Aye.
Mr. Goldstein?
Pass.
1 second, let me note then. Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
I am going to vote no. Mr. Hewitt?
Pass.
Dr. Lark?
Nay.
Mr. Longstreth?
Pass.
Mr. Lyons?
Yes.
Ms. Mattson?
No.
Mr. Nikayla?
No.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Mr. Redpath?
No.
Mr. Sarwark?
Yes.
Point of order. That's conflict.
That's
We're in the
conflict.
middle of a vote. Raise it at the end.
I shall. Pardon me.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Ms. Van Horn?
No.
That passes, or Mr. Goldstein?
Abstain.
Mr. Hewitt?
What is the count?
The count right now stands at
581.
5 yes, 8 no, 1 abstention.
No.
Mr. Longstreth?
Six, 8 is what it is right now, 6,
Now
8, 1.
it's
9,
5,
9.
9, 1.
Yes.
And so it's 6, 9, 1. Would Mr. Merced like to vote?
I'll abstain.
Dr.
Yes.
Lark had a point of order.
Question. Would Mr. Sarwark want to, does he wish to vote on this issue?
I will withdraw my vote.
Thank you.
Okay, final tally.
Double check here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 yeses. My eyes blurred. 1. 9 noes, 3 abstentions.
Okay, the motion fails. Mr.
I
Dr.
would, as a point of personal privilege, I would like to thank the members of this body for having to deal with obviously a very difficult issue, but dealing with it in a manner in the most becoming way. Obviously there are many strong opinions about this, but I think that this, everyone, I think, is of goodwill here, and I appreciate the fact that this was done in a very collegial way. So I thank my colleagues for this, for dealing with this difficult issue in this manner.
Point of information,
Yeah.
it's not a matter for me, but where do things stand in terms of checkout? It's 11:08.
Okay, yeah, well, what time's checkout?
I think it's
It's
11
11.
now.
Unless you extend
I was
it to
gonna-
12.
I was gonna
Some
move,
people have gotten 12.
Got it.
Yeah,
I was
wasn't
gonna move
able
for a
to.
15 to
15
20-minute recess.
Seconds? Is there any objection to a 15-minute recess?
20 minutes.
Point of information?
Ask Robert what he's saying.
Robert?
Nick, would you like to point out the obvious sitting in the back of the room?
Point out the what?
Oh, my.
That was
Oh,
gonna be my point of
snacks.
information. I
Yeah.
see cupcakes in the back of the room.
Yeah, 20-minute break for checkout.
Hot dog.
So
20 minutes.
there's refreshments in the back.
Motions for 20 minutes.
Okay.
And why is there refreshments in the back?
Just tell us, Robert.
Yeah,
Yeah, tell
come
us.
on, one time working.
Okay,
He's not
this
taking
is
the
to
hit.
thank Lauren for all her hard work for the committee. We brought in some cupcakes and iced tea. And thank you, Whitney, and thank you, Nick.
Sorry,
and
I
thank
spaced
you,
it.
Dan, for the idea of thanking Lauren in
minutes from now is 11:30 sharp.
Oh, wait, we didn't vote on this yet.
Voted. This is a motion on the floor. We have not
Just
voted.
inform me.
Okay, so raise your hand to recess for 20 minutes for cupcakes and checkout.
In that order.
Raise your hand. Huh?
Just to check
In that
out the
order.
cupcakes.
Yes, in that order. Okay, go for it. I'll see you guys at 11:30.
He didn't ask for names.
Just ask for the nose. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That one's-
Now we got all this stuff.
Well, I mean, the first one I voted for, reminding you that that's something that we.
I know what an LNC meeting is. Trust me, I'm very aware.
Just reminding everybody that.
Mr. Chairman, we do have a quorum when we go live.
Yep.
Are we doing
11. Let's start 11:30 on the dot.
Isn't that separate?
I believe we are live, but going to verify.
Are you maintaining the gavel going forward here?
Unless Nick shows up.
If you had Advil.
So if Nick comes back, I can give you the
In my med kit at the Airbnb, I do.
Oh, no, I think it We are live.
Alex, we're live.
What are disco songs?
Staying Alive by the Bee Gees?
Yeah. We have a chorus of Staying Alive by the Bee Gees?
No, that's the song you sing while you're doing CPR, and I don't want to think about it.
Okay.
30 more seconds. Good.
Oh, yeah. They're a little expensive for me.
We'll begin in 30 seconds.
We don't have a secretary, so.
I'll give another minute. Another minute for the secretary.
You can be expansive in your notion of 30 seconds. You can be expansive in what your notion of 30 seconds is.
Yes, I will have a very expansive.
But also with
Yes.
Choose another planet on which to measure the 30 seconds.
Remind ourselves that we're Region 7 and continue.
Yeah. So now what? We're on to the bakery on that LNC website. No, we did. I mean, I think that we're here at like new business. Oh, yes. You technically the winner.
Since we volunteered.
Oh, we're going to be, next will be the resolution for standing committees, Joe Fisher. Now.
So, when we go back in, just so that you know, just to give you a little notice, I'm gonna make a motion to suspend the rules for 10 minutes.
Okay.
Red Path is very excited.
So that Mr. Bowden can speak.
She said when we come back in, she's going to try to make a motion to suspend the rules for 10 minutes.
He's gonna move to
Mr. Red
extend.
Path is very excited.
He'll move to extend for 30.
No, I'll move to extend, and then Mr. Red Path is going to object.
I'm sorry.
This is why
Before y'all get
democracy
started, we didn't get into it in the Convention Oversight Committee, but let us know your feelings about committing to 2 convention deals, meaning convention in one place and another place, but by the same hotel marquee. So let us know your feelings on it, if that's something that you guys are going to be willing to vote on at the next LNC.
Give us one pro and one con. Give us one pro and
Pro
one
is
con.
negotiating leverage.
7%
financial
kickback.
benefits.
More benefits. Money saves money.
What's the con?
The optics are always good.
We're locking ourselves in for 4 years.
Yeah, it's more commitment, but it's.
Is the hotel in Oakland a Marriott?
Yeah,
Incessant
it is?
complaint
Okay, I'm
from
good, I'll
all
vote yes.
parents.
It's actually-
We're gonna offer anything, but it's what y'all have to find, what y'all
It's
have
actually,
to
I
find.
didn't have the objection. I was just saying.
At some point, we're just gonna freeze.
And if we just stay with the hotel every 2 years, at some point, we'll have enough points to just have a free convention, right?
Oh, right, like a little park.
Yeah, we've actually had 8 conventions with you guys, so now we get a free convention. We're gonna have
It's not a punch card,
just get one free?
Buy 5, get 1 free, I wish it worked that way.
No, we get points, we get hotel points.
I don't have a secretary, which is
Oh,
making.
only because you have 16,000 eggs.
Well, no, I know she's got stuff to do. Is there somebody who would be able to take notes? The recording is going, so we can go back.
I would be willing, I've already got my laptop up. Oh, it doesn't matter, either way, if you wanna go,
Well,
you probably.
Ms. Mattson, if you don't
Yeah.
mind. Dr. Lark? Was that related to that? or-
What I was going to suggest, if we had to have a substitute secretary, it might be better to move some of the items forward, whether it's less likely that there would be action items. For example, regional reports or something like that, take care of that. But if Ms. Manson is willing to do this, then that's fine. We'll proceed as.
I'm willing to do it either way.
We're back in order. Ms. Adams, are you seeking to be recognized to change the agenda from what I was about to start? Okay, Ms. Adams, go ahead.
I move to suspend the rules to add 10 minutes to the agenda for Mr. Bowden to speak to us, just to clarify some issues that came up yesterday concerning convention money and gap.
For Mr. who? Mr.
Bowden.
Bowen, okay,
Bowen.
yeah. Is there objection to
I
that
probably-
suspension of the rules?
That's great.
Yeah, I was thinking of the guy from Utah.
Yeah.
Is there objection? Hearing no objection, will be suspended to deal with that for 10 minutes. Mr. Bowen, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, there was not some confusion, but I got a lot of, we had a lot of discussion about the issue, probably more than really needed to be done yesterday after the meeting, so I just kind of wanted to readdress it for a couple of minutes. I think the issue was, and correct me if I'm wrong, the issue is, or the issue on the table now is the money that you received from the contest was promised by the board to be used to pay convention expenses. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the issue, there were basically 2 separate issues. GAP really doesn't have any role in that specific program, in that it's still considered income from GAP purposes, no matter what, okay? And it's not restricted income.
Can we call it revenue?
Revenue, okay.
Thank you.
It's not restricted revenue because even though you, as the board, or the party, has said it's going to be used to pay for convention expenses, where GAP is concerned and where a restriction is concerned is on the other side. It's by the donor. If I were to give you $100 today and told you, you have to use this $100 for convention, now it's restricted. Okay, the promise of you saying, we're going to use this generally to pay for convention expenses, okay, does not create, in GAAP, does not create a restricted revenue on your financial statements. It's actually when the donor restricts and says, here's money, you must use it for this. And that's just according to GAAP. So that has no bearing on what I call the moral issue that you want to discuss of how do you handle that money from a financial, from a basically an internal standpoint. Okay, GAAP is only going to record the transaction however the rules tend to be. So that, I hope that explains, it's really a separate issue. In terms of the moral issue, that's for an internal board policy that you have to decide how you want to do that. If you wanted to put the money in a separate account, you can do that regardless of GAAP. You could put that money in a separate account and made sure that Robert paid expenses for the convention. or you can commingle. Robert, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so for an example, Daniel, thank you very much, gave us $2,000 originally right after the convention to start the fundraising process for 2000. He made that. He made that very clear that that is to be used for the convention. And under HQ 20 other donations, one of our appeal codes, that is a restricted account that's part of the restricted funds, and that is held aside because the donor made it extremely clear the purpose of that donation. It is not down under fundraising. So that is accounted for correctly per GAAP because the donor specified that he wanted that to be used specifically for the 2020 convention. So I do consider the donor in how we do the accounting to apply GAAP with what we're doing and separating the restricted funds from the unrestricted fuzzy fundraising convention funds. But again, this is a report that I've been compiling weekly and will include in our monthly so that you know the true liability of how much this committee's borrowing, if you will, from the convention to pay for whatever else is going on that we need to pay for, whether it be ballot access or campaign support or the CRM project, which, as Ken mentioned, is going to benefit the convention, so that you know the reality, so that you're not confused. So we're going to unconfuse you all every month with the treasurer's help in the treasurer's report. Thank you.
I have Ms. Adams, then Ms. Mattson, then I think Ms. then Mr. Hagan, then Mr. Bishop-Henchman.
So I just want to clarify, GAAP does not prevent us as a board from restricting that revenue for convention use only.
GAAP will never restrict. GAAP is simply a financial reporting tool. It's not a legal system. It doesn't prevent you from, it literally doesn't prevent you from promising to pay convention expenses and then, based on cash flow, deciding to pay ballot access expenses. It does not prevent you from doing that. There's a moral issue there, understood, but GAAP is just irrelevant at that point. GAAP is just, as I said yesterday, a vehicle to report transactions, financial transactions, in a way that everybody's financial statements are apples to apples. So I see this a completely separate issue in terms of, and that's why the audit committee basically did not make any issues or recommendations based on that, because it's really not an audit issue, it's an internal accounting and moral issue.
And Ms. Mattson, then Mr. Hagan, Mr. Bishop-Henchman, Mr. Longstreth, and then without objection, Mr. Moore. Ms. Mattson.
Okay, so I want to make 3 points. There's two different subjects that we're talking about here. So you're discussing restricted revenues, and we've got, temporarily restricted equity accounts, and, we're not saying the convention should go in there. But what we were talking about yesterday was calling them deferred revenues, because the bills that will be paid with those funds, those don't come in until the convention happens, and you've got the matching principle of matching up the revenues with the liabilities. So the question yesterday was, are they deferred revenues rather than restricted funds? So that's my one subject.
Okay, you want me to answer that now?
I'm okay. Is it going to be back and forth, or do I need to?
Let her finish.
Okay, all right.
And then go ahead.
Okay, so that's my my number one. Number two, we have this other category of when people purchase a package, I would like to donate $20 extra for AV for the convention. So that seems to me like the donor is making a restriction at that point, and it's not being put in the deferred revenues like the package purchases are. And then the third item was, you mentioned yesterday that the monthly internal financials for ourselves could be different than the GAAP audited financials, that even if we considered it to be a GAAP violation, that we could do it how we want on our monthlies for internal purposes, but the year end just would need an adjustment, and maybe a footnote or whatever.
Okay, so I can answer the last one first. That is true. I have had many clients that run multiple books because they they have a reason for doing internal books. My greatest example is I do work with college athletic conferences. They have internal books because of the way they do their revenue share to their athletic teams for each college. Okay, usually that agreement is on by the board, the commissioner, and the school presidents. So they're not using GAAP to calculate that, but that's what they use all during the course of the year to calculate that information. And then what I would do with the conferences is after the year ended, I would come in and I would make any journal entries before it got to the auditor. I would make journal entries to turn that trial balance into a GAAP trial balance so that the auditor could audit those numbers. So that's number one. In terms of deferred revenue, I understand the matching principle. However, the revenue laws have recognition. The revenue laws, I shouldn't use laws because it's not a law. The regulations for revenue have changed over the years. And the FASB, for whatever reason, the Financial Accounting Standards Board is leaning more and more towards, regardless of whether it's restricted or not, that it is generated on the financial statements as income as soon as that is made, as soon as the bequest or somebody comes and buys convention package, that even though the convention is next year, that's considered income.
So even the convention package purchases,
We'll consider that income, yes. From a GAAP standpoint.
instead of deferred revenue?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he's right, but it
Interesting.
does make sense to me. Sorry. One violation.
Was it Mr. Bishop Hedgeman next?
I'm sorry, did I answer all
And
those
so that,
three of your questions?
the third one was when they purchase a package and make a specific donation towards AB at the convention.
Yeah, I guess that's a gray area. My feeling on that as an auditor would be, first of all, if it's $20, it's immaterial, so I'm not going to worry about it, even in the aggregate.
In aggregate, it's like 4,200.
Right, but that's still going to be it's probably going to be immaterial in terms of the rest of your statements. The other thing I would say as an auditor, and their auditors might make there may be different auditors that make a different determination. But again, my feeling would be, yeah, you put that on the, on the website and you made that notation, but it's still not instigated by the donor. And to me, that is where the difference, that's where the difference lies.
Time, Mr. Chairman.
Time has expired. Is there a motion to extend? Hearing no motion to extend. Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Next item on the agenda is the resolution on standing committees and
Point of
oversight.
inquiry?
Yes.
Yes, we lose quorum at is it 2 o'clock, Madam Secretary? When do we lose quorum?
1 second here. And the league list is also on OneNote. Aaron, how long are you here till?
Tomorrow.
Okay. I didn't have that one, so.
Susan's here till tomorrow.
Till when?
Tomorrow.
Okay. So, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now with this additional information, we're not going to lose quorum till at least 3 now.
All right, 225 minutes, including announcements, 225 left on the agenda.
And every time we ask how long we have left, we have less time left. Mr. Bishop Henchman.
This is a resolution, although given the discussion earlier, maybe it should not be a resolution, but there's a resolution in front of you. I emailed it out with notice and then
Point of order.
We're going to hand Secretary Controls back over, I presume, now that she's back in the room.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Just, we should clear up who's doing what, so.
Thank you.
Notes are very brief, I'll send them to you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Bishop Henchman.
there's a resolution I emailed out and then I have provided printed copies to all of you. It should be at the very bottom of the pile that you've created throughout today. And it reads at the top, resolution to develop details to establish 5 LNC standing committees, disestablish 4 existing committees, and enhance LNC oversight to monitor and strengthen staff marketing, fundraising, budget, and campaign strategies. This resolution would well, as I just said, establish 5 LNC standing committees, begin the process of establishing 5 LNC committees and do some of those other things. I'd note this resolution doesn't actually do those things. It sets up a committee to specify the details. So why have I offered this? I've offered this to set an organizational commitment to move in this direction, set up a committee to work out the details, and then come back to us with the actual changes to the policy manual that we require to effectuate. So I'm not going to go into a lot on the details because if this passes, a committee will work out those details. I'm going to speak to the overall concept and why I think this is vital. As it's currently written, this would establish 5 oversight committees for the LNC. 1 on budget and operations, 1 on fundraising oversight, 1 on marketing and membership oversight, 1 on campaigns and candidates oversight, and 1 on procedures and positions. The first 4 align with roughly our staff departments and our top 4 organizational priorities and focuses. It does not affect some of our, for lack of a better word, work groups or volunteer committees or committees where the board has taken a lead, such as ballot access or information technology. Let me be upfront and say this would be very different from how we operate now. Currently, our oversight is formal and informal. Formally, we exercise it here at this meeting and the 2 or 3 other meetings that we do it a year. The executive director comes in and we pepper him with all sorts of questions on everything. And then the informal oversight is when each of us goes directly and off list to staff to ask questions, suggest things with varying levels of politeness. There's a couple reasons why I think this is not ideal. First, the size of this body. There's 17 of us plus 8 alternates. And that's too large for us to exercise oversight together formally, given how infrequently we meet. Even if we only use 2 minutes each to ask the executive director questions, that's an hour. So our current structure strongly pressures us to engage in informal oversight outside of these meetings, and that's susceptible to miscommunication, to people getting cut out of the loop, and to staff being put in a situation of not knowing which conflicting LNC suggestion to follow. And if you think that does not exist, that does exist with our current setup, I will say this. It's why structurally you don't see a lot of boards in the 17 to 28 size, at least from effective organizations. What they do is they break the work up into functional committees. Second, our current structure without committees incentivizes all of us to be generalists and gives us no incentive to specialize. Now, some of us have. Ms. Matson guards our procedures. Mr. Longstreth can be counted on to remind us of budgetary work. No one would dare push something on ballot access without checking in with Mr. Redpath first, and so on. But we do have gaps. We don't, at least until today, have an institutional champion for fundraising. We don't have a marketing strategy, or maybe we have multiple marketing strategies. We don't have a focus on growing membership, or really have the board bought into how we're setting out to do that. And even if you are an institutional champion on something, it's something you've built yourself, and you do not have the weight of the LNC behind you in what you're trying to do to monitor and strengthen our staff on these topics. Finally, the LNC has, on occasion, had to consider proposals at our full meeting or on the list that maybe could have used some further refinement before being presented to the full committee. Sometimes it's unavoidable. Sometimes we gotta rush to get stuff done. Sometimes we are setting up little groups to hash things out, but unless everyone participates, that doesn't necessarily make the end product more likely to pass. And sometimes we turn the whole LNC into a drafting committee, which I think is a poor use of all of our time and our staff's time. This is not anybody's fault. It's a structural deficiency that we have built into the system by not having committees to which we can refer ideas for refinement. And to be honest, I include this proposal in this. This should go to a committee for refinement before I come to you to do what I'm doing right now, but we have no structure for that. So that's why we're here. So that's the what I want to do and the why. Here's the how. What I propose here is approving the broad strokes, setting up a committee to figure out the specific changes that need to be made to the policy manual. And then finally, the when. I'd like to do this right rather than fast. Many of you replied with excellent and constructive suggestions, and I'd like to incorporate them. Clearer transparency requirements, absolutely. dropping the changes to the executive committee, totally been convinced on that. Maybe having separate marketing and membership committees. Potentially dropping policies and procedures as not necessary. And then Mr. Hagan's already done this, separating the orientation part into its own separate resolution. And then there are other changes that maybe require deeper thought on our part. Should non-LNC members, that is, people who are not officers or members or alternates, be added to committees? Some of our most effective committees, the Convention Oversight Committee, the Ballot Access Committee, and others have that. And they can add valuable perspective. But how big is too big for committees, and does it take away from our job of accountability and oversight of our staff? Should the committee chairs be elected by and responsible to the committee members for which they are supposed to be championing? Or should they be elected by and responsible to the broader LNC, even if that means you have a chair who's at odds with their committee? These are very good questions, and I'd like to hear perspective on them. And this is really the only way I felt I could get that engagement. One last comment. I've heard a bit of fear on this proposal. We don't want LNC members micromanaging staff. Oversight is the middle ground between us doing it ourselves and being totally neglectful of our staff and the challenges they face in implementing the priorities we've set for them. So I would argue this is the middle ground between those things. I'd argue that too often we've ended up at one of those extremes because we have no structure. Monthly check-ins and clear lines of communication of our key priorities. Another fear is that do we even have anybody who could step up on some of these priorities? Fundraising, the budget, membership growth. My response to that is it's a bit of chicken and the egg. Right now, and maybe this is harsh, there is no expectation that an LNC member do more than show up and be the ambassador for the constituency that sent them here. Many of us do much more than that, and there are voices at this table for many of these priorities and carrying them out effectively. But I don't think it's a bad thing if we are forced to identify someone, anyone, to be on the fundraising committee and be held accountable for making sure that we're advancing towards our goals, or the market, or so. I would argue somewhere that should all be on our top priority list. And I don't think it's a bad thing if at the next LNC convention here in Austin, candidates for the LNC are asked, which committee do you want to be on if you're elected, and why are you qualified for that? The last fear, of course, is doing this too big, too soon, too much. I don't deny it. This is big, this is a lot, but frankly, I'm not a fan of the status quo. I think we should have way more members than we do as a party. I think we should raise way more money than we do. I think we should have way more elected officials than we do, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This proposal will not magically make that happen. But we're not going to get there as quickly and as effectively with the LNC structure that we currently have. What I propose and what I welcome further refinement on is the best practices of boards of successful entities and institutions. Define your priorities. Set up a structure to advance them. Ensure clear communication between board and staff. If there's a flaw in this, count on me to work with you to fix it. But I respectfully submit that maintaining the status quo would just maintain a big obstacle in the way of our success. With that, Mr. Chair, I would like to move to postpone this item to our next meeting.
Second.
It's not usually in order for this maker of the motion to get to postpone like that. That's,
Well,
I'm watching you, Bishop.
time is up.
I'm also very sensitive to the amount of time. If time is expired, I still think it would be in order for us to deal with the motion to postpone, because it was made prior to time expiring.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What?
No, I have
No,
questions
wait,
too.
wait. So we don't have any more time. There's been a motion to postpone. Is there an objection to postponing it to the next meeting?
Objection.
I'll make a motion to extend time.
There's a motion to extend time for 10 minutes by Mr. Smith. Is there
Second.
objection to that?
Objection.
Okay.
Shock.
All in favor of extending time for 10 minutes, please raise your hand. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Opposed? 10 to 5.
That's 2/3.
That's 2/3.
All right, that was
Math is
10.
hard for me.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Was the motion formally moved?
I believe.
There's no second.
Nobody ever
Or you
seconded
just-
it.
I
Richard
was second.
seconded.
No.
Yeah, it was seconded.
Okay, so it's.
Oh, no,
it's-
the original
extend
motion,
time.
yes.
Yeah, so it's pending,
It's
right?
pending.
And so the postpone is on the pending motion, not the agenda item.
To the next meeting. So, debatable? Yeah, motion postpones debatable, yeah.
Yeah,
Because it,
to the merits of
Of whether or
postponing
not postpone it.
the motion.
Um,
Actually, it may go into the merits of the underlying motion. I'll take a look.
do you want to speak to your motion to postpone?
I don't think serving as a drafting committee right now is the best use of this committee's time. I appreciate the opportunity to kind of lay it out. And I think the best approach may be, you know, come and talk to me if you think this is great or terrible, or you've got suggestions and everything. And I think that's the best way to move it
Would
forward.
anyone like to speak against postponement? Mr. Longstreth?
I'll speak against postponement because of the actual resolution clause, which states that the LNC establish a drafting committee to prepare, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All that means is that we have to vote to say, yes, we want to establish a drafting committee, and then on email list, we can figure out how to populate that committee. And I think that it is well within our ability to vote whether or not we even want to theoretically move forward on this right now, and I think that we should.
Anyone else likes to speak in favor of
No,
postponement?
no favor.
Dr. Lark?
Yeah, I think that we need a great deal of time to think about this. I believe now is not the best use of our time.
Against postponement? Ms. Harlows?
I concur, and I want to add to what Richard said. This doesn't do anything but establish a committee to draft something for us to potentially approve. It doesn't approve anything. And I'd like to get started on this right away, because I have to tell you, I'm pretty wild about his idea. I like it a lot. And we tend to push off and push off and push off. I'd love to see a drafting committee get started right away, and I'd love to serve on such a committee. But that's why, since this doesn't do anything but say we're going to appoint a committee, we don't even have to appoint it right now. Why not?
Would anyone else like to speak in favor of postponement? Would anyone else like to speak against? Are we, Mr. Hagan?
I think just been a couple of minutes hashing out a couple of the items to help guide the drafting committee, like whether the chairs should be elected by the committee or by the LNC, may be helpful for the committee.
Right. Are we, is this in favor or against postponement?
I have an amendment.
Can't amend to postpone. Well,
You can
Tell me
amend
what your
the time
amendment
to
is.
which it's
No later,
postponed.
no later than the
So
Miami
it could
meeting.
be email ballot in the interim,
Or an electronic meeting, which
or, yeah.
Karen's been
Are
hustling
you
those.
calling for an electronic meeting?
Second on the electronic meeting.
Karen's been peddling those this
Well,
week.
he's not specifying, he's
This
just
time,
there's a motion to amend the motion to postpone to make it say no later than the next meeting. Is there a second for the amendment?
Second.
Second. Would you like to speak to the amendment?
Yes, I think it is possible. I mean, I believe the essence of this is appointing a committee to do further work. And I would think that through informal discussions and email, a committee could be assembled that could be voted on by this body before November 16 and 17. I think that's possible, and that it would not be rushed, and that it would be constructive.
Would anyone like to speak against the amendment? Mr. Longstreth?
So just vote the amendment down, vote the motion to postpone down, and vote in favor of this. And then we establish a committee, and we go from there, and we figure out how to populate on the list. Guys, we're getting way too into the woods here. If you want to do this and you want to get this started, vote all the postponements down, vote to start this, and then we'll figure out how to populate on the email list. It's that simple.
Ms. Harlows on the amendment.
that.
Mr. Hewitt on the amendment.
No, it's not on the amendment.
All right.
Damn it.
Are we prepared to vote on Mr. Redpath's amendment? Sounds like. So a yes vote would be to modify the motion to postpone no later than the next meeting. A no vote would have us postponing to the next meeting as a time certain, or that would be what we would be considering. All in favor of the amendment, raise your hand. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Opposed, or I think that's right. Opposed is 3. Amendment passes. Now, are we prepared to vote on the underlying motion to postpone that is now no later than the next meeting?
Sure.
All in favor of postponement, please raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We will continue discussing this. Who would next like?
Motion. Move to call question.
Mr. Hewitt was seeking to be recognized and not
This
on
doesn't
the
have
amendment.
anything
And
to do
so
with
I
the
will
amendment.
recognize him.
So I would like to make the motion, but I know it's not going to pass, that we get rid of all of us except for Mr. Longstreth and Mr. Bishop. Because every time they get together, stuff gets done.
Hey now,
So-
I'm gonna take you outside.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
But with that not going,
Did we extend time on this?
Yes.
Yeah.
We did, okay.
without that reality going to occur, I realize that, and I take that word. You know, this is great ideas. In the county, we break down our budget into 3 subcommittees. There's 44 different departments. This is overwhelming. I think these ideas are brilliant, and I want to see this go through, and I want to see in November really starting to gel this thing together after a long, so that's my 2 cents.
Mr. Longstreth,
I would like to call the question, Mr. Chair.
is there objection to ending debate? Hearing no objection to ending debate, we will end debate. We'll go roll call.
1 sec.
A yes vote adopts the,
Can we just say without objection, Mr. Chairman?
I think we can.
I believe so.
to adopt the proposal?
Mhm.
I mean, I can ask. I didn't think it was
Give it a shot.
the sort of thing that had unanimity.
I think it's a main motion that we have to
Yeah, what was that? We don't have to do, we don't have to do roll call. I'm apparently misreading the vote. Is there any objection to adopting Mr. Bishop Henchman's motion? Surprisingly, hearing no objection.
Good job, guys.
Point of inquiry, why didn't we do this first?
So point of inquiry then, can we rely on Mr. Bishop Henchman to help populate and initiate?
Raise your hand if you're interested.
All right.
Oh, jeez.
I'll do this by email.
Oh, yes.
I'll do this by
It
email.
doesn't do specify how the committee is created, it just says we're gonna create
Doesn't
one.
say much. Maybe that's why it was on objection.
Yeah.
Next item, 10 minutes, resolution to support the Dream and Promise Act. Ms. Parlos.
Okay, in the one note, under new business with previous notice, I put the text of this. A gentleman came to LPCO asking for support of this. We took a look at it, and I told him I would bring it also to the National Committee to see if we would be interested in supporting it. And I have had the text of the actual, a summary and the text of the act up there, and the resolution I am proposing, which I substantially gave the text a few days ago, but I did modify it earlier today a little bit due to some objections. So I would move resolved until such time that the immigration process in the United States of America acknowledges the human right of peaceful people to move freely across national borders. The Libertarian National Committee supports the passage of the American Dream and Promise Act by the U.S. House and urges the U.S. Senate to pass same.
Second.
Would you like to speak to it?
Briefly, I think anything that we can do that is going to stop deportations and create smoother paths to citizenship for the people who are already here, particularly the young people that are already here that would qualify under DACA and things like that, that we should support. The amendment language was to make it clear that we didn't support all these other restrictions and that this is an interim thing. Until such time as, they actually do the entire right thing, this is a right step.
Would anyone like to speak against the motion? Anyone else like to speak for the motion? Question? Yes, Mr. Michaela?
Is there anything legislation that perhaps we should be aware of, any kind of hidden
I didn't see anything. Things that we wouldn't support if this was the end game would be things like there were certain background checks and things that we would not ultimately support when there's no suspicion, which is why I put in that qualifying language. It is providing a clearer path to citizenship, and it's one that I think more people can agree upon because it's really focusing on trying to get people to be productive. It's requiring them to learn English and things like that, which I would not ultimately support. But anything that will allow people to stay here and not get deported, that's more than what we have now, is a step in the right direction.
Ms. Adams?
Yeah, I support the idea of this, but part of this bill that I'm reading right now that I'm kind of struggling with, past government and background security checks, okay, I can live with that. But now it says, submit biometric and biographic data, demonstrate good character with no felony, misdemeanor offense of domestic violence, or multiple misdemeanor convictions for anything if you're undocumented, including buying a Pepsi at Burger King would count, and register for the Selective Service. I cannot sign on to something that supports growing conscription. I'm sorry.
Anyone else like to speak for or against? Ms. Mattson?
Mine's more of a parliamentary statement, phrases, and inquiry. Our bylaws say that Article 7.11, since this does not have previous notice, it requires unanimous consent for a public policy resolution.
It's on the agenda under previous notice. That was originally printed.
That was my point when we adopted the agenda. Some things under previous notice do not actually have previous notice. Previous notice requires providing the full text of the motion by email to the LNC 2 weeks in advance. We received a copy of the bill a few days ago. I don't know when the language was put on OneNote. It wasn't emailed to us. It was just, counts on us going to the OneNote to find it, but we did not receive this 2 weeks in advance.
Okay. Ms. Van Horn?
Yeah, I would actually be in favor of this. I actually went and looked at this legality, all this, read up on it before we came to this meeting. And as to address some of your concerns, and I understand, the biometrics and all that, that's scary, creepy crap. Yeah.
That sounds like grand government.
Yeah, exactly. That's, Homeland Security. But things like registering for the Selective Service, the reason that is written into it, at least this is my take on it, is they're trying to assure, although this is dubious as this will happen, trying to assure the people that would object to this, they're trying to assure them that these people will be held to the same standard as homegrown folks. So they're trying to say, well, my sons both registered for the Selective Service. They did that as soon as they hit 18. They were required in order to qualify for financial aid or whatever the hell it is. But anyway, so we're requiring that of normal citizens, and so that's why that's in there, to assure people that these individuals will be segued in under the same standards that other people are held to. Whether those standards are right or not is a separate issue, but that's why that's there. I actually support Karen's motion on this. So,
Dr. Lark?
Yes, I have the same concern that Ms. Mattson voiced, because again, I was always slow and stupid, and I'm becoming even slower and more stupid. It takes me longer and longer to read and understand. And so, given the point that Ms. Adams made, I don't know that it is necessary.
Could you speak up, Dr. Lark?
Alicia wins the internet.
It had to be done.
It was a very collegial meeting.
Well done. I am very happy that I have now allowed Ms. Mattson to satisfy one of her life's ambitions.
Bucket list.
Again, I realize there's always a tendency to put off things. My feeling is when we adopt a resolution on something like this, particularly when it was drafted by people who are not libertarians, that I always prefer to be a little slower and a little more reflective on these. I think that we should look at this consider this by email ballot, have a little more time to be more reflective. Again, I think Ms. Matson's point is correct. If this does not have prior notice, then it's going to require unanimous.
Ms. Harlows?
I don't object to doing it by email ballot, but I submit though I did give, all it is doing is asking to support passage of it. And that is what I asked the chair to put on the agenda for the LNC to consider passing a resolution of support for the American, the DREAM Act. That act isn't part of my motion. So I put that there as a courtesy. That isn't what was required to be given. The basic gist of the language was required to be given.
Exact
I did give
language.
that. But I don't mind postponing it to email.
Thank you.
If there's no objection, Mr. Molman?
I would just like to encourage that if it's not perfect, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. It is within your ability to put a qualifier on it that it is not the ideal end game in our vision, but that it is a step in the right direction, and that's why it should be supported, and then continue to push for something better. That would be my only suggestion. I don't want to, I haven't read it either, so. I don't know.
All right. Mr. Phillips?
Well, since everybody seems to be in agreement, or at least to some agreement, I move to postpone.
Second.
Postpone to email. If I may, would it be inappropriate to make a motion to conduct an email ballot on this topic? And we could even begin that today and have it expire in 7 days.
Can be brought up by any means at any
Why don't
future
I
time.
just agree to withdraw it? You all don't object to me withdrawing it, and I'll ask for sponsors next week.
That's pretty sweet.
There we go.
Let's all do that. Does anyone object to that? No? Good.
Hey, you got one.
Another thing done. Ms. Matson, for 10 minutes, making conventions, special events.
10 minutes.
Okay, so at the last meeting, we took up this motion, came out of the Convention Oversight Committee. The outcome was that there was a motion to postpone it to the budget meeting, and I was off my game there and didn't catch that it was postponing beyond an intervening quarterly interval. And Roberts on page 87 says, as a general rule, one session cannot place a question beyond the reach of a majority at a later session, except through the process of adopting a special rule of order or an amendment to the bylaws, ... It is improper for example to postpone anything beyond the next regular session, which would be an attempt to prevent that session from considering the question. I don't think it was intended as an attempt to cut off our access to it, but I think it was improper, and in the meantime I think the problem has gotten worse. So at this point I'll raise a point of order that I think it was improperly postponed at the prior meeting in a way that deprives the LNC of the right to take up items of business at this meeting.
I'm going to rule that it's in order.
That the postponement
Yes.
was in order. So I'll appeal the ruling of the chair and let the LNC decide whether to
All right.
take it up.
I've ruled that it was in order for us to postpone it to the November meeting. There's been appeal from the ruling of the chair. If we would like to have discussion on it, we can.
Is there
or
a
we
second?
Sorry, there does need to be a second for the appeal from the ruling of the chair.
I'll second.
There's a second for Mr. Longstreth. I'm not inclined to speak to it. Would anyone else like to speak to
I have a
Mr.
point of
Redpath?
inquiry.
Yes.
What is the gist of this? Could you explain what the importance of this is?
Yeah, the motion that was postponed was to call, we have a policy about special events, and it was to define the convention as a special event, and the impact would be those funds would be segregated and protected until the time of the convention.
In a separate bank account?
Yeah.
That kind of inquiry, we're getting to be out of order because we're on an appeal from the ruling of the chair. Ms. Harlos, then Dr. Lark.
I think the plain language of Roberts speaks to this, and that Alicia's correct on that.
Okay. Dr. Lark.
It's related. I don't know if it's really in order. would it, perhaps the easier way of dealing with this is for someone who had been on the winning side of the original motion to request a revote that we then basically can overturn it and then just simply take up the issue if there is a desire to do so.
That would be faster.
There's time limits
but
on reconsider.
I'm sorry?
We're outside the time
It
limits
is the
for
time limit.
reconsideration.
That's fine. Thank you.
Mr. Merced, and then if there's no objection, Mr. Hayes.
Yep, I was the one who made the motion to postpone, so if there's something, if I can do, as you were saying, to somehow withdraw that, to simplify and just reconsider this now, I'll do that.
She's right about the time limit.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. Thank you.
Mr. Hayes.
Yeah, so, I think the chair's ruling is absolutely incorrect because what Ms. Masson pointed out as far as Roberts is concerned, it's very clear. And I think sustaining the chair's ruling might create a bad precedent. But that said, the body kind of made a decision, and just because rules say a certain thing doesn't mean that you go against it. So the body wanted to look at that again in November. So my suggestion is a simple way to handle that is consider it not being legal to have postponed it that long, but postpone it again today until that meeting if that's what the body still wants to do. Because that was the sense of what they were trying to do, and I don't think we should go against that.
As far as
We didn't have all the information that it would be against the rules when we did that postponement, because I think votes might have been different.
okay.
Calling the question?
No, I get to talk last.
You said you weren't going to talk.
I said I didn't want to talk. Essentially, what I am doing is I am interpreting it as the adoption of a special rule of order that pushes it out to the November meeting because that's what the body wanted to do, and I'm letting the body do it. That's why I'm finding it to be in order. It is not Blackletter Roberts. I know that. I'm trying to make us be efficient, so I would, vote how you want to vote.
Parliamentary inquiry, did that vote meet the requirements for adopting a special rule of order?
I don't
I
remember.
believe it did.
That'd be 2/3.
I don't remember.
Was it the March meeting that we should?
And is it
I
German?
have the minutes.
Would it affect your vote?
Well, you
Because if it wouldn't affect the
We're wasting a
vote,
lot of time on this.
Doesn't impact mine, but
Am I the
Yes.
only one who's confused here?
No, probably not. So just to give you a sense of exactly where we're at,
I want to take
Ms.
the motion back up at this meeting instead of.
Ms.
waiting.
Matson believes that under Roberts, we were not able to postpone to 2 meetings out. I ruled it in order. She appealed the ruling. If you sustain the ruling of the chair, it stays postponed to the next meeting by where we're at procedurally. If you overturn the ruling of the chair, then that motion was out of order and we can take it up again today. Does that clarify for everybody where we're at?
Yes.
Are there any questions that need to be answered before we vote? Okay. So a yes vote sustains the ruling of the chair, a no vote does not. Does anyone need a roll call on this, or can we just do hands? Hands? Hands are good? Okay. All in favor of sustaining the ruling of the chair, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4 opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The ruling of the chair is overturned.
Mr. Chair, there was, I think, a request
An
for
abstention.
explicit abstention.
I abstain on that.
It's
Okay.
just a handbook.
Yeah, it doesn't
It's
matter.
a show of hands, so
It doesn't
I
matter.
think you can request.
I'm not even sure I actually counted.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
The ruling of the chair is overturned. It would now, Ms. Matson, go ahead.
Let's see, it was postponed, so do I have to redo the motion? I will move the motion from the March meeting to add the language to, if you want to copy paste from the March minutes, take the existing language, special events, and say that the convention is a special event. I'll grab it real quick.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Would you like to speak
It
to
was
it?
from committee anyway. Sure. So what we were talking about yesterday was, you know, whether we call certain categories deferred revenues in our monthly financials, whatever. What the effect of this motion by defining the convention as a special event says that the cash for it is going to be set aside in a separate bank account, and it can't be used for other purposes until the expenses of the convention are discharged. So they get saved, they get set aside and reserved. Regardless of how it's categorized on other reports, it says we're going to set that money aside and not touch it. It was postponed under the idea that we're going to rebuild our reserves first, and the problem is, in the meantime, our calculation of the reserve is including the reserve, the convention cash, and so it's misleadingly propping up our concept of what our reserve is. And the reserve is not actually being rebuilt, but in the meantime, the problem's gotten a lot worse, and so now it's an $80,000 debt to the convention funds, which, you know, it's rude to do the I told you so, but that's exactly what I predicted. I said we're going to sell a lot of convention packages between now and then. That means money's going to disappear. So the problem is getting larger, and this policy would just remove the ease of repeat behavior and kind of cut up the credit cards, which sometimes you just got to do to be responsible adults. So that's the rationale for the motion.
Mr. Phillips?
Did you find the language, Karen?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Would you like me to?
You might want to have her
Go
just
ahead and
read
read
it,
it.
just for clarity.
And it looks like it was amended, so at its last amendment
Okay.
is how I'm going to read it.
Okay.
This is to add to the policy manual section 2.0312, a new section. That is 12 would be the new section entitled Special Events. The LNC or the Executive Committee may designate certain party efforts as special events. All revenues for special events must be promptly deposited into special events accounts dedicated for that purpose. All disbursements for special events must be made from these same accounts to the extent their balances permit. Other party funds shall not be dispensed for these events without prior approval of the chair, nor shall special events funds be used for other purposes until all obligations relating to that event have been discharged. National conventions are special events.
Time is up on this item, Mr. Chairman.
Move to extend for 10 minutes.
Motion to extend for 10, is there a second?
And just to clarify the
That-
motion,
that-
that the policy provision
We're-
exists, and
we're-
it's just added.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Motion to extend for 10, there is a second. Is there objection? There's an objection. All in favor of extending for 10, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 opposed. 12 to 1. We're extended for 10.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
May I clarify, since I did misread, I was thinking it was a whole new section.
If you
'cause
misspoke, go ahead.
All right, the special events item was already in there. What Ms. Matson's amendment was promptly deposited into special events. It used to say directly deposited, and she added the sentence at the very end, national conventions are special events. Those are the two changes.
Mr. Redpath?
Point of inquiry.
Yes.
If I may ask. What
What
would have been, no, I'm going to state a question, don't worry.
No, it is not privileged to ask the question. There are other people on deck before you. You will be put in order, Mr. Redpath. I have Mr. Phillips, I have Ms. Adams, I have Mr. Bishop Henchman, and then I have Mr. Redpath, and then Mr. Hagan.
Okay, so this is, we discussed this in the March meeting, and as I recall, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, obviously, we went back and forth and talked about it because if we do this, it puts a hole in our budget of the places because we are using that money now. And so that's the issue, but we're trying to then reserve this for convention. And I'm just trying to make sure that I've got all this clear.
Yeah.
And then at that meeting, I suggested that, hey, once again, all these things are black and white. This is a scenario where we could take this and say 50% or 80% or pick a number that leaves us some capital, because theoretically the convention hopefully will make us a little bit of money. So I'm just going to throw that back out there again for people's consideration. I will probably abstain for this motion because I don't have a strong opinion on it one way or the other.
Ms. Adams?
I want to speak in favor of this motion. Number one, I want to remind everybody that the convention is the only bylaws mandated function of this party. It is the only bylaws mandated function of this party. Read your bylaws. Number two, failure to think about things like this is how we got in the damn financial crisis that we are in to begin with. Continuing to do that is irresponsible. It is blatantly irresponsible. We need to do better. Our members have the right to expect us to do better. And it's going to hurt, but at some point, somebody has to stand up and be a hero and do the next right thing regardless. This is the next right thing.
Mr. Bishop-Henchman?
I urge everyone to vote against this. This has been framed as the responsible adult thing to do. It is not. The responsible adult thing to do is to pass a balanced budget so we don't need to be playing games with different accounts. And so at our next meeting, we should adopt a budget that includes in expenses everything that we need to do to pay to cover the cost of the convention. Passing this now doesn't do this. It doesn't magically create another $40,000 or whatever dollars to fill the gap in our budget. The responsible adult thing to do would be, if we're going to pass this, it needs to include detailed offsets to where else we are cutting among staff salaries to make sure at the end of the year we hit a zero balance. And just saying, look, we need to not spend this $40,000, that doesn't mean it solves the problem. It means, I don't know, I don't even know who we dump it on to sort out the wreckage that we would leave behind on resolving this. Now, if this is a matter, earlier in this meeting I talked about, we got to remember the difference between cash, budget, and ledger. And the sponsor talked about how this is setting the cash aside. It's not. It's essentially amending our budget, because we tried the approach of let's fiddle with ledger definitions. We're not doing that, so now we're back to budget, but we're not including offsets. If I came to you and said let's spend $40,000 on something with no offsets, I hope you would all vote it down, but that's what this is. Now, if this is a matter where the operations of the convention committee are being impeded because they're unable to enter into contracts or obligate or spend funds, we need to fix that if that's what's going on, because they need to have access to the cash, because we are going to pay our bills on this. As far as I know, that's not the situation. This is just a matter of we need to make sure that the revenue we've raised for this is being set aside, and that's already being done in our budget. And Robert's keeping track of the numbers, and maybe we're disputing some 10% of the amount or something, but for the vast majority of it, we're keeping track of this. And it's how we fix this is at the budget meeting, we make sure the full amount is in the expense column. Doing it now, just tell staff, look, our budget's now $40,000 out of whack, you figure it out, and that is not responsible. So I urge you to vote against.
Mr. Redpath?
I would like to know what the real world effect, and something tells me this question I'm about to state was anticipated. What's the real world effect going to be if this is adopted? May we ask staff about this?
Yeah, you may ask staff. Mr. Kraus, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, the main problem, as I mentioned, one of the main problems I mentioned last time was the idea if you move this into this category, it says all obligations would have to be taken care of before we could use these funds. Often we don't get our last billing until 2-3 months out, which means that you can't touch these funds probably until late September, early October, which means that you will not have ballot access, because a lot of times all that money we raise at the convention, at the banquet, is used to pay for some big state like New York, Illinois, etc. So that's the real world result of this, is not being able to touch those funds until all the obligations are met. Secondly, it would immediately require me to come up with, at this moment, $41,560 to pay off that deficit and put it in the lockbox. We currently have $45,000 in the lockbox. What that would mean is I would not pay the BB&T Visa at the end of this month. I would not pay our auditor, Mark Fry. That's an obligation we currently have. Can't pay him. If I have to come up with this money, I can't pay several of our contractors whose bills will come up, and I can't pay Tadpo, which is managing our CRM. So, and that's an obligation and a contractual obligation as well. So there's multiple contractual obligations that we will be breaking in order to make up for this deficit per the policy manual. That's the real world. So we're talking about some future possible obligation with a hotel venue and possibly paying their bills slightly late versus real contractual obligations we have today right now. So it's a matter of who would you like to hurt today versus who you might fictionally like to hurt tomorrow. There's $45,000 in the lockbox. It's more than enough to cover any foreseeable upcoming expenses for the convention in the next, that I can foresee in the next at least 6 months, that we would have to prepay, such as possibly a deposit on our AV or something like that.
I have Mr. Hagan, Mr. Longstreth, Ms. Harlos, Ms. Mattson, Mr. Molman without objection, Mr. Hewitt, Ms. Van Horn, and then Ms. Adams. Mr. Hagan.
Actually, Mr. Kraus just brought up the one thing I was going to bring up was that the way this is written, it does lock up all the convention revenue, including profit, until the last bill is paid. So say the band is late giving us a bill till they're paid after convention, even profit from the convention revenue would be locked up, not available for cash flow.
Mr. Longstreth.
Which, yeah,
Oh, sorry.
which is why Mr. Phillips had a great idea. I think he had a great idea of a certain percentage being locked up.
Mr. Longstreth.
So what I'm hearing basically is the argument that the work that was done in December to give us a balanced budget should be undone, and that we should go back into deficit spending and continue to spend this money in order to make it so that we can pay the contractors now because we haven't been able to raise enough funds. And so we're already looking to borrow from Peter to pay Paul based on this upcoming, I question the word possible, but possible venue. Guys, it's not a possible thing. We have this venue. We will be here. There is a convention happening, and we do have bills that are going to be associated with it. Further, all the money that has been raised so far for this convention has been for this convention, for the 2020 convention. Everything from the theme contest to packages being sold, it all deals with 2020 convention. So I hate the fact that we do not have maybe the funds where we want them to be. I hate the fact that the prior LNC to this term agreed to go into deficit spending. It's rough. We're digging ourselves out. That's part of it. Now, do I necessarily think that the answer is to set all of the money aside in our current situation? That I don't know about. I think that in a year or two, this won't even be a problem because we will always hopefully have that fundraising department established and be able to raise the funds continuously, and then this won't be a concern. But the fact of the matter is that we have already seen where this money is being touched and used in ways that are not related to convention in order to help pay our bills. This is part of helping us keep in budget, 100%. This guarantees that next year we don't repeat the same convention issues that we had last year. Makes it so that we don't have in 2021 what we are experiencing right now in 2019. It guarantees that, and we have to stop somewhere. We have to turn the ship around. This is a great way for us to do this. To address Mr. Phillips' point, we are still going to be getting the revenue from this. We just have to wait till the bills are paid. Now, to everybody else's thoughts and everything else about waiting until September, October, et cetera, folks, if we have the money already ready to go and we have the bill in front of us and we know what the total bill is, guess what? We can probably save some money on interest and everything else if we just pay the damn bill. We don't have to defer our payments constantly. We don't have to put everything off constantly. By keeping this money set aside, we guarantee that we can do that, and then we can immediately get the profits, say in June, right after the convention ends and we get our final bill. It is that easy, because nobody that I've ever worked with as a bill collector has billed, you must only and can only pay a portion. You can always pay the full amount. Everybody wants your money. If we have it, we should pay it. That saves us interest. That's all I've got.
Time, Mr. Chairman, is up.
All right, time has expired. Is there a motion to extend? Hearing no motion to
I
extend.
want to extend 3 minutes to address when this goes into effect and which revenues it applies to.
There's a motion to extend for 3 minutes for Ms. Mattson to address the what revenues it applies to. Is there a second for that?
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Opposed? All right, go ahead, Ms. Mattson.
I have 2 points. This does not apply to the fundraising at the convention because we've never, that I remember, considered those convention revenues. We account for them separately. They are reported separately. We tell them we're going to use this for ballot access. You know, those are not things that are done to fund the convention. It's at the end of the convention, we raise those funds to support our presidential ticket every 4 years, etc. So that's not what we're talking about here. Secondly, this was not the policy yesterday.
I can hardly hear you because I've been.
Okay.
Yeah.
This was not the policy yesterday. This would be the policy from today forward. Right? So I don't believe it actually requires that you immediately rectify the past situation, but it does say from here forward, those revenues that come in, we're going to treat this way. We definitely need to catch up on the problem that was created up till now, but I do not believe that it requires that we immediately move the past errors into compliance with this policy that we would just be adopting today. I think we need to address that, but it goes into effect today, and that other deficit can be dealt with over the longer term.
We'll move to a vote. Roll call, I suppose. A yes vote would be to adopt the motion. A no vote would be to not adopt the motion.
And backwards this time, correct?
Sure.
Ms. Van Horn?
Ooh, I get a pass this time since I'm first.
Pass. Mr. Smith?
Also pass.
Mr. Redpath?
No.
Mr. Phillips?
Abstain.
Mr. Nikela?
Vote no.
Mr. Merced?
Pass.
That's it. Ms. Mattson?
Yes.
Mr. Lyons?
No.
Mr. Longstreth?
Absolutely, yes.
Dr. Lark?
Nay.
Mr. Hewitt?
No.
I will vote double absolutely yes. Mr. Hagan?
No.
Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
Mr. Bishop Henchman?
Absolutely no.
And Ms. Adams?
Yeah, I'm gonna be a grown-up and say yes.
Okay, we have some passes. I'm going to start with Ms. Van Horn. The score right now is 5 yeses, 7 noes, 1 express abstention.
I'll vote no.
Okay, Mr. Smith
Yes.
and Mr. Merced. The score is 6 yes, 8 no.
I'll vote yes.
Okay, so we are at, for the chair, 7 yeses, 8 noes, 1 abstention. Would the chair like to vote?
I will vote. Motion fails. Next item on the agenda is policy manual amendment as far as the reserve definition. Ms. Mattson for 10 minutes.
Tim, do you think we should punt this to an email ballot for time?
Yes.
Oh.
The reserve, recalculating the reserve?
I would support that with the I talked to you about.
Yeah, and we can work that out. So I think Tim and I are of the opinion that this could be punted to an email ballot to say time today. If
I would support that.
Yep. So do you want to handle it like we did with Ms. Howell's motion
Yeah,
earlier?
can we just
withdraw
put
it
it on
and
up?
then
Well, I haven't made it yet,
Yeah.
so
Okay.
if I don't make a motion, we just bypass it and go
Let's be
on.
grown-ups.
That works. Okay. And
Small
then,
bit growth.
yep. And then next would be the presentation by Jim Cherney. Is he still?
Yes, Jim is basically waiting us Eastern Standard Time. If Mr. Kraus could call him in, I believe.
Point of inquiry, what is the subject of this presentation?
The subject is regarding a fundraising opportunity utilizing eCanvasser as a service to our affiliates and candidates for support.
Is this a privilege motion?
Mr. Ish, what are the orders of the day? Are we close to a opportunity to use the restroom before we do this?
Yeah.
Do you want to move to recess?
I would love to move to recess for 15 minutes before we have the attorney come in.
Mr. Goldstein's gonna have to leave.
Is there a second?
Not 15. I'll second,
10?
but not 15.
Do you want to amend your motion to 10?
10.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Make it 6 minutes, and make it
So
12
the motion to take a break.
I was going to take a quick break before we get into this. And
Okay.
then we're second.
Okay.
We're almost to evening adjournment yesterday.
Okay, so I have a second. Is there objection? With that, the time now is 12:44, so we'll meet back here at 12:54. And continue this.
Reminder, we need to discuss the meeting site of the spring.
That or a bucket?
Meeting site what?
Meeting site of the spring meeting.
When did we get
Before
Sounds like electronic meeting.
Somebody needs to.
Yeah. thumbs up.
Hi. Yes, ma'am.
No, I'm talking about something else.
Yes, I know, you're going to ship a bunch of shit.
Yeah, so do you want me to pay for it and I get reimbursed, or?
No, I'll go over there.
Okay, I figured out, okay, and it comes out of the historical committee.
It's going to be a boat, well,
What?
about $30 a box.
I know, it's important stuff. We want to send it the cheapest way this will be ground. And,
Right.
I got a question for you, Robert.
Sure.
I remember that, I want to say, back in April, maybe May. I want to say it was May. We had talked about reordering name badges for some people. Johnny needed his and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Did we have those here, or are those going to be shipped out, or what's the plan?
I think Lauren already took care of it.
Okay.
And were they already
Needed it, I
the
picked out
badges? Yeah, like Johnny needs his and everything else. I was expecting to get it from here, but...
We talked about the
Oh,
last
we
meeting.
definitely did. He responded and said, "Can mine say Johnny Rocket?" And
Yeah, I'm just pulling it up on the
it was like in May. Did you mail them, or? Okay, so they're mailed. So people get, okay, that's all I didn't know. They may have, I can't. Right. Okay, he hasn't told me one way or another, so I'll follow up with him.
Okay, we're going live.
Okay.
I'm always.
We are live.
We'll get there for sure, and that's, I want you to. I'm sorry, because we're getting to move on. This is an important part of getting a balance on
I don't like being a broken record.
that's one thing that we've got to financial
I think so. Well, yeah.
As a way of
Yeah, no,
I can come last. Given that you are not able to make it perfect, maybe, I mean, what's that?
So you're my choice. This one, you stand and talk about it. No, not showing this.
Steve,
We're limited to comedies to the plays.
Right.
I think we have next is the presentation from Jim Turney from Florida. I think we have him on the speakerphone.
I'm going to give him a call real quick, so if
Okay,
the
go
body
for
will
it.
indulge me.
Sorry.
Hello, this is Jim.
Hi, Jim. This is Richard, Region 1 rep from the LNC, calling because we have on our agenda at this point a presentation from you on our agenda. Are you prepared to give that now?
I am prepared right now.
Take it away, sir.
All right. Well, thank you so much for making time for me today. Chair Sarwark and members of the LNC, I am speaking to you today as a candidate for re-election this November. I'm talking 2019. And also as a Candidates Committee Chair of the Libertarian Party of Florida, and even as a member of the LNC's Candidate Support Committee. I'm not making a request for a motion, but I am here to advocate for a proposal that the LNC budget a fundraiser around supporting local, low-cost campaigns for 2020 and beyond. In the past, we have chosen to bless a few campaigns with thousands of dollars rather than use that money in a way that will help many campaigns, and there's been no fundraising component around that spending, and so probably not even any budget line item for it, but we've done it anyway. There are two basic elements to the project that I'm proposing. Most important perhaps is fundraising, but also supporting hundreds of local candidates with a discounted, not given away really, but discounted canvassing and campaign management software tools. This could save a lot of campaigns, most campaigns, from researching for a solution. And right now that's a significant challenge at the beginning of a campaign, as I've myself discovered and am constantly speaking with others about that challenge. Of course, every candidate should have the freedom to choose their canvassing software or whatever other software and tools they use, or not to use any. First of all, let's say a successful fundraising project will cover all the direct costs of fulfilling the promise of the project and the fundraising operation to raise that money, and also cover part of the cost of the general fund expenses like our headquarters and staff. Fundraising is successful when the goal and the benefits are clear, easily explained, and closer to home. There's broad agreement, I think, that we need more local candidates that stand a chance to win, and recruiting those candidates is easier with support and tools at hand rather than figuring it all out separately and feeling on your own. I think there's broad agreement that candidates have a better chance of earning a vote from someone that they've met face to face, and that canvassing is the least costly form of campaigning. Adopting a canvassing and management software solution that is commonly used by LP candidates means that members can support each other and often come to a campaign experienced with the tools. And one other problem this project might help minimize is the consequences of outside funding of local campaigns. If the LNC or LP members outside of the district give cash, then it looks bad. But if we give access to campaign software, it doesn't have all the negative imagery. And even if that's even true, if the discount value of that software must be reported as an in-kind contribution, which it often doesn't need to be, but it could in some cases. I prefer the LP to develop its own canvassing and campaign management software tool, but whether or not that is developed, we can use commercial tools. For the 2020 budget, I would like to propose that the LNC have a line item for income from a fundraiser that's focused on supporting local candidates with canvassing software solutions, and several line items on the expense side associated with that fundraising. That would be a budget of approximately 45% of the income to fulfill the project, about 5 or 10% to start developing our own campaign software, and about 45% for cost of fundraising and also the general expenses of the LP. And there'll be more details on that, all that coming later. I'm just introducing the idea to you today because I hope the LNC will begin developing its own canvassing and campaign management solution, probably as part of City CRM. That may be less costly, but it will be an alternative to commercial solutions, and alternatives give us greater bargaining power when negotiating with software vendors, and it's useful for those campaigns that can't afford even discounted cost of commercial solutions. Coming to a close here soon, it seems that the preferred commercial campaign software solution right now in the LP is eCanvasser. And I've recently had circumstances that created conversations with them that have become negotiations for a special offer to the LP. I'm not finished with those negotiations yet, and somebody else may be better to finish with them, but eCanvasser has apparently already agreed that they'll give large, very large subscription discounts to LP campaigns, but they are looking for what they call a retainer from the LNC, which in effect is a way to encourage and the discount for eCanvasser subscriptions. We're talking dramatically reduced subscription rates to the campaigns, big discount there. But again, I'll fill in details later. One of the side benefits, by the way, of using eCanvasser is that their new management panel can help even further fundraising because it'll help us get aggregate data like numbers of door knocks nationwide and perhaps some measurement of individual campaigns that correlate the efforts to results, like how many doors they knocked and mailings that they sent compared to the results they got in the election. It's been said that the famous quote, "Don't tell me your priorities, give me your budget, and I'll tell you your priorities." I want the LNC to make a budget that proves our priority is supporting winnable local candidates. And if we can't get members to give for that purpose, I don't know what they'll give for. So I'm thinking that we're going to be able to raise a couple $100,000 for this if we focus on it. And but I'll be filling in the numbers as I proceed with plans and be talking with you perhaps individually as well as when you're in Miami. I hope to see you all there. I hope you'll be near me at that point so I can come visit. And of course I'll see you all in Austin next year. And I'm open for questions if anybody has any.
Okay, with that, I have, without objection, I have Lauren first, then Ms. Adams.
Okay, so I have multiple thoughts on this. As the fundraiser still for the party for a few more days, and as the fundraiser who has worked very hard to fundraise for both the CRM and candidate support, both of which are very relevant here, and as somebody who ran for office within the past year and did lots of aggressive block walking and used eCanvasser. So my experience with eCanvasser is that it's decent, but not perfect. It has some serious flaws. We have this CRM software. We are already funding it. We unfortunately have very few people using it. So the idea of expanding our services when we're already spending all this money to provide services that our folks could be taking advantage of but are not using on any significant scale is problematic. Very few people actually give to the CRM. This has been shockingly very difficult to fundraise for. The only time people have really wanted to give to CRM is when we had a matching donation. At that time, relatively easy to get donations. Outside of that, very, very, very difficult. If we are going to invest in a system like this, it should be integrated with that CRM to be as effective as possible, not some separate system. Moving to the topic of candidate support, this is actually also shockingly a really, really difficult fundraising pitch. So over the past year, particularly leading up to November, the two most marketable things I had to market as your fundraiser were the CRM and candidate support. I aggressively marketed both. People weren't into either. This is completely ridiculous, but it is the truth. And so I tried tactic after tactic and method after method and angle after angle because I thought there's no way that this should be striking out, right? It doesn't make sense. So I tried everything possible with the resources we had to fundraise on those two topics, which are highly, highly relevant here. So the idea that we could come up with $200,000 for this, as nice as it would be for tons of our candidates to have eCanvasser or some other similar software, $200,000 is a complete pipe dream on this. It is just not possible. People will not give that level
with our current systems. Now, if we drastically overhaul fundraising and we start doing lots and lots of relationship building, maybe we can get some bigger donors who want to do this. But even if we do, we've got very critical organizational priorities like having a reserve. We have no reserve. Some of these other things need to come first. Mm-hmm. Ms. House?
Hi, Mr. Attorney, Aaron Adams, Region 7. I have a few questions, and I'll start with the easier ones, I hope, for you to answer. Number one, what are the benefits of eCanvasser over other applications such as Polis or Northstar? Number two, if we use eCanvasser, who owns that final data? Number three, when we're talking about trying to raise a total of $200,000 for several projects rolled into one project, are you able to prioritize those items so that we can target more specifically with donors? Because in my experience, that has been more successful to be able to say we need to raise $50,000 for solely this piece of software or to purchase this much data seems to be more approachable. And lastly, you spoke of a retainer for eCanvasser that you said you would speak to later, but considering we're getting ready to come into our budget meeting and I'd like to have a little heads up, how much specifically is that retainer?
Okay, thank you for the question. So let me try to answer them in order. I'm not personally familiar with Northstar. eCanvasser, like I said, it's coincidental negotiations with them because the Florida LP has a large subscription with them, so I was talking with them anyway. I used it when I was walking for a couple of days in Phoenix with StarWorks campaign for mayor. So I've had some experience with it, but it's been limited. It's just that everybody seems to think that that is probably the best thing out there. I personally am using a different solution in my campaign. Unfortunately, it's available only in Florida. It is better than eCanvasser. It gives me the idea that we can do a very good job, even as good or better than eCanvasser if we develop our own, which is why I think that's probably a top priority, but we shouldn't wait until then, especially if we can get a good deal with eCanvasser. Right now, the latest offer from them was for $100,000. I think it can be reduced, but that was what we were last talking about. But that would bring down the subscription rates for most campaigns to $25 a month, which is, of course, really, really cheap. But the way to fundraise for it is to talk about giving a tool to a candidate so they don't have to figure it out. It's just there, whether it's ours or eCanvas or whatever. When I say giving, I mean it's available with support and for a reasonable cost. There may be a few rare campaigns we give it to, I guess, but the tool is there to do what we want them to do, which is walk their districts. And so I think that's the way to pitch it. But you may have already done that, or somebody, whoever spoke earlier. Let's see. I think I may have missed one of your
Yes, sir. Who owns
questions.
the data? Who owns this data?
Oh, yes. Owning the data, that's an easy one. We would own the data. In fact, eCanvasser goes out of their way to make it clear that others don't have access to the data and that we do. We would own it. We can either, the current plan that's available to anybody allows you to, they can keep the data, keep it stored for you until you're ready to come back on with another campaign, or you can download it and integrate it into your own software, for example.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Without objection, Mr. Hayes?
Hey, Jim, this is Daniel Hayes, Chair of the Convention Oversight Committee. How you doing, my friend?
It's fine.
So,
look forward to seeing you soon.
One question first before I get into the germane stuff is, have you purchased your convention package yet? And that said, also, have you booked your rooms? We'll get together on that online. But that said,
I will be there, sir.
Okay. Don't worry, I got other things to bug you about too. The project that we talked about. But that said, so Lauren had touched on this, and just to reiterate what she said, Lauren and I have a lot of discussions about fundraising and the convention and other sorts of fundraising, and so I can definitely vouch that what she said, her angst over the inability to raise money for local campaigns and candidates relative to people like to give money to the convention. So it just is what it is. And so that's something that definitely exists. And I mean, it's something she was banging her head against the wall on, trying to find a solution to. And it's just the unfortunate reality is, I mean, our members talk about they want to have all these candidates, but they're not willing at this point to help fund it. So the solution she also touched on, though, and you mentioned yourself, the CRM project is something that we've invested in. It's there to manage data. Oh, Ken Mullman's here, so you can answer. It is an open source system, so people can develop extensions that can work with what we have, and it doesn't have to be us, but people can develop extensions. They can develop, some block walking software that would be able to be utilized with an add-on module to what we currently have. And I think that's possibly the better solution for us to investigate, because that's going to use that CRM, city CRM that we already are moving towards.
Dan, we're out of time. Is there any motion to
I'm in
extend?
favor of city CRM, by the way.
Yep. So I got cut off by a gavel. But anyway, so I think CRM is
Move to extend Chairman Hayes.
I am saying bye.
Okay. So
Move to extend.
Move to extend time? How long?
5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Object.
Okay. You object? Okay. Show of hands. Who's for extending for 5 minutes? 1, 2. Who's against? Okay. Cool. So that fails. Mr. Attorney, thank you very much for addressing the body. We look forward to seeing you in Miami in a few months to discuss this further.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, moving forward, we have next reports versus policy amendment, best policy manual amendment orientation. Mr. Hagan.
Guys, want I could delay, not propose it now and wait for an email ballot to save time. All right.
Go for it.
Oh, he's gonna do
So
it by
that's it.
email.
Oh, he's gonna do it by email ballot.
Okay, got it. Okay, so then we move on to reports of special committees.
Negative.
Okay.
That's not the correct next item, point of order.
It is. It is.
I
Site
believe that
next
bylaws,
LNC
credentials, etc.
That's all part of new business without.
That's new business.
Without previous notice, which is after special committee.
I apologize, I thought that was added at the end of with previous notice.
Let's go through it.
Okay, but yes. So special committee reports, blockchain committee. The report is there for purposes of time, and since the chair is not here to answer any questions, the report's there for you to look at. Anyone here to speak for the youth engagement committee? Mr. Nett?
Paige had to leave. We were both going to speak, but she asked me to speak for her. We haven't had a meeting in a while. Previous to that, though, we were getting a lot of work done. I think recently Dr. Lark emailed us and was like, hey, I have previous experience and knowledge that I would be willing to share with you guys, and I'm all about it. Paige is all about it. So we're probably, next time we do have a meeting, going to ask him if he's going to try to do it at a time that he's available so that he can be in an advisory role at least, or however long he wants to do that. But we have not done much since, it was like March was our last meeting, so I don't think we've done much of anything. The chair, Harris, is really busy, like in her personal life, so we totally get it. But I don't know if we're gonna have. There's no plans to have a meeting anytime soon either. But people still talk to each other.
Mr. Chairman?
I understand you guys did a survey with some fun results. Could we add to our Miami meeting a presentation on the survey results from there? And then you guys can do a meeting to discuss developing that presentation.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think Eris has it on her personal computer, like the master file. And even if she
Don't go into a nest, but
yeah, this is perfect. Yeah, no, I totally actually forgot about that. But yeah, that was like the whole focus of our first initial thing was this survey, and we had discussed it ad nauseam.
Any other questions for the youth engagement committee? Okay, then next is convention voting process committee.
I've submitted a written report and welcome any questions.
Any questions for the convention voting process committee? Going once, going twice. Okay, next is membership support committee. The committee has not yet met.
I have been in talks with the interim chair about a meeting. So right now there's nothing to report regarding the membership support committee. And with that, we get to new business without, well, did anyone have any questions for the membership support committee before I move forward? Okay. With that, we'll move to new business without previous notice, where I have 4 items. So first I have policy manual style changes. Then after that, policy manual functional changes. So who was it that brought up the style changes?
That was me.
Sorry.
Okay.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I have 2 other items on
I
that
did too.
list.
Which ones?
The
Yeah, because I have that. I have
I've
timing.
written down timing of elections for credentials, platform, and bylaws.
Yeah, I have
That
that
was
after
after.
And then
functional.
well, I know, but you just.
Oh,
you
I
said-
just meant the next 2.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I have 6 total.
Okay.
Yeah, 6 total. Cool. Ms. Ellis?
Okay, and I'm going to, if you'd indulge me, to maybe see how the committee would want to handle this. I had sent over the entire policy manual markup, as well as an index of potential changes that were color-coded as to what they involved. I didn't know if perhaps there were certain categories we were ready to pass today, or none of them, or all of them, or how we should proceed from here with those. I broke it down, I think, as much as I could.
First of all, Ms. Harlows, I'd like to thank you and Mr. Hagan for your efforts. I think this was, I very much appreciate that you would take your valuable time to do this. I looked over this. I noticed that you provided the color coding. There were a couple of items in red that looked like substantive changes.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have to look at those more carefully.
Correct.
There were some other things, I will tell you, I don't like putting the numbers in parentheses after the numbers appear in English, but that's a personal issue. What I was going to do, I'll make a personal commitment to you in this body, that I will take time this week to go through, look through much more clearly, and then I will be happy to send to the LNC my opinions about this to the extent that we ought to. There are certain things that I think we could pass. I think that we need to look at these, though, category by category.
Yeah, that's why I did it that way.
Because there's some I think that will go through very, very quickly, and they should be passed en banc. There are others that may actually, they're probably going to have to be broken out. So I think
Right.
this is something that's going to have to go on, and perhaps the best way to proceed would be via email ballot to basically identify this category, please look this over by a
Okay.
given time, and then we take on the motion at that time to deal with it, but do it category by category.
Yeah, I thought that's why color coded. One comment about the, with the numerical thing. That isn't anything that is required by CMOS. It's a style thing that I'm used to. CMOS had not conflicting, but 2 different instructions as far as numbers. They either said you spell out 1 through 10 or 1 through, I think it was 99. To me, then I just kind of said, well, let's just spell them and put it in parentheses and everyone's happy. That's the way we did it in Colorado. I'm not going to cry if you don't want to do it that way. It's my preference, but that's just my preference.
Any further comments or questions? Okay. So with that, should we move forward?
Yeah, so what we've agreed upon then is Dr. Lark is going to review and give his opinion. I would ask if Ms. Mattson has time. I know you're so busy.
I am very busy right now. I did see some things that need some addressing, but I will do my best to look at it in short order, but
I know.
Yeah, my life is really, really busy right
I
now.
know. Okay, so I solicit both of your inputs and then we'll work on it by category, hopefully by email ballot.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Next we have policy manual functional changes. Was that?
Yes, it was. I moved to change policy manual section 2.03, subsection 7, which is titled timesheets and expense allocations. Change to read, this is what I sent out in the email. Each non-director level employee shall submit their timesheet at least once per pay period to reflect the number of hours worked. Timesheet shall be reviewed and approved by the executive director prior to the payroll being submitted for processing with the payroll company. On a monthly basis, payroll costs for each employee shall be allocated to expense categories in proportion with approved time. Where appropriate, an expense shall be allocated to one category. Expenses that benefit more than one category or that are general administrative in nature shall be allocated to a general administrative account in the general ledger. Those expenses shall then be allocated on a monthly basis to expense categories in proportion to the allocation of payroll costs. The monthly report shall be used in coordination with auditor in preparation of the statement of functional expenses in the annual audited financials.
Okay, is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Second. Is there any objection to the motion?
Point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry?
I'm not finding this in the OneNote. Am I just missing it, Madam Secretary?
New business with previous
Previous
notice, and
It's
I've
under
also
with.
just added it now to the secretary's notes at the end as my live notes.
Thank you.
I think
Good.
we
And
just-
change orientation.
I think we got this on Wednesday, July
Oh, wait, no,
24th, so I don't think
change
it actually has
function.
previous notice, right?
Was there any, yep. Was there any objection to the motion?
Yes,
Yeah,
Ms. Mattson
perhaps
just,
Mr. Hagan would want to
Oh,
speak
speak
to
to
his
the-
motion.
yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Mattson did raise an objection.
Yeah, but we're gonna, Tim's gonna
yeah.
speak to it.
This came out after the auditing, and it's actually from the, working with Robert Cross from staff. A lot of this is matching what we're currently doing and how he's doing the expenses and working with the auditor. So this was a recommendation from staff. Did one small change on there.
Madison, I'll speak to her objection, and then without objection, I'll have Lauren Doherty and Ms. Adams.
I'm debating whether I ask the question first or make the motion first. I guess I'll go ahead and throw out the motion to amend to remove the non-director level insertion in that first sentence. So it would be each employee and not exempt director level employees from submitting timesheets. I don't know.
I'm sorry, could you
I don't
repeat that,
understand.
please?
All right, so in the first sentence, it says each and insert non-director level employee. I'm saying strike that non-director level and leave it as each employee.
Second.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
And I'm open to hearing why non-directors, why directors should have to submit the timesheets, but I would note in the second paragraph that the costs for each employee have to be allocated to expense categories, and how do you do that if they didn't put in a timesheet, you know, kind of documenting what their time was spent on. I also object to the removal of allocating such time to corresponding categories. That's the point of the timesheets, but for now the motion is remove the phrase that exempts directors from participation.
Okay, so the amendment to strike out a non-director level employee from the first sentence has been moved. It has been seconded. We've spoken to the motion. I'm going to open it up to Ms. Doherty without objection. Ms. Doherty?
I'd like to speak against that change, and here's why. So currently we have 3 director level employees, the ED, the Director of Operations, Robert, and the Development Director, me. So it's a very small portion of our staff, but it's also the portion of the staff that is tasked with the most important tasks. You guys are tasking us with the financial stability of the party. You're tasking us with keeping the lights on. You're tasking us with overseeing things. So if you're tasking people with all of that, clearly you're tasking people who are highly responsible human beings, right? Now, while I have been in this director level position, I have worked way more than 40 hours a week, and sometimes way over 40 hours a week. The thing is, I log in at all sorts of different times of day, and often I'll get on my laptop at 9 o'clock at night to check emails, and I don't log in on the time clock because I think, oh, this is going to be a 5-minute thing, and then 3 hours later, I realize, okay, none of that was on the time clock. And the time clock has features where you can go back and try to enter some of that, but really, it's a waste of time. You guys need your directors working on the stuff you want them to work on, not on having to worry about the time clock. And as a result, there have been times where, for example, I've gotten dinged vacation time because even though I have worked way more than 40 hours in a week, the time clock doesn't quite reflect that. And so I've lost vacation time for that reason. When Dan Fishman, so I have thought for a while, when I became interim ED, hey, look, you know, senior level staff should not be having to obsess over the time clock. You guys need us working the hours that we're supposed to work, regardless of when it is, regardless of how many. But I always abided by that. I went by it strictly, and I got dinged vacation time sometimes. Now, when Dan Fishman came in, he said, hey, look, this is ridiculous. We should not have to be slaves to this clock. We are supposed to get our job done. End of story. So that is his position, and that is my position. Robert can speak for himself, but this only applies to 3 people.
Okay, so basically here's what I got coming up. So first off, I saw Mr. Krause earlier. I just want to check, you didn't want to speak on the amendment? Okay, so then after that I have Phillips, Dr. Lark, Longstreth, and Bishop Henchman. So next would be Phillips.
The first part of that mine is a question. I was under the impression that the director level people were all salary.
Yeah.
Okay. Then, it's relatively easy to allocate where they come from without a timesheet. Just saying. We have done it myself. As I was telling somebody earlier, I've run and operated businesses for going on 30 years now. And salaried employees, if you need to allocate their time, you pretty much know, and you just do it, and it doesn't have to be perfect. So why make a big deal about it? Let them do their job.
Dr. Lark?
Yes, I mean, this issue has actually come up in various ways on several occasions in the past. Ms. Manson and I both been on LNCs when this actually took up a goodly amount of time. I'm actually somewhat sympathetic to the notion. I certainly, and I suspect Ms. Doherty and Mr. Krause would agree, that it's useful for the executive director and hopefully then the LNC to know how you actually are spending your time, because the fact is your job descriptions may not track very carefully what you actually do. So I think it is important, I think from a general LNC perspective, to at least have a pretty good idea of what you're doing within broad categories. And I don't know that we really see that all that often. Is the issue basically the particular granularity of a timesheet? Is the issue that you simply, even if you were just preparing a basic overview of what you're doing in terms of how you spend your time, even then that's too much? So I'd like to have a little bit more richness in terms of what the issue is.
Okay, so I think that Doherty and Krause both want to answer the question, so I'll give you guys both a moment to do so. Sorry.
So as it currently sits, the time clock doesn't even track that. It just clocks when we clock in, when we clock out, or if we use sick time, that kind of thing. So at the end of the month, Robert will send a spreadsheet to each of us, and we fill in, I spent 3% of my time on such and such, or I spent 12% on such and such, or 10%. So it's all being tracked that way, and it's not terribly precise, it's ballpark, right? And you can ask people that kind of question one day, and get one answer, and you can ask them the very next day, and their recollection and memory is somewhat different. So our current system is pretty imperfect as it is. But yes, it is useful for the ED and others to be able to see how much of our time is being spent on things, but the current time clock doesn't really do that.
Krause, did you have anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, just to further what was talked about earlier today and yesterday from the audit committee, we are tracking these types of things. We're keeping a monthly spreadsheet, and that's what we're talking about, is sharing that with the auditor, as we've done this year to comply with the new standards, the nonprofit modeling standards, and going forward we're going to continue doing that. So this doesn't really change what we're doing, but it's just getting the policy manual in line with how we're currently operating in reality.
Okay, next I have Longstreth, then Bishop Henchman, Carlos, Krause, Dougherty, Molman.
Okay, here's the thing. I'm a salary employee. Many of us are or have been, or a variety of things. I have to submit time cards. It's just part of it. And even as a salary employee, there's a benefit to the organization to know where and how time is being spent. And there are a number of factors that can impact. It's important for us to know if we're overworking somebody. It's important for us to know, if a sufficient job is being done, or at the same time, if you're hyper efficient and it turns out you are only working 20 hours, then we need to know that as well. That way we can maybe put a little bit more on your plate if that's necessary. So having a time card from a salaried employee it is something that is important. It is something that, while not referenced very often, the data and the conclusions that can be drawn from that and reflected upon is something definitely worth considering. I understand that it may be a slight burden. When I started doing my current role and I had to submit time cards myself, I questioned why. That said, it's come in handy a couple of times when I've been able to prove, hey, I worked 80 hours this week, and that's why I didn't get XYZ done. and this is where my time was. And there are certain advantages to having that information out there. I'm not saying it's going to always be useful, but it is definitely something worth continuing to report. And so that's why I'd like to see the executive staff, the director level staff, continue to submit these.
Time, Mr. Chairman. Okay, with that, is there any motions to extend time?
Motion to extend time 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay.
Objection.
Objection? Okay, show of hands, who would like to extend time 5 minutes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Raise your hands if you object. 1, 2, 3. That, it passes.
There are four.
Four. Oh, 4? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Okay, so 4
Does not
pass. Okay, so with that, we'll vote on the motion. Okay, so with that, we'll do roll call.
Voting on the amendment.
On the amendment.
Right.
Okay, I did have a point of
But you
inquiry.
put an inquiry, so.
Are we talking about just time cards, or I thought we were talking about breakdowns of where they spent their time? I mean, that's two different things.
Well, right now it's our only gathering place.
Right now, we're talking about the amendment.
Well,
That's
yeah,
it.
but the amendment, that, I still need to know that because we're talking.
For our purposes,
The next thing I'm gonna do is move to extend time to address that second question.
After the vote. Okay, so first we'll vote on the amendment.
Do you really want a roll call for the amendment?
I'd like you to read it.
Show hands.
This is the Mattson amendment to
Amendment.
strike
So-
non-director level.
non-director.
So the first sentence in here says, originally, each non-director level employee shall submit their timesheet at least once per pay period to reflect the number of hours worked. The Mattson amendment is to strike the phrase non-director level so that the sentence would read, each employee shall submit their timesheet, and so on.
Sorry. Show of hands. Okay, raise your hands if you support the amendment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in support. If you object, 1, 2, 3, 4. The amendment passes.
8 to 4?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, Ms. Mattson.
Now, I would like to extend time. I don't know if you'll tolerate 10 minutes, so I'll say 5 minutes, so I can make an amendment to retain the requirement to allocating the time to the budget categories.
Okay, is there any objection?
Which
to
category?
To the budget categories.
Which paragraph?
This is-
It's the first paragraph in that, towards the end of it, that phrase that is struck out, it removes allocating such time to corresponding categories specified in the annual budget. So that's why I want to extend time to retain that.
Any objection to extending time? With that, time is extended. Ms.
5
Did
minutes?
you want to speak about that before I have Mr. Krause?
Sure.
Okay, and then Mr. Krause.
Normally,
Or do you want to
I
speak
get
to
to
your?
speak first.
Yes, let's
Oh yeah,
speak to
I
you.
need to make the motion and speak to it.
Yes.
All right, so I move to retain the phrase, comma, allocating such time to corresponding categories specified in the annual budget. I want to retain that, and I would add the words, all right, allocating such time, rounded to 1 hour increments. We're not talking about 15 minutes.
That language isn't in the version,
It's being stricken from.
but he didn't.
It's being removed, I want to retain it.
Okay, but it wasn't indicated in the language he sent me that it's being stricken, like there's no strikeout.
No, I was striking out the whole section. and
Of what
replacing it.
section?
2.03 subsection 7.
Can you come here to show
So-
me?
I took the two versions and did a document
Okay.
difference and
So,
Wrote it
because
up
you
this
just,
way.
it was just a block of text.
This was
Right.
the original, and I was replacing all of this with what I see now. Oh, for your reference, that's the
So,
old.
while they figure that
Okay,
out,
I
I'm
got
discussion.
you, I got you.
So
I think
she-
you wanted to speak to her.
Okay,
So
you remember?
yeah,
I
I
got
just
it.
want to make
You
sure the
didn't-
secretary has the
Okay,
language.
I understand.
So it would, now the first sentence would be, as amended, each employee shall submit their timesheet list once per pay period to reflect the number of hours worked, and it would retain allocating such time to corresponding categories specified in the annual budget. And I want to add the language, allocate, where it says allocating such time rounded to the nearest hour, or rounded to 1 hour increments, or in 1 hour increments. Let's do that, in 1 hour increments. We're not talking 5-minute increments. Let's use 8 hours in a day. You got 8 blocks of time, right? So it would say allocating such time in 1 hour increments to corresponding categories specified in the annual budget. So that's my motion.
Okay, so I got Bishop Hinchman on first, then Mr. Kraus, then Ms.
And-
Adams,
and did I
and then
get a
Mr.
second?
Phillips. Oh, yeah, second.
Okay, and just to very quickly speak to it, the whole point of this functional allocation is to know which budget categories the time was spent on. If we're gonna estimate it at the end of the month, that's why this whole policy was created, to require that you do it closer to the time you did the work, so you can have more accurate numbers. We don't wanna make up numbers at the end of the time period, at the end of the month. You're not gonna get accurate data that way.
I support the amendments, but I think step by step we're returning to the original policy, and I think we should just retain the original policy. Normally, I'm a big fan of making life easier for our employees and contractors at all levels, and timesheets suck. I agree with that, but they are necessary. And I think somebody mentioned kind of sort of right. Why don't we just get it kind of sort of right? This is an audit risk. And this is one of those things that we need to be 100% right. And we get restricted funds for certain things. We just had a conversation about convention restricted funds. And if one of our staff members spends 5% of their time on, negotiating the convention contract, that should be booked towards that expense, and we should track it. And as this is proposed, yeah, this makes life easier because we don't need to allocate stuff and do that anymore. Instead, we'll kind of hazily do it. Somebody in the office will hazily do it before the audit, but my auditor at my former organization would not stand for that, and I don't know if a lot of auditors would. So I want to retain I'm fine with the amendment, but I'd rather retain the existing policy, and at minimum, we're workshopping this now, and I'd like to not keep doing that. So
This is my last amendment.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I don't need to speak.
Okay,
Mr.
so then I have Mr. Kraus, and then Adams removed, then would be Phillips, then Molman, then Harlows, then Doherty. So
Okay,
Mr.
again,
Kraus.
this is to reflect the reality of what's really happening. This
and I think we're
has
doing
been in our policy manual for a number of years, a dozen years or so, possibly more. It's not being followed, hasn't been followed, and quite frankly, will not be followed. And I think some of you have talked to Dan, he will not use the time clock period. Has not and will not and refuses
I
to.
think that's the policy.
Now, the chairman could slap him on the hand. That's not going to change anything. But the reality is, we are keeping track of allocations. We're doing that on a monthly basis. We're keeping a worksheet. We're complying with GAAP. We're complying with the new nonprofit model. We're working with the auditor on the dollars. And we don't do this by hours. We do this by dollars. So it's a percentage that's translated into dollars, not hours. The percentage is based on hours. I spend 10 hours a week doing X of my 40. Well, that's 25%. That's 25% divided by the dollar goes into this program column. So to even say we have to track it by hours is not reality. So what we're trying to do is make the policy manual reflect the reality of how we've been doing things for the last umpteen years and make it easier to comply with the nonprofit model that we have to comply with. What we're actually doing, literally, is I'm putting this into the accounting system, and then at the end of the year, after I send you and the treasurer our end of the year reports, is we reverse a bunch of the stuff that we have to do to get the real numbers that the auditor needs to do the actual audit. So I think Lauren mentioned the extra work. She's constantly going into the time clock, asking me to approve, I did 3 hours with this person, 1 hour with this. I did a 30-minute checking emails. We are actually spending a lot of time making notes in our time clock when it's not needed. If you don't trust your director level employees to do their job, please get rid of us. Find another director level employee that you trust. What you're telling Dan is you don't trust him. You just hired him as ED and you're telling him, I don't trust you. You're telling Lauren, I don't trust you to keep track of how you're doing your job. I don't trust Robert after 15 and a half years on how you're doing your job. In that case, get rid of us, please. Because find somebody you do trust to do the job. Because that's what you're telling us. All this does is reflects the reality of how the office is currently working. When we grow, we become bigger. Large nonprofits, usually over $2-3 million, they have very complicated clocking systems to track all this. We're not a huge nonprofit yet. And there's even a dispute, and we've talked about this. We're an 1120 POL, and the new whole nonprofit motto is for 990s filers. We're not a 990 filer. I'm not even sure if we're really obligated to do all this functional allocation work, but we are doing it, and we're paying our auditor a lot of money to do it correctly. And we're just asking you to pass something that reflects the reality of how the office works. You don't pass it, leave the policy as is. It's been that way for 12 plus years. We'll continue on as we've been doing things. Nothing changes. Nothing really changes if you approve this, except you're now approving something that reflects reality. Up to you.
Time is up.
Move to extend for 10 minutes.
Second.
Okay. Any objections to extending time for 10 minutes? Objections. So show of hands. Who's for extending time for 10 minutes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Okay, 9. Okay, those not for it? 1. Okay. 2. Time is extended for 10 minutes. I originally had Ms. Adams after Mr. Cross, so we're going to go there. So it's Adams, Phillips, Moolman, Harlows, Doherty, and Longstreth.
Yeah, so I have a lot to say, and again, I already know how this is going to come off, and quite frankly, I don't give a shit. Look, be the change you want to see in the world. What you're literally telling us is that we have a policy that no one is following, and we should be okay with that. I'm absolutely not okay with that. That is never going to be okay with me. What you're saying is, let's rewrite policy to reflect what's being done instead of doing the right thing and following policy. That is a cop-out. It is irresponsible. It is childish. To say if you don't trust your director-level employees, fire them. Look, man, the last time I checked, none of us could walk on water. We are all infallible. Our director-level employees included. And lastly, I've worked salary positions where I filled out a timesheet, and where having that timesheet saved my ass when somebody else wanted to start some shit. It is not just for accountability, it is also for your protection. And I'm sorry if people fail to see that. This is not acceptable. If we do choose to leave the policy as it is, and I am fine with that, it is still not all right with me that we have a policy that we were literally just told our staff's not going to follow. That's a problem.
Okay. Next is Phillips.
I agree with Ms. Adams that it is a problem that if we have a policy, staff is not following it. If I had an employee that was not following my policy, they would be fired. Plain and simple. And I do have employees, and I have fired them for that. So I'm just going to lay that right out there. Having said that, Mr. Bishop Henchman brought up the point that we are really workshopping this very hard. We're running low on time. There's obviously a lot of discussion that needs to be had on this motion. I move to postpone.
Second. Second. Okay. Any objections?
Indefinitely.
It can be brought back at any
Move
time.
to postpone indefinitely. That's what he said.
Okay. So move to postpone indefinitely? Okay, so seconded?
I didn't, or some did.
Several did.
Any objection to postponing indefinitely? With no objection, the motion is postponed indefinitely. The next item is the timing of credentials, platform, and bylaws. Who was the person who brought that item up?
Ms. Carlos for 10 minutes.
I did. It's coming that time where we need to think about the LNC appointments for bylaws and platform and credentials. We usually do a pretty extensive application process that takes some time. So I'd like to find out from the body when we would like to start this. I'm thinking we probably want to appoint at our November meeting. If so, wonderful, but I think we need to get the process started.
Mr. Longstreth and Mr. Hagan.
I would like to see if we can get the application posted within the next week or two. Collect applications, have them sent out shortly before the November meeting for us to review. So I will motion as such. As far as exact wording, I trust the secretary can come up with some support
What are you,
that.
sorry, what are you moving?
I am moving that we put the applications for
Open
bylaws.
application.
Who's we?
Solicit applications.
You want me to
that the
tell you what I think
LNC
you're moving?
That the LNC solicit applications for the bylaws, credentials, and platform committees within the next 2 weeks. So by August 15th, that way we have time to build it. And that we vote on the LNC appointments at the November meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Hagan. Do you need to speak to it?
I think it's self-explanatory.
Do an application deadline?
I-
Are you saying publish in 2 weeks and then set a deadline?
Thank you, Ms. Mattson. I would suggest that we have an application deadline of
October 31st?
October 31st.
Bring it back.
Bring it back.
By about 2 weeks, bring it back. You aren't gonna give us a pile of applications with less than 2 weeks to
By
read 'em.
October 15th.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your suggestion.
Is there any discussion? Without objection, Mr. Hayes?
With regards to the credentials committee, I just would like to make sure you guys, as one of the questions you asked, make sure that these people are, that you're selecting are interested in modernizing and integrating our credentialing system with our registration. I think that would be helpful.
Any other discussion?
And say that.
Ms. Harlow?
Anyone who has specific questions that they would like, please email them to me. And before the application gets sent out, I'll post what it's going to look like on the LNC list, because I've been unhappy in the past that there wasn't more input on the application process. And if you guys have a question you want asked, it should be on there, even if I don't like it, because otherwise you're going to be calling these people or emailing them. So I'd rather have everyone's questions, and we'll put some kind of disclaimer on it that it might not be important to everybody, but someone wanted this asked. And we'll workshop it a bit together. So just email me questions you want, and I'll have a proposed application for each thing sent out to the list.
Other people wishing to be heard? Seeing no further discussion, we'll move to a vote.
Is there objection?
Is there any objection to the motion?
What is the motion, please?
To solicit applications for the credentials, bylaws, and platform committee no later than August 15th with an application deadline of October 15th. I'm going from memory, so. if
Yeah,
I'm
that's
wrong.
correct.
Okay.
And we
we're
vote on
gonna
the
vote on
appointments
that
in
then.
November.
And we'll vote on,
Yeah.
it will be added to the agenda for the November meeting, which is a reminder to me to give the secretary to open up that new agenda so I don't lose things in between this meeting and next. Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, it passes without objection. The next item on the agenda is 10 minutes for a motion to amend the budget to add funding for Mr. Pizel's proposed project. Who was that? Mr. Bishop Henchman, you have 10 minutes.
If you have your OneNote open, under staff reports and under Apollo Pizel, he describes it, and I know some of you may have even talked to him about this or gotten invites to the event in Wyoming at the end of the month, this coming month. It's a very exciting strategy of building up local elected officials in the Mountain West, getting engagement not just from potential candidates, but potential funders and other activities. Mr. Pizel, at the end of his report, requests $10,000 for the budget line and 2 interns. I spoke to Mr. Pizel yesterday, and he has further refined the numbers and says, well, he said 5,684 is more than enough. I'm going to round up a little bit to 6,000 just to make it easier. So I'd like to move that we increase budget category 68 candidates and campaigns by $6,000 and obligate that amount for travel and events costs associated with the Libertarian Frontier project. And that we further move that we reduce budget category 58 campus outreach by $6,000. That's money that we haven't touched, and Mr. Krause informed me we're not planning on touching. It would leave $9,000.
No, I'm sorry. The question I have may not be the one that you think you're answering, but I believe that particular budget line item is a restricted and segregated fund, and you cannot do that offset from that line.
portion or all of it?
Mr. Kraus, can you help me understand whether or not I am in fact correct on that?
Right, we're not going to touch the money that's currently in the fund for campus. But the budget was put in there for a specific project to outreach to college campuses, I believe, when we had the budget discussion. It's now almost August. I know people go back to school in a couple weeks, and to my knowledge, and maybe I'm totally wrong, Dr. Lark,
If
but
that's wrong, I'll
nothing's
find
been
another
done
offset.
towards that project yet, and we haven't raised any money towards that
So,
project
yeah.
yet.
So I'm actually incorrect. The issue would be if you were encumbering funds that were already there, that account is segregated.
Right.
But reducing the budget line would be, it is not out of order to do what you just proposed.
To inject info?
Yes.
The restricted portion, there's a campus fund with restricted equity in the amount of $1,730.39.
Right. So that's the money you can't touch.
So the total amount in that item, right, is 15,000, so I'm proposing to reduce that to 9,000 that would remain. And that would cover the 17.
Do you have a second?
Second.
You have a second. Would you like to speak to it?
I'm really excited about Mr. I don't fully understand it. I'm planning on going to Wyoming. Maybe I'll see some of you there too. And you know, I'll report back. But he thinks this is the bee's knees, and I think a lot of us really like where he's going with this. And so let's throw a little bit of money on it, see what he comes up with, and reevaluate at the next meeting.
Dr. Lark.
I'm sorry, just a clarification, because the original request involved 2 college interns. That is not part of the motion.
It's not part of the motion.
Because it's not defined.
I think that'll be up to the executive director to figure it out.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop.
Mr. Hewitt.
You know, with the success that he had with Bethany Valdez, that came so close and everything, I think he's got something there. Apollo does lay it all out on the line. He works real hard. He's got a vision to get it done in a small western state. I think symbolically this does a whole lot of things, and maybe even policy making if we get a few of them in there. I'm all for this, and I say we get this going, and this could be a great win for us.
Ms. Van Horn.
I agree with everything he said. The other thing this would do is this gives a training ground for some people. So this Western project, if people go and participate and help with this gives a training ground that can be expanded to other places, and people can take that knowledge back with them. So this is, you know, small population-wise. I mean, Western states, obviously they have big territories. But, so this is something I absolutely support. Yeah.
Any other discussion? Is there objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes without objection. The next item on the agenda, I just have it written down as brochures. I'm sure it was more specific than that, but I write shorthand to myself for 10 minutes, and I don't remember, was it you, Ms. Harlos, or was it Mr. Longstreet?
It was both of us.
It was both of us. Who would like to be recognized?
I would at first.
Very
Is that
well.
a motion?
All right, Ms. Harlos, you have 10 minutes.
So I'm gonna make the motion and then talk to it.
Really fast. Where in the one?
This is under, it was originally with previous notice, so that was disputed whether it was actually. So, it says informational brochures. First item under new business with previous notice in there. Okay, so I will move that a portion of the party website be dedicated to downloadable informational brochures providing greater details on libertarian solutions to specific issues. Members will be invited to submit content for staff and APRC review. What I wanted to speak to this is, we have one member in particular, but there's some others that I know of that like writing, like this type of stuff we used to put out that was, you know, in trifolds that you needed a magnifying glass to read, that was a whole book. And some people still like that kind of stuff. We still have a lot of that stuff we can reprint that we've done in the past in the historical archives. If we're not putting any money into actually printing it and sending it to people, we're just making it downloadable for other people to print. To me, it's a no-brainer. I completely support it. So we've been asked about this for, you know, Mr. Wilson has been asking about this for years and years and years. So I finally wanted to get him asking me about something else. So that's the motion and my argument.
And Mr. Phillips, Ms. Adams, Mr. Hagan. Oh, wait.
No, she was first.
Can I ask one question, please? But since this was co-sponsored, could possibly Mr. Longstreth have a word right after me in case I didn't say something?
It's not in order to have two people speak to the motion
if I need to.
Okay.
immediately.
Okay, thank you. We're fine.
Who would like to speak against? Mr. Lyons. Oh, sorry, it was Mr. Phillips. I had Mr. Phillips, Ms. Adams.
But this was over at hand, so it's going.
Okay. Mr. Phillips.
Not particularly against, but it may affect the motion in that the Affiliate Support Committee was discussing doing exactly that on LP Action and discussing with staff about taking over some, and Mr. Molman about taking over some of that responsibility and putting those things there. So it does have some bearing.
Ms. Adams?
Yeah, that touched on part of it. I just have a couple of questions, maybe for Ms. Doherty or Mr. Krause and Mr. Molman, whoever can answer. What kind of staff time would this take? Would we need to allocate to this? What cost would be associated with that? What is the ease in updating that page, and would LP Action be the better place? Those were my questions.
Go ahead.
So as the person who has been responsible for generating the brochures that are currently on LP Store, I have lots of thoughts on this. We have worked over the last few years to increase the variety and quality of the materials on LP Store very purposefully. On LP Store, we can buy things in bulk that make it much cheaper for activists to acquire. Now that we are profitable on many of our items on LP Store, we can afford to lower the cost of literature or buy bigger batches of literature so the cost goes down even further. The advantage to doing this through LP Store also is we help maintain the printing quality. We have all seen great materials that then get printed out and look terrible, right?
I'm concerned about
This wasn't to have anything be printed. This was
Crosstalk.
My understanding, based on what I heard, was printable brochures.
Yes.
So on LP Store, many of our files, you can see what it looks like when it's printed out, as well as what it looks like as a polished final thing. We added an updated version of the Spanish brochure recently, and Whitney Bilyeu led that project. In my opinion, given all the staff time that has gone into those, we just need to make them as cheap as possible on LP Store. If that means ordering them in bulk, that's great. They're great resources that we already have, and I think often this body doesn't see some of the amazing stuff we do on LP Store because we don't bring it here and hand it out. But we can mail you packets anytime if you want to see that. Also on the website, we have an issues page, and we've been talking for a long time about continuing to expand that. That was put together when we were finishing the website in late 2016, and we had to get that thing out fast because it was right before the election and the decision was made to launch it before the election. So we can expand the issue materials on the website, but I don't think it has to be in the form of printable brochures.
Without objection, Mr. Molman, then I have Mr. Hagan, Mr. Longstreth, Mr. Lyons, Ms. Harlos, and then without objection, Mr. Krause. Mr. Molman.
So we have several different websites and they have different purposes, right? LP.org is our front end. This is us. Come be us. Here's some candidates. Maybe, our presidential candidate is usually featured on the front. We've had these discussions in the past about what is the role of LP.org. Not that any decisions were really necessarily made, but de facto, we then had LP Action, we had LP Store, we have several other sites. LP Store, as Ms. Doherty points out, is a place where you can go and get pre-printed brochures shipped to your home, ready to go. And there actually is a discount code for affiliates, and I would strongly recommend that affiliates do that. In fact, one of my state's affiliates asked about that today, and tapped on Mr. Krause. So the states are buying things from the LP Store. LP Action is really more of the grassroots type thing, which is what I think Ms. Harlos is speaking toward, which is I'm a grassroots activist who wants to do something cool and contribute it back to the broader Big L community. And I would only suggest that if there's some improvement to be made, as Mr. Brain fried. What?
Phillips?
Phillips, thank you. Sorry, my brain is done. As Mr. Phillips pointed out, we we recognize that LP Action needs an update. We recognize that LP Action needs a little love. And I think that this would actually be a good project for LP Action to give it the love that it needs to bring and add more content. And so the only thing that I would suggest for your motion is rather than putting it directly on lp.org, say put it online on an LP resource so that it broadens it so we can put it on LP Action. And likewise, if we decide we really like this brochure and want to sell it prepackaged, we can put it on LP Store. So I'm suggesting that perhaps widening it a little bit will have greater benefit for the board.
Mr. Hagan?
Yeah, actually a question for either maker of the motions if they wish to answer. Have you brought this idea up with staff? Because this sounds like something that can be handled by talking to staff and doesn't need to be a LNC motion. Or if the chair would like to answer.
No, I don't want to answer, but Mr. Longstreth or Ms. Harlow.
This has been informally brought up many times, and nothing ever got done with it. And I don't want to point fingers, it's been brought up.
Okay.
This member is very frustrated that it just keeps getting talked about, so I said I'll bring a motion. I want to speak to the intent of it, though. It doesn't have to be lp.org. A party website is what I mean by the motion.
Mr. Longstreth?
I would move to amend the motion to change it from lp.org to a party website.
It's right now says
Second.
the party website, so you would amend from B to A.
To A.
Second.
I'm going to ask, is there any objection to that amendment? Hearing absolutely no objection to that amendment, Mr. Lyons, then Ms. Harlows, then without objection, Ms. Doherty.
I would call the question.
And without objection, Mr. Kraus. Mr. Lyons has moved to close debate.
I will second.
There's a second from Mr. Longstreth. Is there objection to closing debate? Hearing no objection to closing debate, we will be done with debate. Can you reread the motion?
Yeah, 1 second, I'm just pasting it in here. This is as amended, move that a portion of a party website be dedicated to downloadable informational brochures providing greater details on libertarian solutions to specific issues. Members will be invited to submit content for staff and APRC review.
Okay. Mr. Kraus has sent me a point of information that I'm going to share with the body because it's germane, which is that of the brochures that are on LP Store, you can already do a high quality PDF download, just in case people didn't know that.
I was aware.
Okay. So we'll move to a vote. Will hands be fine? All in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Opposed? To 2, it passes. Next item on the agenda, unless things went different when I was not in the room, would be regional reports, is that right? So we'll start with Region 1.
Sorry, I have nothing further to add. I welcome questions.
Does anyone have questions for Mr. Longstreth?
Many, but I'll save them for later.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
About his regional report.
Oh, you didn't
that
say that.
Yeah, just was questions. I got lots of questions.
Hearing no questions, thank you, Mr. Longstreth. Region 2.
Alright, so Region 2, Paige already left the room, but also I'll touch on all 3 states. Starting out with Tennessee, Joshua Eagle, the LP Tennessee State Chair, and David Sexton, the Vice Chair, Heather Scott, their attorney, and Justin Cornett, the Chair of the LP Tennessee Legislative Committee, as well as Paige met with Mark Goins, the Election Commissioner for the state of Tennessee, on July 8th. On July to ask questions that were pertaining to ballot access. Currently, Tennessee law has a very high, very high barriers to entry when it comes to certain activity. And there were some questions we're trying to clarify specifically without Paige here, but the current Tennessee law was clarified and officially interpreted by the Commissioner. Legislative action is being discussed by the Legislative Committee and the Tennessee Board. I'm getting a little confused with George, and I wish he was here to to expand on that. On July 8th, Joshua Beal, the LP Tennessee member and elected Montgomery County Commissioner, was voted the favorite Montgomery County elected official by his constituents. The LP Tennessee Board voted to have a booth at the upcoming Politicon convention October 26th, 27th in Asheville, and they are asking for donations. You can go online to the website. They're asking for $145 for materials, so if anybody feels so generous as to go online and contribute $145 so they can get materials there. Now for Georgia, there is litigation regarding a U.S. House ballot access inquiry. Over in Georgia, they have an extremely high petition rate required to get anybody on the ballot for U.S. House over there. It's never been met ever by any kind of third party. They are awaiting an answer back from the state that they were supposed to get this past month. They haven't gotten it. Now it's supposed to be waiting to get it the first week of August. So we'll see what happens on that front. And then another interesting thing going on, they're having a tabling event at the Rural American Pride event. And if you thought that had something to do with rural America and being proud to be a rural American, you're mistaken. Just as the hotel that is putting on the event, one of the people there was, they gained national attention. It is a Pride event, gay pride, and the hotel, one of the hotel staff actually wanted to kick him out of the hotel. That person was fired. So they're having it at that hotel. The hotel is down, and so it's getting a lot of national attention because of that. It's one of the first Pride events to happen outside of a major metropolitan area in an actual rural area in Georgia, of all places. So it's going to be a real big deal. They are inviting federal candidates to have time to speak. So any federal candidate would
We're
like
already
to.
coming.
Perfect. So anybody else that's interested as well is more than welcome to attend. I think it's going to be a great opportunity to be an ambassador for the party. And that's pretty much it for Georgia. And then in Florida, we had our annual convention back in May. We have a new executive committee. Myself as chair, and awesome committee chairs like Jim Cherney, who was just on earlier. We signed our national city CRM program, so we're excited to be on board with that. We're hoping to be able to contribute towards the project in the future once we have our fundraising up to give back to the LNC. Right now, our priorities are basically low-level candidates, low-level races for nonpartisan elections. For first-time candidates, winnable races, and then moving our experienced candidates who are already incumbents to higher-level positions within their communities and building that candidate pipeline up, which is basically our Operation First Step and then Operation Next Step programs. So we're really looking forward to 2020 on that regard. We are also, our Legislative Action Committee is investigating allegations of the Florida Agricultural Department denying concealed carry permits to previous card holders based on minor nonviolent infractions. This is something we're looking at a possible rallying point for next year, and as well as just an issue within the state. So we're looking into that issue right now, and we're hoping to move forward with the media on that. We're preparing our volunteer infrastructure, and finally, we're preparing our volunteer infrastructure for the 2020 year, and we're using City CRM as a real basis point for that. So we do really appreciate the program and hope to utilize it for our membership database so we can capture volunteers coming in for the 2020 election. And lastly, our membership support committee is launching a new initiative to get LPF members signed up as dues-paying members for national. We find it extremely important that we get our national sustained membership up, and also to support national as a body. So that's pretty much it. If anybody has any questions.
Mr. Longstreth?
So I just want to clarify, you mentioned that Georgia was having a gay pride event. Is it a gay pride event, or is it for all gender sexual minorities?
It's a pride event, so I guess it should be more broad. It's a general pride event. Just wanted to make it clarify.
Thank you. I realize that's some nuance to some people, but
yes,
it is not to me and to many gender sexual minorities.
Understood.
Any other questions? Ms. Mattson?
Well, not so much a question. I just can't pass up a chance here. I just love hearing the phrase, their attorney, Heather Scott. I don't know how many of you know her. Way back in the day in Tennessee, she got herself elected to county commission. Was very effective on the commission, stopped some stupid special perks to friends of people on the commission. did a wonderful job, and then turned around and went to law school. So I just love hearing that, you know, now she's an attorney and she's doing work for the Tennessee Party. And she's a fabulous person if you get a chance to get to know her.
Mr. Phillips?
Not really, once again, not really a question. As I've already mentioned, our campaign is planning on attending that Pride event. And honestly, the reason we are is because when they called us, they actually called us to do it, which is nice. They called Libertarian candidates. But they mentioned that presidential candidates from other campaigns or from other parties will be there, and lots of press. So if anybody is going to be in the area, it might be an opportunity for press.
Time on this region is up.
All right, and without a motion to extend, we'll move on. Thank you, Mr. Nikela. Region 3, Mr. Nana.
The only thing I have to add that's not in the printed report from Ohio, the Franklin County Board of Elections, which is the county where the capital is, kicked our Reynoldsburg City Council candidate Rob Bender off the ballot. We sued. The Ohio Supreme Court ruled in our favor, and this is the first court case in Ohio that we've won in quite a while.
Yes.
So he is back on the ballot, and that also seems to suggest that we have party ballot access through 2020, because if they're going to certify a Libertarian candidate for the ballot, that seems to me to set precedent that we would have ballot access through the presidential year. That's it.
Questions for Mr. Nana? Mr. Phillips?
No questions, but congratulations on the win. That was a big one.
Absolutely here.
Our attorney, Mark Brown, he does a lot of pro bono work, and he's really good. He's a good guy.
All right. Anything else on Region 3? Hearing none. Region 4, Dr. Olson.
I submitted a report, so I would be open to questions, but otherwise I'd rather just keep it short.
Questions for Dr. Olson? Hearing none, thank you, Dr. Olson. Region 5, Dr. Lark.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I submitted a report, and I will be happy to entertain questions about that. Before I do so, I know that Mr. Nana is sitting here. Mr. Nana very graciously responded extremely quickly to an inquiry I put to him and Ms. Sexton regarding the Youth Engagement Committee, and I very much appreciated the extremely rapid response. Thank you, Mr. Nana. But I'd be happy to answer questions about my region.
Mr. Bishop-Henchman.
I was wondering if you knew the results of the North Carolina chairs race that they had this year at their convention.
As a matter of fact, I am aware, albeit I was unable to attend because I was down under being buffeted by kangaroos. But congratulations to our distinguished colleague, or condolences, whichever.
Immediately got raped over the calls.
Mr. Redpath?
I know you didn't get a report vote in Virginia. We have odd year elections in Virginia for state legislature. About how many candidates, what is your understanding regarding the number of House of Delegates candidates?
I believe it's somewhere, well, General Assembly candidates, I think is in the ball 7 or 8, Mr. Chairman. And there are a couple, I'm very pleased to say that we have a group of young men, ballpark between 25 and mid-30s, in the more southwestern part of the state, which is my neck of the woods, who have become very, very active. They're doing an enormous amount of good work, and I'm very pleased to see what they're doing. Very proud of what they're accomplishing.
Thank you. Any other questions for Dr. Lark? Thank you, Dr. Lark. Region 6.
As everyone else already said, I did submit a report. There was an addendum late Friday, so hopefully you all saw that from Wisconsin. The only thing I have to add is that it was a little bit mentioned in the report, but with Wisconsin, North Dakota, and South Dakota have all recently undergone some leadership changes due to elections and some stepping down, but they are continuing to go strong. So if you have any questions.
Ms. Adams first, then Mr. Redpath.
Can I get that updated list of leadership as the chair of LNC?
Absolutely.
Mr. Redpath?
I just want to clarify a comment that I made yesterday about North Dakota and before that Arkansas. I think it's great. Overall, I think it's great that they're working with this and working with a fundraiser to get back on the ballot. I was dismayed that North Dakota lost party status because a candidate for some statewide office. I believe did not get 300 votes in the Libertarian Party primary, but they are moving themselves to rectify that unfortunate situation, and I salute them for it. I think it's a great thing overall.
Any other questions? Mr. Hewitt.
Mr. Phillips, were you aware that I believe the city of Fargo now is one of the first to pass a referendum with approval voting?
I did actually know that,
Yeah,
yes.
so that should be a great opportunity to get some libertarians up there. The approval voting should help us quite a bit.
I know they're talking about, there's going to be some discussion about that in their convention in September.
Cool.
So.
All right. Region 7, Ms. Billiam.
In addition to what I've already submitted, the only thing I want to mention for Alabama is they are looking at a special election for the first time in Alabama that they've had a libertarian in one. They are now one of 8 states who still have straight ticket voting now that Texas has gotten rid of it. So this is very important for them. The straight party voting obviously affects them very negatively in general elections, but less so in special elections. So they are asking that we let you guys know about this special election and if there's any support that you can offer in any way to Alabama. Doug Ward is the candidate. It's Alabama House District 42. I just wanted to add that. Just plug that for them.
Thank you.
Facebook, Doug Ward for Alabama House of Representatives. Facebook, Better Path Alabama. Website, Better Path Alabama.
Mr. Nicola, then Mr. Redpath.
I just want to let you know that typically in special elections, there's special reporting laws regarding the FEC and sometimes the local state laws.
Okay.
I know in Florida we have a crazy law where if you actually miss reporting in a special election, they basically go to book at you and dissolve the party. I mean, that was warned to me, so something to let them know. Okay. People are kidding.
Mr. Redpath.
I just wonder, are there lower petitioning deadlines for special elections? That is the case in Georgia. What is it? Do you know anything about that in Alabama?
Question. No, I have to dig up to see.
Okay,
I know that Paul Frankel did submit some additional elaborative notes for the report after I'd already submitted it, but I'd have to go back and review to see if that might be included in there.
Okay, not a big deal.
Other questions from Ms. Billiam? Hearing none. Region 8, Mr. Lyons.
Written report submitted, nothing further.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Lyons?
I didn't.
Go ahead, Mr. Redpath.
How would you assess the situation in New Hampshire with respect to being able to do the presidential petition in 2020? Because in 2016, the LNC, basically there was no one home. For just to be perfectly blunt about the whole situation, we had to send Nick Dunbar up there. Nick was experienced in running petition drives, and we got it done. But it was basically an outside effort going in to get the 2016 presidential ticket on the ballot in New Hampshire. And I was just sort of wondering, try to get an assessment as to whether the situation will be better in 2020.
Perhaps Mr. Sarwar can report back at our next meeting.
I think so. I think that they have built up I think that the New Hampshire Party since 2016 has grown significantly, despite the fact that they were not able to overcome the ballot access requirements in 2018. That was just, I think, an effect of the politics at the national level. I think we all understand. But the party itself, in terms of New Hampshire Libertarian Party, has grown significantly. There's been changes in leadership since that time, and they've created a lot of county parties, Southern New Hampshire Libertarian Party, Seacoast Libertarian Party. So they're fairly well organized, significantly better than in 2016. So I'm confident that they'll be able to organize and run ballot access on their own. If I'll consult with Mr. O'Donnell and confirm that in case I'm wrong on that, but I'm confident that they are fairly well structured and organized state affiliate.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Lyons? Hearing none. I believe that puts us on announcements unless something was added to the agenda while I was out of the room. Mr. Lyons?
Would you like to suspend the rules to discuss the meeting after next?
Spring 2020.
Well, it's not so much a question for me.
Are you making a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules to add 10 minutes to the agenda to discuss the meeting in the spring of 2020. Date and place.
Is there a second? There's a second from Mr. Longstreth. All in favor of suspending the rules to discuss that for 10 minutes, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 8. Opposed? To 1. So we will suspend for that reason. Mr. Redpath, is this related to that?
Yes. I thought we had addressed this yesterday, and I thought the upshot was that we were going to research state convention dates in the winter and spring of 2020 and then address this issue.
Mr. Kraus, do you have a point of information?
Yes, I do. So far for 2020, we've been alerted to only one convention. That's Arizona on January 25th.
That is incorrect.
Which sounds incorrect. So Eric Nixon, for LP News sends out a thing to the state chairs list asking people to get their dates for the conventions. Bob Johnson, who updates this list, also sends out occasional inquiries, dates for conventions. And that was approximately the only one that was submitted so far in the last several months, which is now wrong. So the one convention we're aware of for 2020 is wrong, so we don't, as staff, do not have any correct dates.
Got it. Mr. Lyons?
I checked on the 2019 dates to see if there were any conventions that happened in February of 2019. Seeing none, I would propose that we choose the first weekend in February, the first and the second.
2020, you said 2019.
I checked in 2019 to see if there were any conventions in February, and seeing none, I assume it would be safe to bet that there will be none recurring at the same time.
I wouldn't bet that. I wouldn't vote.
Georgia was in February 20.
But otherwise, I mean, it's there's going to be a state convention or there's not. I don't think one state convention is this time enough to defer our planning any further.
Dr. Lark, then Ms. Harlos, then Ms. Adams, then Mr. Nana.
As much as I would like to have these settled way in advance, and by the way, I appreciate the fact that Mr. Lyons did check the conventions in 2019. The dynamic is very different during presidential election years. There are various requirements. Certain states have requirements concerning when they have to have their conventions. I don't think it's inappropriate for us to get a sense of the body as to when we would like to have it or when we perhaps might want to, where we might want to look at certain places. Perhaps we could actually get Mr. Kraus cracking on at least making some inquiries. So I think that it has value. If we're going to talk about February 1st, we probably are looking at a place where the weather is reasonable, warmer place. Of course, people then, in many cases, have to fly through other places to get to the warmer places. But I think that I don't think that we can really set anything now until we have much more information about when various state conventions are going to take place.
Ms. Harlos?
Even though the 2019 dates aren't going to be indicative, I remember looking at the 2016 dates because I used to just love to attend every convention in the world. And I think the suggestion of the first week of February is going to be the safest one. There might end up being a convention, but one convention there's going to be a convention almost every weekend. I think that's the safest weekend. So I'm all in favor of setting the date and holding off on the location perhaps, but.
We can do it over and over again.
Ms. Harlos?
That's it.
Okay. Without objection, Ms. Adams, and then I have Mr. Nana, then without objection, Mr. Molman, and then Mr. Hagan.
I would like to see us potentially consider pushing this to an email discussion, solely speaking for the states in our region. I know that many of them currently have RFPs out. They're bringing bids back in for their conventions, we need a couple of weeks. Within a couple of weeks, we should have a good ballpark idea. But a lot of those dates for our member states are very dependent on venue availability, and that's kind of what they're waiting on. A week or actually would make all the difference for us.
Okay. Mr. Nana?
Yeah, I'm also in favor of waiting. I'm similarly to Ms. Harlos. I think that it's okay if we set the date, but I would like to also have time, in addition to what Dr. Lark said, to like think about the places we might go for the next convention, and maybe by the November meeting or sometime before then, an email ballot, we'll have a better idea of where that might take place, and we can choose one of those places and maybe check it out. I don't know.
Right. Without objection, I have Mr. Bowman, then Mr. Hagan, then Mr. Lyons again.
I just want to speak in favor of actually setting the date now, that you basically have 12 to 16 weeks at the beginning of the year when at all 50 state affiliates are going to be trying to hold conventions in preparation for national. And unless you pick one and stick a flag in it and say we're doing it this weekend, you will never get a weekend without a convention. Your best bet is to stick the flag in it now so that the states, before they sign contracts, before they decide dates, you know, try to keep that weekend open if they care. If they don't care, well, that's on them. But at least you have yours decided that the other 50 organizations you would be trying to schedule around instead could schedule around the one that works for this body. I do agree that given February, you would probably, I think there was talk of the California site, and I know that Mr. Hayes has stepped out of the room, but COC has 2 or 3 sites, I believe, still left in California. And it might be something you might want to check out, even if the site has been decided for 2022 by that point, as those have been around for a while. Sites that don't get picked one year often end up back on the list in future years. So entirely up to you guys, obviously, but I'd recommend sticking a flag in it.
Higgins? In addition to potential convention sites, I would mind us also considering Riverside, California for location.
You're here.
Lyons?
Yes, I appreciate the idea that we might consider looking at 2022 or future convention sites. I'd like to echo what Mr. Hagan and Mr. Molman said, in that this will be our second to last, if you don't count the Austin, this will be our last meeting before the 2020 nominating convention. I think it's a prime time to go to Riverside, California with our elected Libertarian for fundraising purposes and really rally down the home strip into our presidential nominating convention and have our presidential candidates standing next to an elected Libertarian. So with that being said, I'd like to suggest, and then maybe we'll continue the discussion on the email ballot over the next week or two, that we consider February 1st and 2nd in Riverside, California, and maybe to direct the staff to explore sites and locations for that.
Okay. Mr. McKelvey?
Yeah, I think we ought to wait a little bit longer as the conventions begin to solidify, and we can work around, their schedule. I know Florida's planning for a mid to late February election or convention, and we're constitutionally obligated to have our convention 90 days before national. So I think there might be a lot of conventions in February if they have similar bylaws. I don't know, but I think we should wait a little while, wait for everything to solidify, and then choose our date. But I also like the idea of either strategically planning our next meeting in Riverside County, perhaps, or perhaps at our 2022 spot. So I think those are both great ideas, but I think it should wait until those things start to happen.
You can scratch me up.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, Olson, and Red Path.
I think we should wait on this.
Oh, no, I had Olson, then Red Path.
Okay, sorry.
So I would like to move that we set the date for February 1st and 2nd in Los Angeles. The reason for Los Angeles is it's close to Riverside. Riverside is, sorry, Jeff. Riverside is not really going to be a good location for a meeting. There's not a very well accessible airport nearby. It would be a complicated process to get everybody into Riverside. So I would suggest the next best option to Riverside, which is near Riverside, is Los Angeles.
Los Angeles area.
Los Angeles area.
Yeah.
All right, so is that a motion or not?
Yes, that is a motion.
Is there a second for it?
Second.
It's moved and seconded for February 1st and 2nd in the Los
Time for
Angeles.
announcements is over.
area.
Maybe, maybe the rules were suspended here, I don't know.
We
Yeah.
suspended
It was 10
when they
minutes,
were.
but that 10 minutes is up,
Okay,
right?
yeah.
So, we have a pending motion in under the wire. Is there a motion to extend to discuss?
5 minutes.
Motion to extend for 5 minutes. Is there objection? Hearing no objection, Mr. Phillips got skipped because he didn't get written down, but he was in the queue. So I'm going to go Mr. Phillips, then Mr. Redpath, then without objection Ms. Doherty, then Mr. Lyons, then Ms. Mattson, then Mr. Nana.
5 minutes.
As the person who brought up the convention thing yesterday, I think the first weekend of February is probably the best year to get. Every convention that I've been invited to so far has been later in February. That weekend is still open. Other than that, yeah, I'm a little concerned about the Los Angeles area that time of year being, when night weather's nice, but that prime time for that kind of, so expenses and busyness and all that kind of stuff in LA that time of year. But I wouldn't necessarily object. I'm just bringing that up.
Right. Mr. Redpath?
This may seem trivial, but to a sports fan, it's not. It's Super Bowl weekend, and just FYI, it's that I would personally, as a sports fan and a huge football fan, I'll be there. I'm pretty sure I'll be there if it's held there. But that is a non-trivial, in my opinion, a non-trivial downside to that weekend.
Without objection, Ms. Doherty?
Fundraising staff has been wanting to do an event in Los Angeles for quite some time. This would be an excellent opportunity for that, assuming it's not for, Super Bowl weekend.
Mr. Lyons?
I would, with respect to the motion, we're now debating this motion. I'd like to amend it to just direct the staff to consider the locations in Riverside or Los Angeles that would be appropriate for this. So I guess move to amend the motion, or would a substitute motion be better, to direct the staff to explore sites in Riverside County or Los Angeles for the weekend of February 1st and 2nd.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
Second. Would you like to speak to it, Mr. Lyons? Mr. Lyons, did you want to speak to it?
The Super Bowl Sunday is definitely a huge drawback. I think most people don't go to work on Monday after that, though. So, but it also seems to me that most of our other conventions would probably avoid Super Bowl weekend, and that should make it safe for us to go hang out and be a family and watch the Super Bowl together in California. Where's the Super Bowl being held?
Miami, Florida.
Oof. Maybe we
It's
should
in Los
switch
Angeles
to
in 2021.
No, you wouldn't want to do that.
Is it too late to have our Miami meeting?
Yes.
But again, I think I'd just like this to result in maybe a direction to get more information from what we can do, and then decide this through e-ballot over the next. Can we have that information? How soon would it be reasonable to get information on possible sites?
3 weeks.
3 weeks?
Preliminary. But what we normally do, just to explain the process, is normally I get a whole bunch, and a lot of those you could pretty much eliminate. If you would allow the chair the flexibility to pick like the top 3 or 4 to show you, that would be a lot less confusing to you than my normal spreadsheets, which might have 20 or 30.
By September 1st?
Yeah.
Ms. Mattson's up next.
Okay, I just want to point out there is an excellent contender for the 2022 convention in Los Angeles, downtown area near Staples Center, the Westin. They actually, we voted to award them the bid for the 2016 convention. There was a snafu and it didn't work out, so we went to Orlando. So they've been good enough to win a bid before, so that might be a great opportunity.
Mr. Nana.
Well, I think I originally raised my hand to speak on something different, so I'll pass.
Okay. Ms. Harlow?
To not do it for Super Bowl when we agreed to do it on Easter and eclipses.
Eclipses?
eclipse sign, one eclipse.
And daylight savings time.
Yeah, there, I mean,
Fourth of July,
come on,
didn't
that's the best way to ensure that the state convention's not gonna have it. But I think we could come up with some pretty decent fundraising things around a Super Bowl. We could have a Super Bowl party of some kind. I think we could.
The big game is the legal and safe way that we refer to it.
To
avoid trademark issues.
The throwing the ball around thing, I think that we could come up with some creative fundraisers for that.
I have then Mr. Redpath, Ms. Billiou, and Mr. Hayes without objection.
I have a substitute motion. Well, actually, we're out of time. I'll move to extend 5 minutes.
Object.
Jack.
All in favor of extending for 5 minutes, raise your hand.
Has that ever happened before? Red
We're all getting even.
All those opposed? It's not quite 2/3, so we're going to move to orders of the day.
Believe me, I'd rather be in New England for the Patriots game anyways.
Oh my God. Has this board considered removing a member of the body before?
Well, I was prepared to move to censure.
The motion on the table, or on the pending motion, is the substitute motion to direct staff to research venues for the weekend of February 1st and 2nd. The alternate motion was to choose February 1st and 2nd in the Los Angeles area at this meeting.
That substitute had 2 areas specified, Riverside or Los Angeles.
Also possibly Riverside, but you know, I know something about the government there. So a yes vote will be to make the substitute the main motion, which would be the directing staff to research the venues and report back. A no vote would be to go back to Dr. Olson's original motion, which would be to have the meeting on the 1st and 2nd in LA, and then we'll proceed to a vote on whichever one goes
Point
forward.
of order.
Yep.
Did you actually remove setting the date in your substitute? Who had the substitute?
Mr. Lyons had the substitute. I do not believe it was changing the date. I think it was just telling the staff to look at the venues.
Instead of setting,
Yeah,
it was
but you had talked about.
directing them to
Yeah, the way you worded it made it seem like the date wasn't being set in the substitute.
I thought the date was set in the substitute.
The date was
Okay.
set.
Yeah, it's the same date.
It was
Okay.
suggesting they come up with the
Right,
location at that date.
So the substitute is having staff look at the venues that are available in the
So
area.
the date would be set,
The
not
date would be
necessarily
set.
the location.
We're asking staff to find a
Okay.
location.
Does everyone know where we're at?
Right.
We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the substitute, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Opposed? To none. So the substitute will now be the main motion. Is there a need for any further discussion on the substitute
I'm sorry, the substitute is directing staff to do research.
on the February 1st and 2nd date in Los Angeles or Riverside counties?
Thank you.
With that being set as the date.
Yes. Is there need
Point
for
for inquiry, does that mean that it's going to be that weekend regardless?
It
The direction
Well,
is explore.
so
It means that
What-
we're gonna ultimately vote.
so the way I interpret it is we will direct staff to explore the options that are available on that weekend in those counties. It is possible that what the feedback we get is that there are no suitable venues, or they all cost too much money, or whatever,
Next week.
and then we are not stuck with that date. The LNC would then be able to
Thank you.
change our mind.
Thank you.
That is not what I heard the motion.
That's what I heard.
That's what I
It
heard.
was explore that area, those
It was
days.
explore that area.
And
but
provide
that-
us options.
But those were the dates.
Right.
People
No,
that
well, it's, so let me try and be more clear, not being clear enough. The motion directs staff to research venues in those 2 counties on that weekend. It does not compel us to have the meeting at those venues or on that weekend. That decision is still up to the LNC based on the venues. If we have suitable venues, then we'll pick between venues. If there are no suitable venues on that weekend, we can go back to the drawing board.
I think half of us voted on something completely different.
I apologize for that, and it's very sad, but we are where we are.
So-
Unless you're requesting a
Oh,
revote.
God, no.
Motion. Because it was 11 to none.
No, I just think everyone thought we were setting the date, or at least
I
most
did not.
people.
Motion, I would just explore.
We're
that.
not setting the date.
We are actually out of time and spending a lot of time out of time. We're going to proceed to a vote unless there's a motion to extend time.
Move to extend time 5 minutes.
For what purpose?
I would like to at least consider setting the date at this time as well in the motion.
I would object to an extension of time.
There's so there's a motion to extend for 5 minutes to
Amend
take
the
up an
motion.
amendment to the substitute that we're currently about to vote on. There's an objection to it. All in favor of extending for 5 minutes for that reason, please raise your hand. 3 opposed. More than 3. We will not be extended. We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion to direct staff to research venues in Riverside or Los Angeles counties for the weekend of February 1st and 2nd, 2020, raise your hand. And all of those opposed. And it passes overwhelmingly. And Dr. Lark.
Point of information to the staff. A ballpark estimate of when they think they can provide this information.
September 1.
It is September 1. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
It's plain researching.
Mr. Hayes.
So just a suggestion, if that doesn't work out, because the Bonaventure, the rate that they offered us was $215. So that's not in the ballpark of acceptable for a convention. So I'm not sure what they can do. But
They came
just
down to
keep
a
in
really
mind
good
if-
rate last time.
We've got a lot of offers from California,
It's
San
like
Diego,
119.
Bay Area, which the weather's generally pretty good in February, all through California. So if this doesn't work out, keep California in mind in general.
Okay. I believe that the next thing is announcements. Mr. Bishop Henchman?
As I think many of you know, I had a really sucky day earlier this month. And then the very next day after that sucky day, I got on an airplane to go to Freedom Fest. And I just wanted to say that, in addition to my husband, incredible amount of support and company and advice from Ms. Doherty, Mr. Sarr, Mr. Fishman, who's left already, Mr. Hewitt, and Mr. Lyons. I will never forget it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Things are better now.
Good.
Much better now.
Sucky days happen, so I've heard. Dr. Lark.
Mr. Chairman, I think as always, the LNC should thank the members, those who were nice enough to attend our meeting. Again, certainly appreciate their being.
Thank you. Other announcements? If you'll indulge me, one last final thank you to Ms. Doherty for her service and for her professionalism and for all of the work that she's done for the party. Are there any further announcements? Hearing no further announcements, we will be adjourned at 2:45 local time.
And those that are interested in taking a tour of the event space in this hotel, do it. You can do it.
Can we
It's
recess
good.
and regroup at the bar?
Those who are not interested in taking a tour of the event
Real
space.
quick before everybody goes down, though, if you want to take a look at the event lounge, though, don't take, or the executive lounge, it's right there. So,
I mean, if you haven't.
Is this, people are gonna be in here so we can leave our stuff?
Yeah, will this, that's my question.
I believe the hotel has us having the room until 4, at least that's what's on the board.
Like 3.
You will?
Fine.
we only have the room till 3?
Well, it's not like they're going to throw everybody out.
It was basically that he's gonna do stuff soon, but I just wanted to let the board know that.
Okay, because he didn't show us on the video.
Right.
Yeah.
Just been doing help him
Anybody wants some, not thin mints made by Keebler, I've got,
The big
I
game.
have some inventory.
Thanks, Lisa.
Probably in about 30 minutes, I'll just see like the main hall, definitely. So maybe we get the, elements of it.
Yeah, I just want to say, I mean,
So yeah, about 3:15, I'll start getting Nancy and maybe grab a beer or something. Yeah.
Still live.
Maybe that's enough time to.
Soon we'll be dead.
Bye, audience. Anybody still watching this? I don't know why you're watching it, but
Much
okay.
appreciated.
We appreciate it. Adios. Good night. So long. Farewell.
Night, John Boy.
Great. Let's see.